We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's you and don't cry. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. And you and don't cry. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell so me just relax, and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax, and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear, but they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison.
Yeah, check 1 2 1 2. It is Friday the 21st, August 0817 Central European Time. That makes it 0217 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's good, y'all? Back for another edition. I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I'm on my last day off actually, so I didn't have an alarm clock on because I got plenty of time. You know, I just wanted to make sure the last couple of days I've been sleeping when I need to sleep, and sleeping according to what my body says, and not necessarily what the clock says. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I hope everybody's doing well in that little pause. But listen, now we're back at it. The U.S. debt is over $40 trillion. That's over twice of what our annual GDP is, right? Our gross domestic product, what we sell in goods, what we circulate around, you know, what we take in from selling shit. That's double. The U.S. GDP is around 27 trillion a year, if I'm correct. Well, our debt has now reached a 10-year high. It's 40 trillion. And so that's going to be interesting to see how politicians debate it, you know? Could it be Obama's fault? Could it be Kamala's fault? Could it be who else's fault? Obama? Could it be Biden's fault? Did I forget somebody? Maybe I forgot somebody. No, it could only be Kamala, Obama, and and Biden's fault. Pretty much. That's how the Republicans roll. Can't think of anybody that's blown up the debt under their leadership more than Obama or Kamala or Biden. Boy, they weren't fiscal hawks. No. They just love to spend all the money like they never been out. Like they hanging out at the strip club. Yay! Obama and Kamala was just and Biden was just at the strip club like, yeah, give me your ones. Yeah! Nobody else, huh? Well, we're going to check in on that. Man, I think we forgot somebody. But in the meantime, his name starts with a T, by the way, okay? In case you're having a hard time, Trump. That should be a new fucking go-go song and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump, Flat Boogie. In any case, hell no, fuck Trump, man. He don't even deserve a song. He deserves much worse than a song, okay? But in any case, listen, I found something that was pretty interesting here. This is crazy. They bothered here at Young Turks. They bothered to show Mitch McConnell sitting down through a whole voting session where he didn't move his body one time. He just sat there like this the whole fucking time. And they're going to review this now. And then we will get into the serious news. But let's start here. This was wild.
Just might call into question the official story.
Click the like button. Excuse me. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. If you haven't subscribed. But definitely let's get off to a good start with those likes. All right, let's go.
Of why he's been hidden away from the public for literally months. Take a look at this. So this is a time-lapse video of an hours-long votorama on a $70 billion Republican reconciliation bill funding ICE and Border Patrol. That's not the important part. What's important was that it was filmed just 10 days before Mitch McConnell was hospitalized. You can see Mitch in the top there, sitting next to his wheelchair driver. What you can't really see is Mitch, like, moving or talking or doing really anything at all. And I want to be clear, this video covers hours where Mitch is seemingly frozen.
You see that?
Without moving. This is like something out.
You see that? That's Mitch right there at the bottom of your screen in the blue jacket. He's sitting next to his, his limo. I guess they call that his limo.
One of those, like,
driver. Let's bring that back. That's crazy. And now, wait a second.
There, sitting next to his
Now, see, that's him from the front side right there. Same two guys right there. Look at the door in the back. Man walking out the door. Now come directly under him in the front row, and you will see Mitch McConnell directly south of the guy walking out the door, headed towards the big door. Yeah, he didn't move his body. This is crazy.
Wheelchair driver. What you can't really see is Mitch, like.
Yeah, exactly. Weekend, you motherfucker. Yeah, this is definitely Weekend at Bernie's. This is definite, and they made that like that was funny. This is real life. This is crazy,
moving,
man.
Or talking, or doing really anything at all. And I want to be clear: this video.
He is the living embodiment of your tax dollars at work, standing still, nothing, just here I am doing nothing.
Covers hours where Mitch is seemingly frozen without moving. This is like something out of one of those, like when they have a serial killer in like a police lockup and they just stare at the camera for hours as it goes by. Credit, by the way, to independent journalist Desiree Townsend in finding this video and spreading it. So in this, the Daily Beast delves further into the story. He occasionally would like seemingly respond to someone saying something to him. There's an indication that he kind of had to be led along in what he was doing. So he votes yes at some point, and a concerned clerk walks up to him and tells him he voted wrong, so he switched it. The senator needed to be told that he voted wrong. Then Bernie Moreno gave him a thumbs down.
How can you vote wrong? How can you take it back? Nobody can take a wrong vote. The public can't take a wrong vote back. We don't have that chance. Do you see the difference in how hard the citizen is treated? The rules for the citizen versus the rules for the representative. Yo, you voted, dude. Like, how do you vote wrong? I never heard of that. All of this shit, all of this treatment that they get, yo, just think about it. Do you get this treatment as a citizen? And I'm not just talking about this voting. I'm talking about all the shit. First of all, he has private health care that you pay for. He doesn't have Medicaid or Medicare. He has the good shit, okay? And the taxpayers pay for it through that salary, that big old salary that him and his staff get. You all pay for that high-class health care that he doesn't even want you to have. You know, he wants you down there at the bottom begging, talking about, let me see how much money I have left this week to see if I can help pay for the operation. It's like
and so that like was the clue Mitch needed to know that he needed to vote no.
Good morning.
In the third video, the Senate clerk, this is on the Daily Beast, signals him on how to vote. The clerk had his hand under the table when he goes thumbs down, and Mitch did. So he's like barely like a ventriloquist dummy being led along in the vote.
Somebody else is telling Mitch what to vote for. Yo, someone else is telling him what to vote for. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Voting.
And this was the day before he fell out. This is the day before he went absent. You know, so he wasn't there pretty much already, you know.
And just sitting there was a 5-hour period where he did not even shift in his seat. That is 10 days before the official story is he fell, injured himself, and that's why he had to go to the hospital. And there he got a pneumonia. Now, that's not even a good there's no explanation as to why you're in the hospital for literally months after that. But 10 days before it, he's seemingly incapable of moving and is just being like rolled around so they have the vote.
That's it. Mitch McConnell couldn't even move 10 days before he fell out. So they got him on camera in like a votorama that was hours, and he's just sitting there like this in the chair, not moving. Like, and someone have to tell him that he voted wrong. They had to give him directions on which way to vote. I mean, you know, like literally inside of the place. So the fact that he hasn't come back from that after a month, the best you're going to get out of Mitch McConnell is basically a mummy, a corpse. You're not going to get anything. And this man is still holding a seat for Kentucky Fried Chicken's senator post. Yes, he's holding Kentucky Fried Chicken's senator post. That's such an important. He could vote yes for the NDA for Israel to bypass having any oversight in their military budget. The NDA, yes, exactly. H 8400, HR 8400 Section 219 is on the floor of the Senate, and this is the type of senators you have there. Bernie Sanders. I mean, not Bernie Sanders, Weekend at Bernie's. That's so horrible that Bernie has that name, though. But Weekend at Bernie's, as in a corpse. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy is there to say, nothing else.
Votes to pass a reconciliation bill or whatever. The entire thing is just so strange, Luke. I've never seen a video like that before. What do you think?
I don't know if you...
And this might have been funding also. The reconciliation bill, this might have been funding for Israel too. I don't know which bill, but it sounds like it because usually they use this reconciliation shit to get around all other norms. You know what I mean? When they can't pass what they want to pass.
I saw on your monitor my reaction while you were playing that. I had seen the video, and we're going to cover on my show right after this.
Okay.
The video of, like you said, AIDS or Moreno going, no, Mitch, you have to vote this way. And he's like, and votes that way. I had not seen what's it called whenever you do the time really fast?
Time lapse? Yeah.
Time lapse.
Yeah.
If anyone's listening to the show as a podcast, picture the entire room moving super fast like a time lapse, walking around, fidgeting. And then Mitch looks like a photograph. He's just completely stagnant.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that. If you try yourself right now to like film yourself just hanging out in your room, your arms will be moving a lot. You'll be shifting in your chair a bunch. He's not budging. It looks like somebody photoshopped him, just a photo of him in, and everyone's moving around. That's so freaky. I don't know what's happening. So there's the kind of disturbing, eerie aspect to it. Then there's your point, which is he's not a senator now. He is just somebody who other people tell how to vote. That's crazy.
That is
That's
crazy.
like a Senate seat coup. And then 3 being, I am so, and this is one.
And you may see this with Donald Trump. You may actually go through this with Donald Trump because, the crazy part about it is that as fucked up as Donald J. Trump is, people, they want to get rid of him. I suspect there is enough people that want to get rid of him, but the question of who comes next hasn't been answered because J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio are just as scrupulous and maybe even more scrupulous because Donald Trump was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So he would say fuck you from time to time to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel from time to time. If you don't like it, Donald Trump will tell you fuck you fast. Get the fuck out of here. You're fake news. Fuck you. Don't ever come back. But J.D. Vance is poor man. He comes from Appalachia. He grew up with his grandmother eating grits and shit. If he was lucky while his mother was out shooting dope. I mean, allegedly. That's what they say. Marco Rubio, he's a Cuban immigrant. His family fled, quote unquote, fled. Fled? Was it Batista or something like that? One of either Batista or Castro. I don't know. But he's an immigrant. So he comes from a pretty non-influential family in America, right? And these people would love to get some Donald Trump hand payoffs. They would love to get some of that honey coming from the American taxpayer. Like, please, Lord, please help me get some taxpayer money so I can be rich forever. Because I was born poor, unlike Donald Trump. I mean, they would really go hard for Peter Thiel. They would really go hard for the billionaires. Donald Trump, he just does it because he's one of them. But these motherfuckers would do it like a slave that is not quitting. That is like, man, I got to have these barrels of hate tomorrow. They would do extra work and shit. You know what I'm saying? From sun up to sundown, got to get it done for massa. I mean, they would be working hard for Peter Thiel. So I suspect they have the votes. But to get rid of even this motherfucker. But Donald Trump, they got the votes. They just don't have an answer for who's next. It's terrible. It's terrible.
One of those similar to like what we talked about with the Iran war and how there's just only so many ways you can communicate the same point. This McConnell story we've discussed so much that I don't know how to use new words to express the rage I have. That
there's no more fucking words left. It's like, what word do you use? You've used them all. All the worst words in your vocabulary you've used. We have to learn a new language. Start using words out of a different language pool because this situation is fucked up. We need a long ass Danish word. We need like one word with 3 words just lumped together. just to describe this shit. 3 fucked up words in Danish just back to back. You know what I'm saying? And make that a new English word because this shit is fucked.
So little respect for us, constituents, the American public, that they pretend like we're weird for going, hey, you see how he's technically alive, but he's not moving for 5 hours and he's not asleep? That's not normal. Do you see how he voted yes? Then they changed his vote to no? That's not normal. And then those in power, at least on the Republican side, go, hey, whoa, you're being disrespectful. This is a private medical matter. It's like, well, we wouldn't have to care about his private medical matter if he would have just done what normal people do whenever you get.
Donald Trump is oofadrowlied. Oofadrowlied. Definitely. Oofadrowlied. Hannah, oofadrowlied. 100%.
To that physical state, which is leave your position.
Yeah, no, the normal thing you do when you get to that physical state is you're lowered into the ground and they put dirt on the coffin. Like, get to that at this point. Anyway, look, the entire thing is just so... Go...
Meniskifiansk. And a total meniskifiansk.
Do your private medical thing. You've earned it. You've made the country worse for decades. You can
skill dollied
now at this late date. Anyway, look, from the video, it is kind of zoomed out, and I know what a lot of people are thinking. Like, I don't have like a read on what his facial expression is like. Well, if you go to graphic 2, I have a feeling I know what his facial expression is like. It's the only facial expression he's capable of making. You know what TRT has always been about?
I mean, goddamn, here we go. Come on. People are getting smart with these commercials now. They have them inside of their video. Here we go. Let's see about Mitch, though.
That's go and stare at the camera as life moves on around him.
May I please? I feel like I wouldn't have said this if we didn't just have a long conversation about, to use your term, the bankability of different politicians. So with that in mind, if you put that graphic back up, Elaine Chao is really a beautiful woman, I've noticed. Yeah. And like very youthful. I don't know how old she is, but she seems very youthful compared to him. Can I ask, is this actually is this a relationship that ever had sexual chemistry? And yeah, I'm going to make you think about that. Like, really? Because you're telling me that a very beautiful, youthful woman, and then Mitch, who, like you said, has never made any more than one facial expression in his whole life. I went back and looked at him when he was young. He was still this old somehow, like 40 years ago. Has there ever been...
Shame on you, Luke, for shaming him. Shame on you. That man's thing, does it really take a functioning... You know what I mean? Does it have to work for your heart to work, Luke? Come on, man. This is real love, bro. It goes beyond whether your tinker actually stands up. Get a man a break, man. Maybe he's good with maybe he's good with his fingers. What have you done for Miss Chow lately, man? Come on.
Between these two individuals.
I mean, they got married like 35 years ago. So Mitch,
they're about to go here. They are about to go here, but Trump is a disgusting fuck. The norms have been changed. I mean, why not? We don't have a choice but to join in this shit. It's like, come on. They don't give us a choice. We have the Epstein administration. All things that were normal are normal. We just had President Trump up there talking about the young girls. They were so young and beautiful. They were so beautiful. He was moving his chin around. God damn. Like, so, I mean, you know, everything else is up in the air. You decide. But they about to go here on Miss Chow. Yeah. And this mummy here to the left by the name of Kentucky Fried Chicken, Mitch McConnell.
80s at that point. So maybe, I don't know. Apparently they got married on a date.
Dare I say it? Oh, me so honey. But... Dare I say it? Fuck it. I said it anyway. I mean, what's Luke going to do for this, man? Luke is not going to do... I mean, not Luke. Damn, I'm sorry, y'all. Excuse me, Luke. What is this motherfucker, Kentucky Fried Chicken Mitch, going to do about that itch? What's he going to do, huh?
Chosen because it was President Ronald Reagan's birthday.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that's so hot.
All right.
No, yeah, that's pretty hot. I don't know. I'm trying to see him as a young man... He looks exactly like what you'd think he'd look. Oh, she was actually very pretty in 1993. Anyway, I don't know. I'm sure there was more intimacy than there is between the president and the first lady. That's all I can say for sure.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe
Anyway.
so. I would love to do a segment with you on my show. You know what? You should come on my show and we'll do
Yeah, that should be a bet. That should be a bet on that betting app. Who's sticking it to their wife more, Mitch McConnell or Donald Trump? And then they have three options: Mitch, Donald, and neither. Come on in. Neither is beat. Motherfucking neither. You don't make any money bet neither because that's too real. Everybody's bet neither and shit. The odds ain't good enough with neither and shit. I wonder who's going to get the odds here. All right, let me open up the panel real quick. All right, 2 seconds. The panel's going to be open. This is crazy.
A whole story about the sex life of Mitch McConnell. I think that'd be fun.
Just in depth. I think we should just talk about every political couple and how much they bang. I think that's what we should talk about. Anyway.
If you enjoyed that, then make sure that you never miss another video by subscribing.
That
And
could
if
work.
You want a little
All right, that could work. All right, now back to serious business. There's some serious shit.
The
Now-
national
Yes, here.
debt just hit a record high, 40 trillion, yes, with a T, dollars. The number staggering, and it arrived sooner than predicted. The debt roughly doubling in less than 10 years. So what does all this mean to you? CNN's Matt Egan is here to break it all down for us. I guess the big question is, how is this going to...
I know what it would mean to a maggot. It's Biden's fault. It was Obama's fault, man. We tried to tell Obama that debt was sky high, and he ain't do nothing about it. Obama.
to impact Americans, and not just now, but potentially for the long run?
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, $40 trillion. This is another grim milestone. This number, it's so hard to even wrap your head around. It's just such a big number. Let's look at the live tracker of the national debt. You see just over $40 trillion. Now, if you broke that down per person, per every single person in the United States, it's almost $120,000, just staggering. And when you look at this is a look at how fast it's growing. Almost $5 million per minute, Sarah. So just since we started talking, we've added about $5 million to the national debt, $285 million per hour, and almost $7 billion a day. And again, when you look at what this means per person, talk about $117,000 per person in the United States.
$117,000 per person in the United States, and these bitch ass judges don't even want to do student debt relief. Listen, y'all, every American citizen is in debt. And so when you listen to them talk about, you just need to get a job. You just need to get a job. What, dude? What are you talking about? What kind of job? You need a job that can get you out of this kind of debt. Is a job paying $7 an hour going to get you out of this kind of debt? $117,000 per person. $117,000. Man, do you know what I could have done if my government just gave me $117,000? I would be wealthy by now. I would be the motherfucker owning the rocket. I mean, had the government given me $117,000 when I was, say, 30 years old. Now let's say 40. Let's say 40. Let's say 45 years old. Yeah, give me that money. 45, you give me that money, I'm going to turn $117,000 into $1 million in 2 years. Yeah, I could have done that, actually, to be honest. And really, I'm serious, just in stocks. And I would turn that into $1 million. I would get 10 times. I did that. Gold actually did well when Trump came in office. When Trump came in office, it just like whoosh, 2025. Like if you invested $100,000 in gold just before Trump came in office, the fact that he came in office and everyone knew he was going to tear down the economic system, gold went like this. Whoosh. Yeah. You could have made $1 million easily with this right here with gold. I think maybe 200,000, you would have definitely had $1 million after a year. Definitely, no question. You might have had 2 million after a little more. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, that's simple. But this is not how much money you have. This is how much money you're in debt. Yeah. 117. Wow.
And wrap
I think this might be the major story that you're not going to hear a lot about, because we're used to kind of sweeping the debt under the rug. The debt has significantly largened under Trump's. I believe the debt has risen with just Trump in his 2 terms. He's responsible for 30% of this 40 million. So 30% of this 40 million is like, what is that? Something like, that's like 7, 16, 15. That's like $13 trillion. Just Trump, just one president. Yeah, one dude. Yeah. Wow. Well, let's hear some more. We could talk some data in a second.
Grim milestone. This number, it's so hard to even wrap your head around. It's just such a big number. Let's look at the live tracker of the national debt. You see just over $40 trillion. Now, if you broke that down per person, per every single person in the United States, it's almost $120,000. Just staggering. And when you look at this is a look at how fast it's growing. Almost $5 million per minute, Sarah. So just since we started talking, we've added about $5
million per minute. Yay! Congratulations. Hoorah! This is the golden age. Remember, the United States is in the golden age. Yay, Trump! We in the golden age, y'all. Money is just falling off of trees. It's trickling down from the rich. Hoorah! Bask in it. Yeah, man, this feels good.
$1 million to the national debt, $285 million.
All right, I got the panel leak in the chat. Anybody want to hop up? The panel's there. All you need is the Discord app. Yeah. Come on up. Let's talk about the debt. Come on up and bats. Tell me how much money you got. How much money you earned. Yeah. How you gonna pay this off? Huh? You got $117,000? Come talk. Let's talk.
Per hour, and almost $7 billion a day. And again, when you look at what this means, almost
$7 billion a day in debt. 4.8 million per minute. The debt, some of you all aren't even worth a minute. A lot of people in the U.S. are not even worth a minute. A minute. Wow. So the debt collection agency is making $4.8 million a minute. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. Sounds like sharecropping to me. 280 million per hour. How much more is that per hour? Damn. I mean, can you make this in a lifetime? Anybody in the chat making 4.8 million a minute? Put a 1 in the chat if you're making 4.8 million in a minute. Yeah. In any case, there's bound to be one fool out there. Let's see here. Damn, 6.8 billion per day. It's only 350 million Americans. Like, how the fuck is the debt? That's 100 and each American citizen is, whether you like it or not, you are 100. When you're born, you are born into $117,000 debt when you are born. Before you lift up, before you went and rented a car, before you bought something on your credit card, before you went to school, you were born into $117,000 debt.
$1 billion a day. And again, when you look at what this means per person, talk about $117,000 per person in the United States. We look at the trend for the national debt going back to the start of the century. It was around $6 trillion in the year 2000. But look at this. It has skyrocketed since then. Why? Because of government spending, because of tax cuts, because of war after war after war, because in 2008, right around here, you had a once-in-a-century financial crisis. And then in 2020...
Wait a second. Somebody got a tax cut? Who got tax cuts? Did you get a tax cut? Put a 1 in the chat if you got a tax cut. Who? Tell me in the chat. Who got the tax cuts? Is that... What are they talking about? The top 1%? The top 10% got a tax cut? I'm curious. Did the poor and the middle class get a tax cut since 2010? What tax cut did? How much was that? I'm curious.
Since then, why? Because of government spending, because of tax cuts, because of war after war after war, because in 2008, right around here, you had a once-in-a-century financial crisis. And then in 2020, we had a once-in-a-century pandemic. You put it all together, and yes, you get $40 trillion. Now, it's also true that the U.S. economy is a lot bigger today than it was back in 2000. That's why we like to look at debt to GDP. Now, even on that metric, though, things are moving in the wrong direction. Back in 1966, the debt was about 40% of the economy. 1996, 64%.
What's the libertarian answer for this? I'm curious about that. What are the libertarians going to do about this debt? Since they say we don't want to do this and everybody just pay for whatever. So who's going to pay for the debt? Who's going to pay for that? What do the libertarians think should be done to pay for it? And more specifically, who? What class of people? Should it be the lower class? Should it be the middle class? Should it be the upper middle class? Should it be the wealthy? Should it be the millionaires? Who? That's 4 different classes. Who should pay? Who?
Well, look at this. More than the entire size of the economy, and it's projected to go higher and higher. Now, one of the reasons the debt has gone up is because the United States has these aging demographics, right? Every single day, you've got about 10,000 baby boomers retiring, and that has forced the government to spend more on what? Social Security, right? So far this fiscal year alone, $1.4 trillion in Social Security, another $955 billion on Medicare. But this is not just about aging demographics. Look at this net interest. This is essentially how much the government has to spend just to finance the mountain of debt. $930.
You pay just as much. You pay just as much. So you have debt. You're paying 100% debt. 100%. Look at that. Even maybe 50%, maybe less. But look at this. This is almost 931 billion. This is almost equal to what Medicaid and Medicare costs. And don't forget, 1/3 of that Medicaid and Medicare is administration fees. It's not people getting operations. It's not people getting health care. It's paperwork. 1/3 of that is paperwork. Damn, then they have another bracket called health. Okay, and then there's another one called national defense. Okay, let's see here. That would be the Iraq war. Iran war. Yeah, the war with Iran. I'm sorry. Here we go. All right, let's
$31 billion just this fiscal year, on track to surpass $1 trillion. And what's really notable is, look at this. We're spending more to finance the debt than on the national defense, right? More money going to the creditors than on stealth bombers, on the war, on military paychecks. Why does this matter? Look, this is important. Look at this. We're spending more to finance the debt than on the national defense, right? More money going to the creditors than on stealth bombers, on the war, on military.
Yeah. So who are the creditors? And again, so you're in debt, but the creditors are the American people, essentially. That's who. It's you, the everyday person. Everybody that pays taxes, no matter how much taxes you pay or how little, you are the one paying this debt, right? But how's your lifestyle? Is your lifestyle great? Put a 1 in the chat if you've been on a vacation to the Bahamas lately and you're an American citizen. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been on a vacation outside of the United States with your family for 2 weeks and it doesn't involve a cruise ship. Like, no cruise ships. I'm talking about an actual airplane. Okay. An airplane. Okay. None of that cruise ship stuff, because, you know, they be cutting corners and shit. All right. Let's see here. This
military
is crazy.
paychecks. Why does this matter? Look, this is important because investors, they're starting to get a little bit more concerned about the national debt. We've seen bond prices sell off, and that has driven up Treasury rates. And that's critical because Treasuries, they are the benchmark for the cost of borrowing across the economy. So the higher Treasury rates go, the more expensive it is to get a mortgage. And mortgages are already really expensive. The more expensive it is to get small business loans, car loans as well. And of course, the more expensive it is for the government itself.
Those are things that affect middle class and poor people. When are they going to get to something that affects the wealthy? Elon Musk, is he worried about a mortgage? Is Trump worried about a small business loan? Is he worried about a car loan? Peter Thiel worried about a mortgage, small business loans? What about Howard Lutnick? Is Howard Lutnick worried about a small mortgage loan, a mortgage on his home? Is he worried about a small business loan? Is he worried about a car loan? Yeah. So what do they expect? You to pay an arm and a leg just to drive the motherfucking car around that you need to go to work or drive your kids? They expect you to pay more. So they expect you to pay more on your mortgage. They expect you to pay more. What is it? So I guess it's, you won't. Yeah, it might be a combination when you're dealing with extremist capitalism. They will always have these kind of loans where you would just pay an extremely high amount for a fool just to keep the fool dollars coming in, even though it's not sustainable. But what they will do is just stop giving out loans. So people won't really be getting loans. Working families won't get a loan for a house. You might pay more for an apartment than you would a house, but you won't get that loan for that house that way, that easy. That small business. Hoorah, Trump was the leader of small business. Yeah, I'm a millionaire. He's going to help me make some more money. Okay, well, maybe you're not a small business. $1 million sounds like a small business endeavor to me, though, today. To be honest with you, $1 million doesn't sound like a lot of money today. That might actually qualify as small business. I don't know. But in some states, that would be small. Car loan, yeah. The government now, I mean, it depends on who you're talking about in the government. The billionaires in the government, like who it is, Jeff Bezos, right? They don't need, they're getting all the money from you right now. They're doing better off in their businesses than they ever have. Trump made more money this year than he made in his entire life as a businessman. I mean, it's just going really well for Trump financially right now. Scott Bessent, it's going fantastic. Elon Musk, it's a mixed bag, but it has to be when you became the richest man on earth with these contracts. You think it's just going to keep going up, and there's not going to be any bubble? No, there will be a bubble. And who is going to feel the effects of the bubble? See, there's going to be a bubble that everyone experiences, but some people are going to be sitting back on the beach drinking a margarita with the bubble, kicking back, worried about where they're going to fly to next. Other people in the bubble are going to be like, damn, the mortgage company gave me 3 months to pay off my mortgage or get out. Other people are going to feel the bubble in a different way. You see what I mean? Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Going to be very interesting.
To borrow. So look, bottom line, this is clearly a mess. There's a lot of finger pointing going on. I think the truth is there's a lot of blame to go around, right? This has gone up under Republicans, under Democrats, during good times, during bad times. This is a look at $40 trillion. What does it equal? This is the economy of China, Germany, Japan, the UK, and India combined. But look, this is such a big mess that it's not something that any one party is going to be able to solve. They're going to have to come together. It's going to need bipartisan compromise.
As Matt said there, everyone is to blame for the size of the debt right now. I will say this, though, Republicans in particular, they seem to hate deficits and the national debt, except when they control the government here. So how much of a problem is it for them right now?
Yeah, I mean, we see this storyline play out over and over again, where when Republicans are in the minority, they talk about needing to make serious cuts and take real action to lower the national debt. And then when they're in power, we see the debt continue to grow, if not at an even faster pace. And, of course, there are the handful of conservatives in the House and the Senate who have continued to push for cuts to government spending, but of course they are always overruled by the rest of the Republicans and by President Trump in the White House, who clearly does not care so much about the national debt when he is in the White House. And I do think it's interesting when we look at the beginning of this term of this administration, there was so much emphasis on DOGE, on limiting government spending, on taking serious actions to cut back on how much the federal government spends and wastes. And we have seen that conversation shift away, and we don't hear.
And they spent more money. I mean, how do you go and think about this? Again, it's a wolf. They sent a wolf into the hen house. You know, Trump brought the wolves into the hen house. They tell you that they're not going to raid the hen house themselves. No, I ain't going to eat none of them chickens. And then you go in there and you find out they ate all the fucking chickens. Right in your face. They went in there blaming liberals for spending, which is ridiculous because it's Congress that passes laws. It's Republicans and Democrats that pass laws, right? They went in there saying they're going to cut waste. We're going to get back a certain amount of money. There's $1 trillion in waste going through this, but they went in there, didn't cut anything. And then on top of it, they spent more money than the last administration. How the fuck is that possible? You know, you go into office complaining about the last administration's spending, and then you find a way to do worse, right? And then the people that vote and support Trump, it's like, okay, so what happened when you were complaining about the debt before? Soon as they get into power, you know, this is a serious travesty, and there's no easy way. And I think Americans are going to have a rough Christmas. You're going to definitely have, if things do not change politically wise, you're going to have the hardest January 1st that you've experienced in 50 years, 60 years. You are going to have a very bad beginning to January 2027. Yeah. You might be able to salvage something if you get some kind of leadership in Congress and in the Senate that cares about the country and cares about the people. I'm talking about representatives that care about all American citizens, not just some, depending on what they look like or their label or their, you know. Yeah, because this is going to affect everybody. Remember, everybody's in that debt. The men who wear the dresses are in that debt. The cis heterosexual men, you're in that debt. The homophobes, you are in that debt, and the gays are in that debt. The women and the men are in that debt. The Muslim and the Christians and the Jews, women are in that debt. The native people are in that debt. The handicapped people are in that debt. Your baby is in that debt. Your child, when they're born, is in that debt. It's all of you. But when it comes to politics, you want to be divisive, right? Oh, wow. How did that turn out? In debt anyway. Oh, well. You're going to pay the price anyway. Oh, well. Congratulations, fool. Damn.
A lot of that same fervor from Republicans these days.
And Margaret, in the communications business, we would say there's something of an optics problem here, too, because as the national debt crossed the $40 trillion threshold, President Trump was outside talking about spending on home improvements. Listen.
I'm fixing the country, we're fixing the White House, too. We got rid of the asphalt here, and this is granite. It's called the flawless granite. It's
home improvements. Listen.
I'm fixing the country, we're fixing the White House, too. We got rid of the asphalt here, and this is granite. It's called the flawless granite. We get the best stuff. This was all black asphalt that was in terrible shape. The grass was in terrible shape. This has all been redone. It's all been topsoiled.
Now, President Trump has shown that he has remarkable political instincts over the last 10, 12 years on some things. But this, Margaret, what do you think about his continued emphasis on this sort of spending in home improvement and beautification around D.C.?
If you're going to do the granite, it should definitely be the flawless granite. You know, John, there are so many different ways to look at this, but one is that since President Trump first ran a decade ago for office for the first term, the national debt has actually doubled. And bringing the debt under control was one of his campaign commitments way back when. And we're starting to hear the term debt spiral more and more. And like, I'm not trying to totally alarm anyone at 7:30 in the morning, but the idea with the debt spiral is that at a certain point, your borrowing costs become so much that you're spending more and more taxpayer money.
You're spending more on your interest than you are paying off your debt. That's what that means. And that's what is happening pretty much. I mean, listen, there is going to be a bubble. There's going to be a bubble. And that bubble is going to knock down a lot of things. Who it knocks down is up to your politicians and who you vote for. You might want to preserve and bail out corporations. You might want to do that like they did with Enron and other, Wall Street companies and things that were cheating, that weren't doing safe business. You might want to bail them out again, or you might want to get a brain and make sure that the lower class and the middle class is protected in this bubble, because that will affect everyone else in a positive way. Trickle up economics you might want to practice, since you only could do trickle down, since you only understood trickle down for how many decades. You might want to try a trickle up approach, where somebody actually has some money to buy some of your shit from a corporation, because these days about to be over, and you better not bail the fucking corporation out. I mean, this is crazy.
To pay the borrowing costs, it does increase things like it does increase not just the government's tab, but how much consumers pay when they have to borrow money, and many Americans borrow money. So something like 9 in 10 Americans, the Peterson Foundation polled this earlier this year, about 9 in 10 Americans think debt is a real serious problem for the country and is really going to hurt them. Most Americans think that cutting spending is the only answer, like that's the way to get it done. And the reality is, at this track, because of bipartisan spending, and you may actually have to cut spending and raise taxes. At the same time, we're looking at polling and focus groups about how Americans are feeling about the president's various construction projects, the fights over signs, and that sort of thing. About 2/3 of Americans in that recent Washington Post Ipsos poll disagree with his focus on construction projects. So there is a mismatch right now politically.
Yeah, I'm sure Congress will make those tough political decisions. If there's one thing they're known for, it's difficult.
They ain't going to make a decision until you get some new representatives. These ones that you had, they could have averted a lot of this in the beginning if they acted responsibly, if they cared about what they really, what Trump talked about. I mean, Trump said he wanted to reduce the deficit. He wanted to bring costs down. If those representatives in Congress, in Senate, did anything about it, this situation could have been averted. There's always an opportunity. This was not something people had no idea was coming. No, they knew it, because guess what? They talked about the debt under Biden. They talked about the debt under Trump before in the last. So they're always talking about the debt. They gave the biggest tax break to the wealthy in the country's history. That's what they did. That's the one thing they got off first through Congress. It wasn't the debt. They were not fiscal hawks on spending. No, they did the opposite. They begged for all your fucking money for wars. Don't you remember, Pete? They're begging right now for more money for a war that we didn't even start. Let alone all the other scamming that's going on. I mean, and where, Americans, I don't know. I'm starting to feel a little pessimistic. I don't know if Americans have, generally, I'm talking about generally. I know some do and some don't. But I mean, generally, as a force, as a group of people, I don't know if you got the brains to back up the right people to solve this problem. I don't think you do. To be honest, I think a lot of Americans are so uneducated, they wouldn't know how to fix this. They don't acknowledge how they got into it. It's not based on math. Their approach, the way they solve problems, is not based on science. Every other country would approach this through science, right? And math, right? Actually studies that are real, and they would actually think about the everyday class person. That's not the United States. So, and unfortunately, you're just going to have another empty bubble. I think another wealthy class of people with a lot of money that don't do anything with their money but buy up shit in other countries. Like, yeah, I think that's pretty much what's going to happen here. This Congress ain't going to do shit about it. Yeah, so it will rise. You will be paying more debt. Maybe it can be stopped, but you got to understand, even Mike Johnson can try to hold off swearing in newly elected officials in the House. You know, they can delay the swearing in of elected officials that win elections in November. So that could drag on to January. I mean, remember the last time MAGA Mike Johnson was taken to court just over one of the Arizona congressional members? He delayed swearing her in. Typically, it's supposed to be within 1 or 2 days, something like that. He waited weeks, if I'm correct, or maybe even a month to swear that representative in. I forget her name. Yeah. And so it could, you know, it's not just about voting for the right people anymore. It's about hoping that MAGA Mike Johnson swears people in. As long as he has that post, technically, he's the one that will swear people in. I'm curious if Congress can act, though, otherwise. They can, but it's all in the courts, and the courts take a month. They don't happen fast. So let's see what else. They saying anything else about this? Let me just see.
Political decisions.
Joining me right now is Democratic Congressman Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts. He's a senior member of the House Financial Services Committee, of course. It's good to see you, Congressman. The national debt now stands at $40 trillion. When you first entered Congress in 2001, the national debt was at $5.81 trillion. I make that comparison to highlight how Congress debates the national debt a lot, but rarely does anything to tackle it. Why?
Well, not only don't we tackle it, we actually exacerbate the problem, Kate. So when back in 2008, if you look at our national debt, we had a spike then. We bailed out the financial services industry. We bailed out the banks. That was a big spike. President Trump's first term, we added $1.7 trillion to the national debt because of his tax cut. I voted against that as well. And then recently, his one big beautiful bill also spikes adds at least another $1 trillion to the national debt. So and it's not just Republicans. Democrats have done it too.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be intellectually honest, we do need to add that Democratic presidents and Congresses have added to the national debt as well.
I'm just going to give you a quick lesson on economics. If you don't invest in the middle class and poor, there's no way out of this. You won't get out of this. The fastest way to get out of this is to invest in the middle class and poor. That is the fastest way to get out of this debt. Running to the corporations to give them tax breaks never worked with the debt. It's never happened in the history. They just will not do what the bailing them out is designed to do. They just suck up more fucking money and waste more money. The only people that don't waste money in the United States are the lower class and the middle class. Why? Because they get their money and they spend it in their communities. They get their money and they spend it in the country. They spend it in their state. They spend it on things that affect the community around them. They create industry themselves. They're the only group of people that do that just by nature, by nature of who they are, being the middle class and the poor, being the communities. The wealthy segregate themselves they segregate themselves through the tax system. They segregate themselves through where they choose to live and what communities they choose to live in. And they live in communities where they don't even spend their money. Like, seriously, they don't spend money. Wealthy people are not spending money. They're sitting on money. And if they spend it, it's largely outside of the U.S. when they're buying up things. They're not doing a lot inside of the U.S. They say they are. Yeah, they spend it when they want to own something, but when they want to generate force in the economy, no. For the country, no, they're not doing that. They only do that when it benefits them. And this tax break that they got in the beginning of Trump's second term is proof of that. Like, that's all they wanted was the tax break, so they didn't have to give back to the debt, and it's terrible. And now it's everything that they said was bad about Trump happened and is happening. And this is something they explained to the debt, how the debt would just skyrocket and continue to grow. I mean, even though he said the opposite, it didn't turn out to be what Trump said it would be,
Absolutely, especially during
Yo, Mike, you there? What's up, bro? You there? Yeah, man. This debt, bro, this is not good news. I mean, I knew about this shit. It's not like I'm surprised, but it's horrible to really think about, maybe we should go out and everybody should go party and shit, get this off your mind, yo. What do you I don't know what to tell you, man.
we knew, unfortunately, we knew this was going to happen, right? And I think it was more evident with, the big, beautiful bill, right? And I think that's what individuals don't understand, that, when we have major tax cuts for the riches, and we have, and it's in combination. Not only did he have major tax cuts for the riches, but he also cut a lot of the IRS staff by a third. And that allows for less audits, right? So you have, not only are you bringing in less money, you're also bringing in less money on adjustments through audits, right? So with that said, it'll be harder to recoup money that was lost in the past, and money going forward that they've missed, right? Because a lot of high net worth people, they forego taxes through intricate ways, and a lot of ways that the IRS is able to recoup that is on the back end, right? And so they tend to do a ton of investigations and double checking what they've claimed and how they've claimed it, and then years down the line they find themselves with a tax bill because of what the IRS has investigated, right? But he's purposely cut that staff down to make that less efficient, along with tax cuts, right? For the millionaires.
And he wants the government to promise to not look at his taxes.
Yes, no, it's the truth, right? And this is also in conjunction with the fact that he's gained more in office than he did in his private wealth. If
It's
that
insane,
doesn't say
bro.
much, it's insane. It's insane.
And people trying to figure out what to do.
Insane.
They're trying to figure out, what do we do about this debt? Can't figure it out. Trump's actually out there making deals with the IRS to not look at his taxes. What do we do about this debt? Let me see. Trump is making more money this year than he ever made in his entire career. What do we do about this debt? How about corruption from the, how about just outright corruption?
He's made corruption normal, right? And he's made it seem like this is how people do business. And he has the Republican and the MAGA base eating on his hands, right? And for the richest, they want that. They want that because they know that they're like, okay, I have the opportunity to double, triple, quadruple my net worth. So I'm going to shut up and go along with it, right? But for every other person, every ordinary person, it just makes buying an asset more harder, right?
More difficult.
When you have them buying up assets, it makes them more expensive and much more difficult, right? So, and I think that's what a lot of individuals.
The everyday person can't compete, bro. The everyday person can't compete. You don't have a chance. You don't have a chance in the U.S. tax code. The average American doesn't have a fighting chance, like, period. You got to understand that. And we talk a lot about that here, bro, because we do the comparative data from the U.S. and Europe. And listen, when everyday people feel like they have a fighting chance, they make the economy work by spending stuff. By spending money, buying shit that across the country, not just a factory here, but they support businesses all the way on the way to buying that house. And back home, go ahead.
Exactly. And when you consider small businesses, how do you think small businesses grow? Do you think the millionaires and the billionaires who can only eat once a day or eat 3 times a day can fund a full restaurant? No, it's not.
Donald Trump going to come down to your hardware store and buy some shit. Here, let me get a key.
Exactly.
Make me a key. Here's $1. Here you go. Make America great. and then leave your ass. I'll never be back. Too many homeless people begging outside of that fucking hardware shop. You know what I'm saying? Never again. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. It's sad, bro. Did I tell you my daddy gave a homeless guy a nickel one time?
Oh, he has plenty stories just like that, right? Of just attention-seeking headlines, you know. But it, you know, like again, it's him. He's disenfranchised, and people believe that because of these tax breaks, that somehow, again, it'll trickle down to them, that they're just waiting for their opportunity to buy an asset and become rich, when it's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. In fact, it's just going to make it harder, right? It's going to be more expensive. And you know, the wealthy are just going to hoard assets and their wealth, right? And they're not going to spend. And so when we look at these tax breaks, they don't create more jobs, right? They don't lower the deficit. In fact, we've seen that they've increased it. And when we look at, you know, and I think, you know, to circle back to
they haven't created fucking jobs, and they gave all these people tax breaks. Where are the jobs created? They created they created jobs for computers.
Jobs for computers and buybacks for their stocks, right? To increase the value of their company, right? And the bottom line for their shareholders, right? And so when we look at
what's going to hit a bubble, and they're going to sell out. They're about to sell out, y'all. They're about to sell. These people that have all that investment in those stocks, I believe they're going to sell it out, bro, because they want their blown up value for that stock before the trouble hits, right?
What they'll do is they'll slowly divest and start buying assets.
Yes,
right. They'll divest from the stock market and start buying homes,
and that's
start
coming.
Buying other
now.
No, it's coming.
It's coming. It's coming in this midterm election. It's like the ticker. It's like the clock. They're doing the closer they get to that midterm, the closer they will be doing to divesting from the stocks and buying the assets. Yep. The closer they get to January 1st, right? Because this bubble is a ticking time bomb. Like it is coming. It's impending. And the only way they can get guaranteed that they got something out of this scam is to divest in their stocks. Buy assets.
That loss.
Yeah, they ain't going. But guess who is going to take the loss? Guess who's going to take the loss? All the dumbasses that were told, you know, SpaceX is a long-term investment. You could do that. That'll work for your kids. You become a trillionaire if you just, you know, all of these scams. They just fucking fucked over the American people in American corporations. They really expect us to bail. You think they're going to beg for another Enron bailout? These companies are going to ask the American people to fucking bail them out. This is scamming 101. This is scamming 101. This is worse than the Harlem Shuffle. This is
it's 1,000 times worse.
You motherfuckers in Harlem ain't doing shit with your shuffle, bro. This is worse than Broadway. This is worse. This is worse than It's Tricky. Okay, this ain't no It's Tricky rap video. This is your life, motherfucker. They just scammed. Don't you laugh. Don't you hang around and fucking dance and shit. This is gonna be destructive.
And it is gonna be very destructive. And I think that, you know, a lot of the Republican base, you know, what's gonna happen is once you know, Democrats take control over the House and Senate, they'll find a way to spin it right back on them and say it's them that are putting regulations that are harming the economy, when we know it's Trump firsthand, and what he's done to this economy, right? And you know, when we look at things like, you know, the deregulation in crypto coins, right? When we look at the Melania coin, the Trump coin, and now his bank, his World Financial applying to be a bank, right? These are all signs that they are trying to run the world.
Just a scam. Exactly. You know, that's crazy when you want to be the own bank to your scam. You know, it's like, damn, is it because he wants to avoid the regulations, right? So he can do it by being his own bank. That's crazy. I mean, in any case, let's hear some more. There's more bad news before we get into the shenanigans. Let me just hear what he said, the rest of this, and then yeah, there's more bad news. So let's hear.
Times during COVID, we had, services were extended that also added to the national debt. No doubt about that. But we just don't seem to have the willpower to do those necessary cuts. And then, we make choices like this war in Iran. That's ramping up the national debt each and every day. Some would declare that it's
$1 billion a day.
It's unnecessary, that it was a war of choice. So that decision, which did not involve Congress, is costing us a barrel of money as well.
Exactly. All right. There's more. There's more. But people know this. But I don't think everybody quite comprehends it. People know it. They know the talking points. They hear it. But I'm not too sure if everybody quite comprehends it. Obviously, the average American doesn't quite comprehend. And Trump's base doesn't quite comprehend what we're talking about here. They don't get it yet. They're going to be hit by a brick wall just out of the blue. Nobody's warning them, and they don't comprehend this kind of talk. Political talk, finance talk, all of that stuff, they're basically illiterate to, so they don't comprehend what this means to their lives, So
story that might matter more than anything that most people are discussing in politics these days. It's partly about heat on MAGA tech billionaires, but it relates to this larger set of investments and possible developments of an AI bubble, which we know from history, if it involves enough of the economy or banks, can lead to those bailouts that end up costing you money, whether you're in the market or not. We've been reporting.
Where's the money going to come from? Every American is already $100,000 in debt, $117,000 debt. If you had a baby in the United States yesterday or any time before, your baby was born into $117,000 debt. That's money you can't get if you want to just go to school, right? And most people, that's money that you can't just get if you're a person that has a job and want to just buy a house. No, you won't qualify, but you qualify to be born into debt though. Haven't done anything. Haven't smoked crack. Haven't bought an expensive car, didn't pay it. Haven't gone shop at the most expensive places, buying shit you can't afford. No, you don't have to do that to be in debt in the United States. You could just be born.
On friend of Trump, Oracle CEO Larry Ellison and his big debt, which was documented by the New York Times exhaustively, while these other big tech companies that are already making money are going deeper into the AI game. Meta, Apple.
Do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, please do me a favor, click the like button. It's actually how the YouTube algorithm works. That's what allows us to get free promotion when you click the like button. It helps us do that. So please do take a second, click the like button. If you're watching from your TV, do me a favor, pick up your remote, click the like button. If you're watching from your mobile phone or whatever app, do me a favor, click the like button. All right, let's continue here. This is a bubble coming, and this bubble is compounded by the debt. We covered
the bubble.
Yeah, we did.
We covered the bubble in one of the previous videos. Maybe you could drop the link in the chat to see if for the viewers to circle back, for the viewers who didn't get that live.
Let me see. Where is that bubble? Let me see. Yeah, we did a whole thing on the bubble, right? Let me go back.
Comprehensive all around AI, including the bubble and what that entails.
Yeah, let me see here. Let me go back. That's true. Yeah, okay. Oh, here it is. A nightmare turning your town into a prison, AI bubble, right? So let me see here. Let me share this one right in the chat. It's actually so sad watching this, bro. Like I really feel sad watching it, because I know what the consequences will be. AI bubble. But I could say at least I ain't living in the U.S. as an American citizen, And the next question I wanted to have, we went over that too, how Europe is going to adjust to this impending USA bubble, because Europe is invested in a little bit less than what the United States is invested in itself, obviously. Yep. So some of that bubble will hit Europe, but it's interesting conversation how Europeans are divesting from that to avoid an impending bubble versus how some companies aren't, right? But these are the this is the bubble, folks, right here on the screen. It's them. There's a bubble coming.
Yep.
And they all got that tax break. Think about this. This is how crazy this is. They got the biggest tax break in the history of the country, and now they are responsible for a bubble that is going to take down the U.S. economy pretty much, or make life miserable.
We will have to bail them out. And right? They're so intrinsically tied to the stock market and 401ks that if we don't, the catastrophe that we see to let them fail would be much greater. And that's what it means, too big to fail. That's what that definition means, right? That if we allow them to fail, we will get crushed, not only economically, but financially on the most local level with 401ks, pensions, things of that nature that are invested into these markets of AI, right? And that's why the American government will be forced to bail them out, just like they did with the 2008 housing crisis. But go ahead, Vic.
Yeah, Lisa 4743 says like 2008 or worse. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Or worse, because it is worse and it's bigger. Mm-hmm. You know, and it's that Enron shit that was big, but this is bigger. This is potentially bigger. Let's say, you know, because bigger is it depends on who you are in that scenario, right? How big it is too. But yeah, in terms of having to mitigate it through governance, it is really serious. It's a serious issue because, first of all, how are you going to provide aid and help to middle class and poor who need it when you're not willing to tax the rich? Who is the debt going to fall on? Should the debt fall on the wealthiest people in the country that have extra money to give? Or should the debt for the wealthy people fall on the poorest people in the country that have nothing to give? It's just a matter of that. Nobody wants to pay debt, but if you had to pay it, it's a lot better when you have money to pay, right? Yeah. Asking people that have no money is not a fix because Americans are already the most underrepresented people in the Western world, parliamentary speaking. In terms of representation for their taxes, they're the most underrepresented people in any Western democracy. So you can kind of see how this has gone. You can see what it is. It's basically wealthy people scamming. They know the loops in the United States tax system. They know the loops in the democracy that is the least democratic of all Western countries. They know it. They're angry at other Western countries for not allowing them to do the same little dips and dives through their society and leave them with debt. That's why they're always bitching about Europe. You know, you're not free. What they mean is free to be scammed like this. Americans are free. You are free to be scammed like this every day of the week. Whoosh. Doesn't matter what your color is. Doesn't matter what your gender is. Doesn't matter if you're a man and you don't wear dresses. Whoosh, you're still a bitch. Okay? You're still a bitch in life. In the game of life, you're a bitch. All right? I mean, I hate to say it that way. In the game of democracy, you're a sucker.
To sum it up, right?
Yeah.
You know, what happens is the next president, who most likely would be a Democrat, is now going to have to take what's called austerity measures, right? And so they're going to have to.
What does austerity mean?
So less spending, higher taxes, right? And those taxes, now the individuals, you know, the middle class are going to feel higher taxes along with the upper class, but the middle class is going to feel those taxes, right? And it's because they have to
they voted
more money to pay the debt.
Yeah, they
right?
voted
for that debt.
The middle class is going to have to feel the higher debt. They're going to have to feel the crunch because they voted to make sure the billionaires don't. They voted
Yes.
to make sure the rich people don't feel that pain. So that's why you're going to have to feel it. Congratulations.
And so what happens is the Fed rate is going to go up. So the amount of the when you borrow money, the interest rate is going to be higher, right? Because they have to recoup more of that money off of what's borrowed because they have to pay off a higher debt, right? Taxes are going to be much higher because they have to recoup what they need to in order to pay off the interest for the higher debt, right? So all around, it's going to be more expensive to borrow money in America, and it's going to be a lot higher taxes. And they're just going to run the same gambit and blame the Democrats and say, look, the Democrats are the ones who had to raise it, not understanding the financial intricacies of it and why it had to be done, right? And it's going to have to be done because of the increased debt, right? But go ahead, V.
Yeah, I feel you, bro, and that you're right. Austerity measures will have to come into place, and for some reason, it's just sad because again, we're dealing with a lot of voters or people that could be I would say potential voters too, voters and potential voters, people that don't know how this thing works, how their society works, and how they will be held responsible. Everyone has to be held responsible, but the wealthy mitigate how they're held responsible. The middle class and the poor cannot mitigate it. You don't have the tools to mitigate it, and your tools would be congressional members and senators and representatives that want you to mitigate that pain, but they don't right now. They don't. And listening to this, thinking about this, I mean, it reminds me of sharecropping, bro. What sharecroppers said in the 1800s, in the 1900s, sharecroppers, they was like, they work sun up to sundown. They're picking this hay or seed or whatever the hell it is, right? With the best tools they got. They can't pay their lenders back. They just can't. They can work from sun up to sundown. It is impossible to pay their lenders back. Ladies and gentlemen, the average American under Donald J. Trump, and others that played a role in it too, the average American has become officially a sharecropper. Like, you're living the sharecropping experience. And it may be a little fancier in a poor, it may be worse in a poor country what sharecropping looks like. But in the Western terms, you're sharecropping because you don't have any way. It is utterly impossible for you to get ahead this way. You cannot pay back this debt. You will be working it off. Think about this. In North Korea, a child can commit a parent or anyone can commit a crime, and their child and their grandchildren could be in jail for that crime too.
Well, I mean, that's what they're doing in Florida, right?
But they've arrested
parents.
But this isn't a criminal. This isn't criminal.
Yeah.
This is civil. You're going to be in that debt. Your kids will be in that debt. You will, so, but go ahead.
No, I mean, just to circle back, that's exactly what a lot of these red states are doing now, right? If your kid commits a crime, now you're arrested for that crime and you're doing the time if that kid is a juvenile. And they've already started that in places like Florida and Texas.
Shit is crazy, bro.
It's insane.
Yeah, a lot of kids are troubled, and it is difficult raising kids because society has issues. When your kids leave the home, they're going to confront nothing but issues. And, you can tell, I know this because I'm a parent. I have to tell my kids every single day, talk to them every time I get a chance to talk to them about their day, how it's going, how you deal with people, and the promise that, you will get blamed for someone else. So stay away from people that are creating any type of problem. If there's an issue, walk away. Don't hang around it. If you have a friend that, wants to carry a knife, or if you have a friend that wants to get in a fight or wants to even argue with people, get away from that friend, right? Because if something happens, the police will come and you will be also blamed, Then it creates a cycle, and it's really difficult. Even in the U.S. now, you could see this, locking parents up for your kids. I mean, your child is your responsibility, but when no one in the community takes responsibility, what is that? Like when the society, when the government doesn't take responsibility. I'm not talking about criminal, like locking someone up. That's not responsibility. What about the challenges that people face? Are you going to take responsibility for acknowledging the challenges that people face every
Society,
day?
right?
Yes.
The challenges of society. Yep.
Exactly. So when a kid is poor and they're leaving the house and they're headed to school, right? And they're coming across other people that are saying, hey, kid, you can make $1. Just do this for me. You can make $1. What do you think the kids' chances are at saying, nah, I don't want to make $1 because my daddy and my mama, what, are wealthy or have money or buy me things? No, if they're poor, that's hard to mitigate. Being poor makes it hard to mitigate crime, right? And not to say that if you have family that they can't help you, but it is hard. It's hard. And you can see here, look up on the screen. I mean, Donald J. Trump is the president. So even being rich is hard to, if you have a lack of morals, it's hard to mitigate crime. You know what I'm saying? Let alone if you're poor. You know what I'm saying? Like even the rich people want to get ahead and shit. They're like, fuck it, man. I blew my last $1 billion. Let me deal with the Russian mafia. Maybe they can help me. I spoiled my daddy's $15-20 million he gave me. Need the Russian mafia. Oh, well, they'll help. But in your case, your kid is going to get locked up. He ain't even going to get that chance, But any case, this is what you don't want to hear any of this shit. This is the bubble right here. This AI bubble is coming. This is going to be the doom. And when is this bubble expected to hit?
Well, it's still speculative. So right now it's still increasing because the funding is still there, right? They're still funding like these data centers. They're still funding a lot of the fundamentals that come along with the AI bubble. So it's hard, you can never really predict a bubble, but they say within the next year or two that bubble should pop. It should pop because when we start seeing that the AI, the data centers and the AI companies aren't producing anything worth intrinsic value, that's when you start seeing it slowly. People start pulling back from the funding, right? They start pulling back from the funding. They start pulling back from, and once they pull back from the funding, they'll be forced to reevaluate they'll be forced to actually put forth a comprehensive plan in order to give their shareholders a reason to continue to invest. And when they can't show that it's bringing money in, that's where the bubble pops right there. When they can't show the worth, the value of the company no longer, because the companies are overvalued. That's the first thing, right?
Hey,
these AI companies are well overvalued.
Yeah.
They're like 20x, right? 20, 30x. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, they are. I'm looking at the chat. Let me read some of the messages. Wayne says, thankful every one of us have the opportunity to make all we want. Stop blaming others for your laziness. Yeah. Why does Trump blame other people for his laziness? Why does he blame people all the time? He says it's a witch hunt. Is it a witch hunt? Is that a hoax?
Affordability is a Democratic hoax, right?
Yeah. Why does Trump complain so much? Why do Republicans complain so much? Don't they have that opportunity to make the best out of their life? Who do they blame? Who does MAGA blame for their problems? Is MAGA poor? Is that a party full of poor people that complain all the time? Yeah, MAGA.
Why do they depend on federal funding overwhelmingly? Why are they donors?
Yeah.
Why do donor states have to take care of welfare states that are overwhelmingly red?
Exactly. Why do blue states have to pay for poor people in the country? Like, what's up with that? Stop taking our federal tax dollars, man. I mean, at least, you can do it yourself. If you focus and do the right things, you'll make it. All right. Stop it. I mean, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. But that's an example of what's going on in the United States. This kind of idea that they never heard of classism before. So the United States never heard of racism, never heard of classism, never heard of gender bias, never heard of any of those things. Imagine, look, let's just do this. The people that are out there, right, complaining about being replaced, stop fucking complaining. Stop crying about being replaced. It's all in your head. Just get out there and do your best, man. You're not being replaced. It's a hoax. Stop crying. Yes.
Pick yourself up by the bootstraps.
So put a 1 in the chat if Americans are being replaced. by immigrants. Put a 1 in the chat if Americans are being replaced by immigrants. Put a 2 in the chat if that's some bullshit. Let's see, because I got a statement to make to you. Only 1s and 2s right now. Put a 1 in the chat if Americans are being replaced by immigrants. Put a 2 in the chat if it's bullshit. Okay? Let's see. Anybody got a 1? Because I got a comment for you if you got a 1. Let me see. I know what my comment is. Stop crying. Stop complaining about other people. You could do your best. Just try your best. Nothing to talk about immigration, man. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Why don't you just do what they do and climb that fence, man? You'll be okay. All right. But look, nobody dared put the 1. You see how this is? Listen.
And look, V.
Yeah.
Just so the viewers understand, the minimum income currently in America to own a home is $99K to $110K a year, right?
To do
and
what?
The median income to own a home.
Yeah, to own a home. Yeah.
Right?
You got to make $99K. Yeah,
exactly.
But you're in $100,000. Yeah, but you're born into $100,000. Yeah, but you're born.
Apparently, right?
You're born in $100,000 debt.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that doesn't include that debt.
No, it doesn't.
So you got to make $90,000 on top of that debt.
The average income in America is around $55,000 to $60,000. That's the average income. So that's about $40,000 away from the average income, which means your average individual will never be able to own a home. Think about that.
Yeah.
I guess affordability is a hoax, right?
I mean, a home's not everything. At least you could have rent control. That matters when you can't afford a home.
Yeah, that's a part of it. Right?
Rent control is great. I live in Copenhagen. There's rent control, even though I pay a whole lot in rent. But there still is rent control. If it wasn't rent control, then Copenhagen, you wouldn't have middle class families in Copenhagen. Period. You wouldn't have people that do certain jobs that are needed in the society that everyone benefits from. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have that. You would only have, Microsoft executives living in Copenhagen if that was the case, So, but in any case, wow, it's interesting. I'm living outside of the U.S., I get surprised sometimes by some American statements because it reminds me of why I'm not crying about not living in the U.S. because I hear some really harsh things. As an American, it took me a long time to kind of understand what was going on in Denmark, what the conversations are about. It's not just the language, but just the idea, the principles that they have, right? And because Americans have slightly different principles, you have to adjust. You have to be willing to see things different and do things different before you will really understand outside of a theoretical conversation, right? So, but now that I've been outside of the U.S. for a while, when I see these kind of comments like, just get a job, stop complaining about other people, man, I see it more than ever like, wow, man, Americans are really that dumb. They really assume like this is what they do. They become their own worst enemy. Like they have this fictional idea that somehow their families lifted themselves up out of nowhere with no help. There's nobody in the United States that didn't get help from the government. There's nobody. There's nobody in the United States that didn't benefit from Social Security. Nobody. There's no citizen in the United States that hasn't really benefited from public schools. Nobody. That's, there's no, you see what I mean? So, it just hurts me when I see people live in that kind of weird world where it's the wealthy that are the hard workers and the middle class and poor. You didn't work hard enough, but you're working more hours when you're middle class and poor because you work for less money an hour. You have to work more hours because you get paid less. So labor wise, middle class and poor people work way more hours than wealthy people, and I'm not trying to, shit on the intellectual work because I do some intellectual work myself too, right? I sit down pretty much when I work. I mean, when I work here, when I'm at my 9-to-5 job, I'm not doing a whole lot, but I have to be prepared to. But at the same time, you have to know something here. It's not all about the brunt. It's about this, right? So I'm not shitting on people that use their brain or, have a technical job where, it's mostly thinking and things like that. But at the same time, I'm smart enough to know that the less money you get paid, the more working hours you have to clock in. That's just how it works. That's how capitalism works. You see what I mean? So I don't look at middle class and poor people as lazy. I don't look at middle class and poor people that pay taxes when they're talking about the tax system. I don't criticize them because that's what they're supposed to do. They live in a democratic nation. Living in a democratic free nation means you should complain about everything you don't like. Everything. Not just the immigrants or the niggas. Complain about something more detailed. Complain about the taxes. Complain about how fair shit is. Yeah, complain all the way. Matter of fact, if you complained every day this year, bravo to you. I say complain some more. Complain about the fucking government. Yeah, complain about capitalism. Complain about the United States being the most extreme capitalistic government in the Western world. Fucking complain. It's your right. It's your First Amendment right. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to fucking complain some more, and I don't even live in the U.S. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to double down on my fucking complaints about the U.S. Okay? And, because I got time to. Why not? That helps my day go by. Enjoy. I'm having a good time. Sitting on my ass complaining about the U.S. Ha, ha, ha. Now,
and also, 40% of only 40% of Americans travel internationally. Think about that. So the other 60 in America do not travel internationally. They have no clue what's outside of the U.S.
No clue. People, every other Western country treats its people with more respect. Every other Western country is more democratic than the United States of America. Every other Western country spends more of its taxes on things its citizens can actually see their families than the United States of America. Of course, you're supposed to criticize about that. What's the next thing? You're going to be on the slave plantation not criticizing? You're going to be a sharecropper not criticizing? That's what you are. You're a modern day sharecropper. You're born into $100,000 fucking debt, and you can't pay it off. That's reality. That's not fiction. That's reality. You don't feel it? You don't feel it? You don't see how that bothers you? How that's an obstruction to your life? You don't get it, do you? No, you don't. Not really. Not really enough people. In any case, fuck it. This is also reality. It's not just the bubble that's reality. Somebody else is having. Now, this is the kind of reality I like to view because the other shit is sad. Because you ain't escaping it. That bubble's coming after you. That economy's coming after you. And it will get you. It is your reality. That $100,000 sharecropper debt you're born into, that tag you have on your neck. Every single American citizen, no matter if you think you're one of the working hard people and you're angry that other people don't work hard enough, you too are a lazy bum because you got $100,000 debt that you ain't fixing. Stop begging other people. Pay your fucking bills. Pay your fucking bills. Stop spending money when you're in debt. Americans, stop being lazy.
Well, Donald Trump lost. Donald Trump lost in Florida tonight. Donald Trump endorsed a Republican congressman currently being investigated by the House Ethics Committee for possible domestic violence. And that Republican congressman, Corey Mills, lost in his Republican primary tonight, even with Donald Trump's endorsement in what is now Donald Trump's home state of Florida. The Washington Post reports that the House Ethics Committee, chaired by a Republican, quote, said it is investigating serious and complex allegations against Corey Mills, including possible domestic violence and campaign finance violations based on a report from the office.
Somebody said, go to another country. I am, you stupid bitch. I'm in Denmark, okay? I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark, okay? I did go to another country, and I didn't stay because it was bad, you jackass. I stayed because it's good, okay? What the fuck? Like a lot of other fucking Americans. You haven't heard, you jackass? What the hell? What the fuck? Pay attention now, okay?
Conduct which found Mills' campaign may have broken election finance law by accepting excessive contributions, and that he may have profited from federal contracts for arms while in Congress. Mills has denied these allegations, of course. Donald Trump endorsed that under investigation candidate. And why not? Donald Trump believes in profiting from holding federal office himself and has done so. Donald Trump proved once again tonight that his endorsement is not enough for Republicans to win. And Donald Trump's endorsement will be worth even less in a general election in November than it is worth in a Republican primary, especially if Donald Trump's war in Iran is still going on in November. With Donald Trump's endorsement of Corey Mills, Donald Trump was effectively...
Josh asked, am I able to vote? Yeah, I am able to vote. Though I'm not a Danish citizen. I'm an American citizen. So that means technically it's called dual resident. So I'm a resident of my hometown, Washington, D.C., where I was born. And I'm a resident of Copenhagen, Denmark, where I live, where I work, where my kids live. Right. So I vote in municipality elections in Copenhagen. I'm not allowed to vote in the parliamentary election for the prime minister because or for any other, right, in the parliamentary elected officials, because I'm not a citizen. I'm allowed to vote in the municipality elections here, local elections. I'm allowed to vote in the U.S., my hometown local election, right, for mayor and, and for city council members, these kind of things. But I'm also allowed to vote as an American citizen for the presidency. So I advocate that people vote. As a matter of fact, I'm probably the one channel that's advocating it the most. You know what I'm saying? Like, constantly get out there and vote, no matter what you think, no matter who you agree with. Right. Register. Get out there and register to vote. It matters. And this is how you do it. Look, if you don't know how, if you're one of the people that felt left out of the society, or you never felt excited enough to vote, you didn't think that maybe there was someone that represented you, listen, go here to vote.gov. There's plenty of people out there. There's a new trend happening in America. You don't have to be one of the dumb and blind that only listen to the same people that didn't do enough. Right. You can go find some new ones. Go and think about a democratic socialist. Right. Don't be so hateful and spiteful and so easily fooled and tricked by someone's religion or gender. Right. Just think about taxes. What do you want done with your tax dollars? And that's a great place to start. So, for example, let's say you're in the District of Columbia like me, born and raised in Washington, D.C. I'm actually born in Freedman's Hospital. For those of you that need a qualifier, that know a little D.C. history, you can research that and then you will get an idea of my age, because it doesn't exist anymore. But now that we know that, my family on both sides goes back to the colonial period of the United States. So that's before the country existed. Right. So, but that's why I'm so keen on voting rights. So get out there and vote. Everybody didn't have the right to vote in the past. So do that. Take advantage of that. You click here. Let's say you said you were from D.C. You click there and then you say you want to do what? What do you want to do? You want to register or update your registration online. Maybe your address changed. And notice here the warning. 21 days before the midterm is coming up. So get out there. Don't delay anymore. It is your time right now to register. Take some time today, 15, 20 minutes, however long it takes you to register. Now, let's say you click this and say, okay, I want to change my address or I want to register. It takes you right to the DC District of Columbia Board of Elections on website, voter registration application. So here you have it. So there you go. You can do that online. Make sure you have the necessary information. Look, I have not been issued a driver's license number or social security number. Check this box. So they have a lot of things. Look, if you don't have a DMV issued ID, enter the last four. You see, this is how they collect your information. You see, get your driver's license here. You got that? Write your number down on the driver's license. Right there. They ask for a lot of qualifying information here. You see, this is how voting works in the United States of America. So don't be shy. Get out there and vote. And if you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor, click the like button right now for that helpful information. I can put it in the site here too. Vote. Let me see. I'm going to put it in the chat. Vote.gov. Go there if you don't know where to vote. Now, let's continue with some of what Lawrence was saying here. 2 seconds. The midterms.
Saying to Florida voters, hey, you voted for me after you heard the Access Hollywood tape describing sexual assault, so why not vote for Corey Mills? The Washington Post reports, last October, a Florida judge granted an order of protection against Mills in favor of an ex-girlfriend who accused him of threatening her with revenge porn. The order of protection has since expired.
So Trump, he put his weight behind this dude. So you don't have to vote for that dude. You can vote for the opposition. Well, this person lost their they lost their primary here, I think. Let me see here, but let's catch up. I want to see some of the data that he put here. 2 seconds. Here we go. Let's move forward. I just want to illustrate a little difference in what your opportunities are in terms of a vote. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of Americans that want you to keep doing the senseless thing, like just keep voting the same way. But I'm an American that believes, since I live in Denmark, right, I've been able to live in Denmark long enough to learn about the society, not just theoretical. Theoretical is great. You can study Denmark over the internet, but practically, and talking to Danish politicians, people that work in the municipality here, people that work in government, everyday Danes, I've had enough time to be able to do that, to really understand how things work here. And also I work in the health field myself, in the health trade here in Denmark. So I really know how things work as a working person too, right? How the tax system works. I would advise Americans to pay close attention to the Danish tax system and learn from it and see how it actually is something that is designed to not replace you. It is something designed to help American citizens, families. If you apply it in the US, it is there to help children get an education, help the elderly have have elder care, help, just the average person in many different ways. Now, just pay attention to how it works, how it could be streamlined. It's very streamlined in Denmark. And yeah, they really do want they really do want Danes pumping out babies because they don't want to be replaced. Excuse me for some crude language, but just to make it simple for Americans to understand. So that means if Americans want to pump out some babies, if they're worried about being replaced, pumping out babies, American citizens, we're not producing enough. We're worried about immigrants. They're taking over. How do we combat that? By making sure our American citizen babies have a fair chance in society, that they're healthy, that they eat healthy foods, that they actually have an opportunity to education, that they actually have health care, that they actually have a living wage when they get a job, that they, have an opportunity to buy a home, to create so you can have grandchildren one day. That kind of stuff. You might want to pay close attention to the Danish tax code for that, whether they're rich or poor, American citizens being able to access higher education, guaranteed, universal, that kind of thing. It helps you not be replaced as an American citizen. Because after all, it really is a kicker to scratch your head and look at an immigrant and say, damn, he got a better job than me. He came with his education from another country, and I can't even get an education in my own country. I can't afford it because they taking all the jobs. Well, pay attention to the Danish tax system. You might do better paying attention to it. That's all I'm saying. And Denmark is more capitalistic. It's a capitalistic nation too. They do free trade. They just trade. As long as the shit is safe, come on. We want to see what it is. We got some money. We want to buy some and sell it. If it's really great, we want to sell it to more people. All right. So let's hear some.
Gas shouldn't be that high, but everything, groceries, everything, we're just suffering right now.
American complaining about gas prices, grocery prices. Michael, any suggestions?
Pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Yeah.
Right?
Stop complaining, lady. Stop complaining about the prices. Get a fourth job. All right. Stop complaining, goddammit.
Liver and cans of tuna.
Yeah. Can you just pick some bottles out of the fucking trash can and recycle them? Come on. Life is hard for everybody, leave the billionaires alone. Yeah.
Get a third job. You'll be fine.
Yeah, get a third job, man. Stop complaining about Elon Musk. Come on now. I mean, this. I don't know what to say. This is what the midterms are looking like. Go out there and vote, people. Let me play some more. Then you chime in. Let's see.
That's right. Even Florida Trump voters say we're just suffering right now. And what does Donald Trump say to them?
When you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
Ooh, that's spicy. That is spicy Trump talk. I'll never apologize.
I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
A majority of voters do not think that Donald Trump did the right thing by starting a war in Iran that has driven gas prices up from less than $3 a gallon to over $4 a gallon.
Oh, yes, he did.
So on election night tonight, Donald Trump is scoring his absolute lowest approval rating in a Reuters poll, which shows him with a 33% job approval. That's down 2 percentage points from the same poll earlier this month. Donald Trump spent
Americans, who are the stinking Americans reporting these polls this way, man? Stop filling out poll numbers. When they ask you about a poll, lie, goddammit. Stop telling them the truth. I mean, come on. You know, can't you stand behind your man, Donald Trump? Like, come on. Back the man up. After all, he deserves it, man. Look at all he sacrificed for your life.
Months saying his war in Iran would end in a couple of days. But the Reuters poll shows 80% believe Donald Trump's war in Iran will go on for an extended period of time, including 71% of Republicans who believe Donald Trump's war in Iran will go on for an extended period of time. 71% of Republicans.
It's a great war. It's fantastic. It's working out great. Y'all just give it a little more time. Don't worry. What could go wrong there? Nothing really, right? Nothing really.
And yesterday, Donald Trump confirmed that those voters are right. He did that in one of those private phone call interviews with a reporter, this time with a Fox reporter, who quoted Donald Trump saying this about the end of his war: "I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry." So with 80% of Americans now believing that Donald Trump, who has always believed he's a great negotiator, cannot negotiate his way out of his war, Donald Trump is publicly agreeing with them and saying, no, I cannot negotiate my way out of this war.
Now, Swalwell, of course, as we all know, faced massive pressure to resign from his seat amid a flurry of sexual assault allegations. And even though Swalwell denied those allegations, officials who may frankly not agree on the direction of the party or the message or on every policy issue, they considered these allegations serious enough to pretty universally push to show Swalwell the exit.
Yeah, he got the exit, and he's a pretty prominent. I mean, he's not the top of the tier Democrat, but he's very well known and very prominent. And I'm glad he is being stepping aside or whatever, because the allegations are horrible. What's being said is horrible, and that shit does matter. Come on, it's supposed to matter on the top. If it's supposed to matter on the bottom, then set the example from the top. Very simple. Very simple.
Now compare that to how it has gone for Republican Congressman Corey Mills, because he's been running for re-election in Florida's 7th congressional district tonight. And despite the fact that he is...
So he didn't get this, did he? I mean, did he win this, Michael? Did he still win his seat? Do you know? I'm curious.
Yes, he didn't. Corey Mills... He failed horribly. He did not win that election.
He failed.
Yeah. He did not. He did not win at all. He failed.
And who took his ass out?
We had a special election today in California to replace Eric Swalwell.
Yeah.
Well, Aisha Wahab won. Another Muslim.
Aisha Wahab won. I like how Eric said another Muslim. Eric is like, thank you for that information, Eric. Another Muslim won the election. Run for your life, everybody. Ah! California. I'm thinking about moving my company from California now.
Well, we're going to get free kebabs on Sunday.
Yeah. Oh my God. Don't do that. Oh shit, man. I'm going to move a day earlier. I don't eat kebab, man. I'm tired of kebab. It's the same as a gyro. Come on, man. You ever had a gyro? I mean, nobody complained about gyros. What the fuck? But look, a kebab and a gyro are literally the same thing, man. One's Greek, the other's Muslim. All right, so in any case, they're not doing well despite fighting and you know, standing by their pedophiles and their rapists. They're not doing well, right? And it appears that Democrats are cleaning up their act too. I mean, let me see here. Let me see who this is. Who won that? You said, what was her name again? In Cali, who won that election?
Oh, Eric just signed off.
Aisha. Let me see here. Cali election. Yeah, it was Aisha something. I'm curious about that. Whoa, Aisha Wahab. Aisha Wahab. Dare I go to Fox News? Yes, let's peep this. That is very, very interesting. Thank you for that information, Eric. Wow, let's see what Fox News. They probably running scared and shit, you know. Oh my God, kebab. There won't be any more gyros left. Here, check this out. This is interesting. Congratulations to her.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. As we gear up for the midterm elections, we are following some breaking news right now as Democrat Aisha Wahab has won the election to U.S. House in California's 14th congressional district. AP race calls putting this out at 6:43 p.m. Eastern time there. So we know Aisha Wahab, a progressive Democratic state senator, defeated Melissa Hernandez, a moderate Democrat, in a special election to replace Eric Swalwell of California. That is according to the Associated Press. Mr. Swalwell, of course, abruptly resigned in April amid accusations of sexual misconduct. Ms. Wahab was widely seen as the frontrunner to represent California's 14th congressional district after she won the June primary for the race with 43% of the vote. But this week's election results were far tighter, and the race was too close to call for 2 days as local officials continue to count those ballots until today. In the closing days of the race, several super PACs, including two with ties to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, spent millions on advertisements on television and social media targeting the district's voters.
This reporting is interesting because this is reporting from Fox News, and they're talking about AIPAC funding elections. This is very interesting. Let's hear it again.
Today, in the closing days of the race, several super PACs, including two with ties to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, spent millions on advertisements on television and social media targeting the district's voters in the suburbs east of San Francisco. But of course, this news coming in today, once again, Aisha Wahab in the special election to replace Eric Swalwell of California. And some other news regarding Eric Swalwell just coming in today as we learned that agents seized devices from ex-rep Eric Swalwell in sexual misconduct probe, according to AP sources. And they also searched his Washington home as part of the investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct by the ex-Democratic congressman from California, according to a person familiar with the matter there. Swalwell's devices were seized at the San Francisco airport on Saturday, and agents executed a search warrant at his home a day later, saying the person, who is not authorized to publicly discuss an ongoing investigation and spoke on the condition of anonymity. Once again, that news coming in today, and just this coming from Matt Finn saying Eric Swalwell's iPhone and MacBook were seized by the feds at 8:25 p.m. on Saturday, according to a federal warrant inventory source. Tells Fox it happened at the San Francisco.
So my question is this a hoax? Is this a Democratic hoax? Yeah, if it's a Democratic hoax, put a 1 in the chat. If it's if it's real and actually really happening, put a 2 in the chat. To me, obviously, this is really happening. And it's also interesting enough, Fox News covered this. They mentioned AIPAC here with this election. And I just find that very interesting that they would do that. What is Fox attempting to do here? Are they trying to change their direction with this conversation about AIPAC? Like, I don't get it. Before, it seemed like you would never hear this conversation. Maybe, is it all media?
Remember what I said yesterday, right?
Yeah, go
They're
ahead.
going to change the rhetoric, right? They're going to change their rhetoric around APAC because they know APAC is extremely unpopular right now. Whether they get supported or not, we're going to have to follow the money because APAC going to support them regardless, right? But they're going to change their rhetoric around APAC because they know that, APAC's not popular right now, right? In fact, APAC will cause them to lose a lot of favor amongst their own voting demographic, right? And to circle back to what we were talking about before, Corey Mills lost to Brian Elijah. That's who now Trump is backing him because his failed endorsement with Corey Mills obviously failed. So now he's backing the Republican that beat Corey Mills to win that seat.
So he's going to
Right?
lose.
And it's the 7th district in Florida.
He got the death touch from Trump.
Yes, he did.
It's like, what the fuck? Damn, man, I just won. I just beat you, and now you supporting me? That is crazy. They in shambles, bro. But this is interesting because I don't hear CNN talking about APAC, right?
No.
They rarely mention APAC.
Very rarely.
But Fox is mentioning APAC. And that's funny, but of course it's always positioning with these corporations. They position based on data. You can't take it like Fox won't take some APAC money any day of the week. Yes, they will. You know what I'm saying? It's just they're concerned about their viewers and what their viewers think. So it's interesting, the story. Yeah. It appears APAC has been brought into the conversation by the Democratic Socialist winning elections, right? And also in canvassing. That's interesting. I never saw Fox News take interest in APAC before. But in any case, now look, there's more on this, man. Let me see here. Do me a favor. Let me check. Do me a favor. Click the likes. It's 150 people, 60 people watching. Do me a favor. If you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor. Click the like button. It's how more people will come across and see the stream. It's like voting. You're voting when you click the like button. You're telling YouTube, the YouTube algorithm, that you think this video should be suggested to more people like yourself, people that have similar conversations that you have, whether you agree or disagree. So do me a favor, click the like button. Now, obviously you're here for a reason. Now, let's go on here, man. Let me go back 2 seconds. 2 seconds here. There's more. Yo, is there anything else I'm missing here about the last 24-hour news cycle?
It's been a short news cycle. For the most part, they have, I think, North Korea, the talks with North Korea, how Trump is now speaking about North Korea and how he's going to try to get them to give up their nukes, even though we know that's not going to happen, right? That's obviously another headline that he's just distracting from, right? To make individuals believe that he's somewhat in power still, making these power moves, quote unquote.
Right. Kim Jong-un don't give a fuck about Trump.
He clearly doesn't.
What the hell? His daddy and his daddy don't give a damn about Trump either. It's like Trump, that picture of Trump just sitting there like just in awe of this little man. Like, wow, dude, you're infatuated with a dictator, a man who throws people in jail for 3 generations.
Someone's popped up. Who's?
Yeah, let's see.
It's me.
What's up? What's up, Eric?
Hey.
Yeah, hey guys. Trump basically admitted that Iran needs to get nuclear weapons because ever since North Korea did, no one's messing with them anymore.
He's a genius, ain't he?
And now he's basically becoming like, Kim Jong Un's, like Sancho, like his homie. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous. So where's that going to end?
So Trump recently made a statement saying he believes Iran should have a nuke, or Saudi Arabia.
He basically alluded to the fact that since North Korea has a nuclear weapon now, and that nobody's bothering them anymore, it kind of shows that that there's a certain defense mechanism that, proves that maybe Iran needs to be pursuing that.
Yeah, I mean, in any case, it's ridiculous because we have nukes. So, I mean, why are we so caught up on this? Why is this taking so much attention? We deal with people that have nukes all the time, right? We work together with people that have nukes. What is it? So what's the issue?
Power has nukes.
Yeah, having a nuke doesn't mean we can't work with you, can't trade with you, can't do anything else with you. I mean, we do stuff with people that have nukes all the time. So I don't get it, but in any case, let's hear what they're talking about. There's also something about Jeffries and Ta-Nehisi Coates comments coming up, but let me take a look at this real quick. Party of none.
Yeah, Trump essentially he's claiming that he's in talks with North Korea for them to give up their nukes. It's not gonna happen. This North Korea. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if he could, that'd be mightily impressive. But we know that's not gonna happen.
He's talking to Iceberg Slim. He's talking to Iceberg Slim too about giving up his hose. Iceberg Slim, man, you need to give up. You need to give up pimping, man. Pimping's no good for you, brother. Yeah, this dude has slaves, man. Kim Jong-un has slavery. Slavery is legal. What the fuck? You think he's gonna give up a nuclear bomb so he can be invaded and thrown in jail? Ain't happening, buddy. Yeah. He has a cult. Talk about a fucking cult. He has a fucking cult. It's a cult. Yeah. It is a nation too, North Korea, but it's a cult nation. I mean, and it's not personal. I'm not dissing you. I don't know anything about the man personally, but do you want to get North Korean justice? Is that what you want? I mean, I don't know. How many of you all think? Put a 1 in the chat if you think North Korea is a great place. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's extremely oppressive. I'm just curious what people think, because a lot of people don't know, man. A lot of people have different.
True.
Look, we had what's his name? Rodman was over there talking about Kim Jong-un's a great guy. He came back. Yeah. I mean, but
no, you're right.
But I heard North Korean justice is hard. I heard it's hard.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Prison camps. Yep. Work prison camps. Go ahead.
So
that was amazing.
Yeah. And we complain in the U.S. about people having to go to a job and make jeans, dungarees to sell on the market and get paid 3 cents an hour. But North Korea might be worse.
Yeah, you can doing it for free and get whipped if you don't work fast enough.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. And never get out, and your kids going to be there. You're going to have your kids in the camp. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. And they're going to be starting off like at 2 years old, sewing some shit or banging on a rock. All right. But, yeah, let's continue. Let's see what Trump. I want to see what they say about Trump here. So let's see what the data is.
The Democratic Party's brand, which is also in the toilet. Well, you know what's also in the toilet besides that? It's the Republican brand. I mean, look at these numbers. Party's net favorability on average. The Democrats are 19 points underwater, barely beating the Republicans, who are 20 points
Wow. And in the data, Democratic Socialists are up. They're up in the data, bro. They're seen as popular in the Democratic Party. They're seen as, you know, but this is interesting. 19 points, and they barely beat out the Republicans because as fucked up as they are, they only get 1 point worse than Democrats. Yeah, this is about favorability. So you can favor people for different reasons too. They don't have to be equally matched, in terms of subject matter, right? But all right, let's hear some more. Let's see.
The water way down there swimming with the fishes. It's a race to the bottom. And at this particular point, Republicans are winning this race that you don't want to win. But both of these parties are despised.
So there are clearly people who don't like both parties or either party. We call these people double haters. This is a very important voting group. If you are a double
Are you a double hater? If you're a double hater, put a 0 in the chat if you are a double hater. Yeah, I'm a fucking double hater, damn near. I'm a Democrat. I still registered as a Democrat, but I'm a double hater. Yeah. And it's, you know, of course, I hate the Democratic Party a little less. I guess that data is true. Maybe 1 point less. But really, I am tired. And when you talk about tired of two parties not doing enough for the American people, yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. I'm like, I don't agree. They are way out of step with Western values. Like both parties expect you to work yourself to the fucking bone while you're paying taxes for nothing. Like, this is the norm. This is the norm. While you pay them a salary to have better healthcare, private healthcare, not Medicaid and Medicare, while you pay them that salary, they don't even advocate for you have the same health care that they have. I mean, you know, I'm just like, you know, it's
if you're a double hater, this is what we were talking about, right? You know, you go back to 2016, both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump wildly disliked, but Donald Trump won that election because he won the plurality of voters who said they didn't like either candidate. That is the key block this year, the voters who don't like Republicans or Democrats. And who are they going for? This is why the Democratic Party has the race has the edge for the race for the House of Representatives. Choice for House, dislike both parties. Look at this. Democrats at 49%, Republicans at 26%. So Democrats have a very large advantage among those who dislike both parties. And this is what is allowing them to get out into that lead on the generic congressional ballot. It is the reason why they are favorites to take back the U.S. House of Representatives this fall, is because amongst those who dislike both parties, a group that Republicans have won in the years that they have done well, a group that Democrats have won in the years that they have done well, Democrats have a very clear double-digit over 20-point advantage.
And this is the number we're going to keep our eye on through November here, the double haters here. This is a big lead. If the lead stays this big, that could tell us where things are headed in November. One of the issues people care about the most, if not the issue, is affordability, right? And you get the sense that voters don't like either party on that, but...
Yeah, and we're going to have a little fun here because I'm not quite sure if I did this right. No, I did this right. I got the right side in there. I was a little bit worried there. But here we go. Effects of parties' policies on the cost of living. What is driving this number? Look, Democrats are not particularly liked. Just 36% say that they help on the cost of living compared to actually the plurality, 38% who say hurt. But look at this Republican number. They are hated even more. 55% on the key issue of the day say that their policies actually have hurt you on the cost of living. No wonder Democrats are ahead at this point.
This is a roadmap for the type of language you can expect Democrats to use heading into November. Gas prices, of course, have been a big deal. Right now, what are the prediction markets saying about where they might be headed?
Yeah, this is the cost of living, right? Hello, chance that the gas prices on election day are above $3.50 per gallon. Look at this, 81% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market. That number up like a rocket. This is why Republicans or Americans think that Republicans hurt them on the cost of living. This number holds, this number right. Well, I'll tell you this much. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later, that Republican House majority and maybe that Senate majority as well.
It's the American ideal that every generation is supposed to do better than their parents' generation. That's what we all think, but...
It's the great American promise, right? And these are some of the most depressing stats that I think we, Johnny B and I and you have spoken about. And you can see it right here. I mean, life opportunities versus your parents' generation. Worse or better? You go back to 2000. I mean, look at that. 72% said better opportunities versus just 5% who said worse. You go back 10 years ago, better was still ahead of worse, but the numbers get a little bit worse. 44% said better, 25% said worse. Look now at worse, though. The plurality, 45% say the life opportunities versus the parents' generation is in fact worse compared to just 33% who say better. So since the beginning of the 2000s, we've seen nearly a 40% drop in the better percentage and a 40% rise.
I mean, you know, where are the trolls at? You know, where are the people? Let me know. Where are the people that said life is better than ever under Trump? I'm doing great. Where are those people at? Are any here? Of course, I don't believe that, you know, because they never show you anything. These are just like people that will tell you any goddamn thing, you know. But listen, just tell me, type better if you're doing better under Trump regarding the economy. You personally, put better if you believe you personally are doing better under Trump's Republicans leadership right now. Put a worse if you personally I'm not talking about your neighbor. I'm not talking about, maybe your neighbor is doing worse, but I'm just talking about you particularly. Put a worse or a no. Yeah, how about that? Yes for better, no for worse. Let me know, because occasionally you get people that come in the chat and they're like, man, I'm doing better than ever. And I want to make it very clear, because we have the chat on replay so we can get do our anthropology here. That's why I ask these 1 and 2 questions and these simple questions to be able to get some useful data, right? And so please put yes or no. Are you doing better personally? Not maybe your neighbor is doing the same as you, but if it's not you personally, I don't want you to say yes. If you personally are doing better under Trump, say yes. If you personally are doing worse under Trump, say no. I'm just curious about that. Let me see here. Who's in the chat here? Let me read off some of the chat too, so people can see. Okay, so let me see. I'm only going to, you can put a comment, but put no or yes so I can read your comment, because I also need those no's and yeses. Let me see. Church Mouse says no. Okay. Yeah. Look, where you from, Church Mouse? It sucked under Biden too. Well, there you go. That's also fair. I mean, hey, shit, people complained about Biden, and this was one of the main issues. It was the economy. It wasn't all the other shit. People liked Biden, but they didn't like that part, and they complained about it. But now you got Trump, and it's worse, right? But it should be better. But let me see here. Okay, Josh Hanley said no, it's not better, obviously. Lisa 4743 says no. Wilty 5. Okay. No, he says no too. Okay, all right. Let me see here. Have you seen the gas prices lately? That's what Eric wants to know. But okay, and the fifth. What is this? The 50. I don't know what this is. 501. The 501. He says better, but a lot of investment. I don't know what that is. A lot of investment, but this year we are slowing down economically. Okay, all right. So all right, there you go. Yeah. So I was just curious about that. All right, y'all. Well, good looking out, chat. I appreciate that. Let's hear some more about this data. I'm going to review some Hakeem Jeffries stuff too coming up. I just wanted to get through this real quick, do some data. It's kind of nice to have data in the middle. So
worst percentage.
Yeah, before we get on with the conversation, let's see here.
This, to me, more than anything else, tells us about our politics and why we keep seeing this turnover in Washington.
Yeah, getting from here to here, I got to say, is just an extraordinary thing.
Yeah.
Young people, and I got a couple who are in this age range, 18 to 29. What do they see in terms of their opportunities?
Yeah, okay. So what is really driving this percentage, this 40-point rise? How about those under the age of 30? Those, of course, who are just starting off in their lives, starting off in their professional opportunities. Look at these numbers. Life opportunities versus the parents' generation. Age 18 to 29 who say worse. Look at this. It was just 2% in 2000. Then it was
18 to 29. Damn, and these are some young ages to be worried about money, right? But damn, that's like just the beginning of your adult life is worse. Wow. That is deep. Like, that is deep. But of course, maggots are going to ignore this. So, maggots will do what maggots will do. All right. So, you know what I'm saying?
3% in 2016.
Oh my God.
Y'all gonna make me act a fool. It's like this shit right here, boy. This is terrible.
I do think that the Republican Party as a whole cannot ignore this, because this is their future, right? These are the future voters. These are the voters that they have to appeal to for the next upcoming elections, right? This right here. So they can't ignore it. So this is why, to circle back to even yesterday, this is where we're going to start seeing the rhetoric behind the Republicans be more progressive and force both parties to be more progressive. Affordability for housing, grocery stores, income, right? These are all topics that they're going to have to touch.
We've seen Republicans get what did you say they need to get? More aggressive or progressive?
Progressive.
We've seen
right?
them. We've seen them. We've seen them get more progressive. That's why Trump is the president. they got more progressive. they got more. It's like, damn, these motherfuckers don't do that again. Like, progressive in their own way. Digressive, which is digress. Yeah, that's right. We said D. It started with it. They got more Yeah, these motherfuckers, man. Well, it shows you that you can be busy digressing. That's crazy. They were extremely busy digressing, rolling shit back. That's literally MAGA. Go back in time to your rights. Don't be progressive. Don't get a better bang out of your tax dollar. No, get a worse one. Make your life miserable, progressive.
And that's what Republicans is almost exclusively focused on, their older voting base because they're a higher population, right? As birth rates decline, you're going to start seeing both parties appeal to an older crowd, right? That older base that just
I like how
them.
you broke that down. I like how you just broke that down.
You have to remember that crowd has Social Security and Medicare and many other benefits. So considering they have other assets like homes paid off, cars, they're set, they're comfortable. So they really don't have any motivation, to help other folk. The more wealthier that they are, the more richer that they are, the more valuable their assets are, while you are poorer. It's just the way capitalism works.
Yeah. I like how you broke that down. And the language you use, you said, Michael, you said that when they were looking at this population, describe that one more time, please. I'm sorry, just one more time. When dealing with, go ahead.
Republicans mainly, Democrats, and this is the reason why Democrats tend to be more centrist as well, right? They don't want to lose an older voting base because the older voting base on a population wise, they outnumber the younger voters, right? Obviously you want to appeal to your main base, right? To your future voters.
Yeah.
But when it comes to just sheer logistics, right? The older population tends to be the bulk of the population, right? Due to birth rates declines, right? So generation over generation,
it's the math.
You're seeing
math.
You're seeing less and less individuals
who they are
by a population.
Yeah, they have property. They've worked a full life, so they have assets, things like that. So the way they look on paper, they're a factor, though. And they're voting. Those people vote, and so it's not just them being old and a whole lot of them. It's their assets. It's what they mean mathematically, right? Yeah, it's how they measure out.
Military pensions, pensions just from regular work that a lot of times just don't exist anymore. And but Lisa in the chat brought up
right.
Say that again.
But Lisa in the chat brought up a great point, and that can be very detrimental. Elderly that do not have assets, do not have things in place. I read an article recently about a 70-year-old man that only has Social Security. He didn't really save much money his whole life, didn't buy a home. So now he's worried that the Social Security is going to be cut back because he's not going to be working and earning any income. So we're going to have maybe a very elderly generation that's going to solely have to survive just off Social Security, and that could be catastrophic.
Yeah, facts. I like how you both just broke that down. That's what I was getting at here. So really, this is a mathematical equation. So when people say the older people, or what is the term that they use for this? Boomers, or what? Boomers. So when they say boomers, what they're talking about is a mathematical equation. It's not just for the sake of calling them old. It's for what they represent in assets and on paper, their pensions, all of that stuff, the economic
sheer numbers,
and the sheer numbers and the sheer volume of them, right? So, so we have to have politicians that know how to work with that demographic, right? But through being progressive, so it's not there to harm them, right? It's there to acknowledge them, but at the same time, focus on other things that aren't getting done and focus on where the corruption is, because we don't have to tax this group right here. I mean, I don't think the boomers is where the issue is. I think you first got to go to the top of the food chain, That's where the corruption is. That's where things got to be dealt with, and then down and then trickle down. And I think that there's so much that can be done outside of this regulation. Poor policy is our biggest problem, whether you're talking about economics or you're talking about these, should a woman have, people's civil rights in the country. Right. But what do you think, man? I mean, do you think voters are going to get it this time around? Like, I'm glad you brought the thing up about the boomers. In other words, you don't have a political strategy if you can't talk about this group, right?
Yes,
if
you can.
As a candidate.
You absolutely can. And I think you framed it in the proper way, right? You cannot have, you can't run a comprehensive campaign, right? Without boomers and, the older populations, right? In general, right? And, that's not a negative thing, because I think, a country should be defined by how it takes care of its elderly as well, right? And I think,
indeed,
yeah, right.
I think the elderly should have theirs. They're in the richest country in the world.
Of course.
Why shouldn't our why shouldn't our retirees have a good life? Right? They should. But I think that's where the conversation gets distracted, because they make it seem like we want to attack, social democrats want to attack that group of people.
When it's not true, right? In fact, they want to advocate for your
rights,
kids, your grandkids to have an equal amount of social protections,
real wealth,
real exactly
wealth you hold on to,
right, exactly, maintain wealth, right? And I think and I think that's something that I do look for in terms of comprehensiveness, and comprehensiveness means a complexity, right? And when I look at that, I look at what it means to have a comprehensive plan. When I look at from my perspective, what I would like to believe is comprehensive is something that includes taxes for assets, right? But also has a guideline for the elderly, right? Or not even the elderly, the people who are older, right?
Exactly.
Maybe that looks different for, an American, maybe that excludes Americans who are of a certain age, right? Or maybe that includes a tax break for, Americans who are of a certain age, right? So you're not disproportionately affecting your older crowd, right? While still pulling in the needed taxes to create the social benefits that we need, right?
How much,
instead of just excluding everyone who is over a certain amount, right? Who makes over a certain amount, right?
Yeah. It should be comprehensive. It shouldn't be done with an axe.
They're saying the effective tax rate on Social Security is, while it's like 6% for all of us, for people that are over 250,000 or over $1 million, it drops very quickly to like 0.002%.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I would suggest people, guess what I would suggest again? I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back both sides to the colonial period, right? But as a grown-ass man, I live in the country called Denmark, the great country of Denmark, in Copenhagen. And I would suggest Americans look at the Danish tax system. Like, look at it for real and see what's in it and do the math. Because, listen, when you go and you do your tax write-off, let's say you are a business person and you do your tax write-off and you go to your tax lawyer, you're going to want the tax lawyer to figure out how you get the best out of your dollar. That's literally what you do. You need to apply that to the tax code in the United States in a comprehensive manner, in a deeply so you don't waste money. A lot of what's going on in the U.S. is waste, number one, and they blame that waste on the middle class and the poor. But they're wasting loads of money. There's no oversight where, I agree with, the idea that there needs to be someone who reforms, and there needs to be institutions that are stomping out corruption more, right? And also waste, right? I agree with that concept, but who wouldn't agree with, getting rid of waste? That's like, I mean, who wouldn't? Anybody would approve that. But the question is do you approve with how Doge did it? Do you approve of how Elon Musk did it? No. Right. So in a way, a lot of these, I guess they're populist conversations, that would be one. Right. In a way, in a way, anyway, y'all, I'm just going too far down the rabbit hole anyway. But I'm forgetting my damn point. Yeah, everyone agrees with those factors, but in policy, it has to work. They can't just say it. It has to be part of a comprehensive tax. It has to be written into the law. You see what I mean? It has to be written into the tax code. It has to be an idea that's acknowledged and you work with. Right now, there's so many things we don't even do in the tax system in the U.S. We don't even take a good look at folks. I mean, first of all, if you're a taxpayer, shouldn't the government already have an idea about where the average person is going to do well? Shouldn't they have a medium income, an idea of what that is? I mean, of course, in the U.S., it's broken up into states and things like that. So different parts of the state. But still, can't you come with something that, even with that, in certain sectors, make four economic zones in the U.S. and then come out with a plan for each economic zone that works? To me, it just seems like a lot of the money is just going out the window in spaces that other countries simply don't do. Right. Even the military spending. Look at the fucking military spending. And I don't have a problem with the U.S. military. I love the U.S. military. I respect soldiers. I respect our service people. I do. You know what I'm saying? I'm an American. So I got friends that have been in the military too, family members that have been in the military too. And so that's what it is when you're an American citizen. You don't look down on your own military. You appreciate their service because people are dying. People are losing their lives. They are out there doing a job. But I know some people maybe won't like my take on that. But having said all that, they don't deserve all the money without oversight. I think they say they can't even account for the money spent under the Pentagon.
Oh. No, they can't. I think they're going on 5 or 6 years consecutively that they can't they have no clue.
Yeah.
And they don't know where the money is at all. They just ask for more. And they know they're going to get it.
Yeah.
And it's things like the NDAA that allow for spending that type of spending, right? And that's what it means to have comprehensiveness, right? To have some sort of cohesiveness and a complicated system that puts these things in checks.
Yeah,
right?
but these numbers here, right? These numbers with the youth, they're trying to put the youth against the elderly, the youth against the retired. In the argumentation when really nobody in the country, whether they're Democrat, center Democrat, or leftist, should go after these groups. These are the groups that everybody should be rallying around. This is the working class. These are the people that will be the working class, right? These are the people that will pay the debt. It's not even the retired people that's going to pay the debt.
Exactly.
It's these people, right? And they will be paying for a lifetime at this age. So they're smart enough to get it. So whoever's making policy right now needs to account for these two groups, the boomers and this group. What's this group called? 25 to
Gen Z.
Yeah, Gen Z. It's 18 to 20 something, 25, right? This is something like that. This is Gen Z versus the boomers. They should be all inclusive. Politicians should work with both groups and find a way to stabilize their lives, right? What's good for them, could it be good for everybody else?
It should, right?
I don't know. I mean, it sounds to me like it. Yeah, that's the realm. That's where you want to do your work in terms of comprehensive how the system is going to support civil rights. How your social security, how Medicaid, how the public sector with this money, the things that affect the public sector, the issues that we need. Roads, healthcare, education. Somebody should want to know how the tax system is integrated with that. With those things, they should want to see how much of your taxes goes to these things, certain kind of things, whether it goes to healthcare. And if you pay any taxes that go to healthcare, you should be able to get healthcare and walk away without debt. Without debt, you should be able to go there, walk out of there without debt. The healthcare service,
in contrast, right?
Yeah,
in contrast to what we do spend, right? So when we look at our budget as a country, don't just give out a number and say 2 trillion. Right. 2 trillion in comparison to what other major spending, right? And what does that spending look like for accountability when that spending is is accounted for, right?
Right.
Is that spending efficient,
Yeah.
right? Are we spending that money efficient? And clearly we're not when it comes to things like the Pentagon, because we
Yeah,
just
this ain't checkers.
automatically increase their budget. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's got to be more comprehensive than checkers. It's got to be
Exactly.
very
It
detailed
has to.
and explained, and around it, a comprehensive reporting on those things, right? Yeah, the data. Yeah. The
Exactly.
volume.
Especially when it comes to
Go
our
ahead.
tax system, right? When it comes to how we're taxing, right? It can't just be a black and white, right?
Right.
You make over this amount, you get taxed this amount. Yes,
Right.
that's the fundamental basis,
Right.
but there should be nuance to it. There should be exceptions. There should be no exceptions in certain manners, right? And how comprehensive, because we don't want these loopholes that allow for unchecked capitalism, right? That continues the wealth inequality. But we also want to be able to get enough taxes and have the accountability, right? When the Pentagon fails an audit, what is the repercussion? The answer is nothing. And there should be, right? Because that's trillions of dollars wasted that we can't account for, that could be used for healthcare, right? That could be used for education, right? And, that oversight is what's needed. But when we say less government involved in our lives, we tend to have unchecked systems that allow for unchecked spending, like the Pentagon, right? And the trillions and billions of dollars that we spend that aren't accountable when they can't pass an audit, there should be repercussions behind that.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? It's how many years? You say
Yeah,
8 years. 8 years they've made no accounting.
Yes. If you did that in your taxes, you'd be in jail right now.
Hey,
you'd be in jail.
That sounds like a Biden and Trump conspiracy. Maybe they conspired together. Ever thought of that one? Yeah.
I mean, and it doesn't. And remember, this is 8 consecutive, right? We don't, and we're not even going in depth into what it looked like in the past.
No, they're like,
what that spending looked like.
They're like,
right?
man, fuck you. They're like, we ain't accounting for shit. 8 years in a row. Look, somebody came there. Someone came there and knocked on the door. We want an account for the money you spent. Somebody opened the door and just punched them in their fucking eye. Pow! And slammed the door in their face. 8 consecutive years. Don't you ever ask that question again, you dumb mother. It's like, how do you not get an account for that?
And when we look at the audits that they did give in, where the spending would make anyone sick to use their budget. They've been on record spending hundreds of dollars for plain mugs just to spend the money so they can get an increase on that budget next year. I'm talking dinners, lavish dinners, steak, lobster dinners, just to spend the money so that they can get more funding the next year. This is the type of waste. When we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, why aren't we calling out that? Why aren't we forcing repercussions on that? That is waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah. Not
cutting systems that are beneficial to your average constituents and taxpayers, right? Because when the Pentagon spends hundreds of dollars on mugs that cost $1 to make, that's fraudulent. That's borderline fraudulent.
Well, it's dangerous. It's dangerous because you need an accountant. You need an account for what you have, and how much money you've spent. So you need a real accounting, just period, right?
Yes.
But what if you find out that they say they gave certain weapons to certain countries, and what if you find out that the countries, they had to make deals on the side where they didn't necessarily get what's written in the U.S. account, right? But they just have to take it because otherwise they would get no help anyway, right? And so what if you find out that even not only is the spending being, is there fraud and no accounting that way, but even your assets. Like, it just makes you wonder, if you can't account for your money, for your spending, what else can you not account for? It's just really obvious, So I just think, in any case, I just wanted to focus on that part. Like, who are the demographics that people that are running for office, whether you're Republican or a Democrat, whether you're a center Democrat or you're a DSA Democrat, whichever kind you are, right wing MAGA or center Republican, right center Republican. What should that really look like outside of that? And to me, it tells me the youth and the boomers, right? If we have a tax system that is working for them, I mean, a tax system that is not a burden to them, but is a backup for them, a backup for them, right? They're, a service to them. That's what it should be. Paying taxes, you should get a service for the taxes you pay, period. And that's what you pay for. It's a, so it needs to be treated just like anything else. And but in any case, let's hear some more. Let me see. How many other data points did I have here? They have a few. Let's go through them. Let's see. I appreciate that, Michael.
Professional opportunities. Look at these numbers. Life opportunities versus the parents' generation. Age 18 to 29 who say worse. Look at this. It was just 2% in 2000. Then it was 23% in 2016.
Oh, my God.
Now, oh, my God. That is what Johnny B is saying on the side of the screen there.
So it's actually 18 to 29. Okay.
The majority, 54%, say, in fact, their life opportunities versus their parents' generation is worse. That is an over 50-point climb in the last 26 years since the beginning of this century. This, more than anything else, tells us so much about our politics right now.
This is bleak.
It's
this
very
is just
bleak.
incredibly bleak. How about shifts among this group in their opinions toward President Trump?
Yeah, I think, we've seen just all this turnover, right? President Trump put up this historically strong performance among those under the age of 30. But now, as he hasn't been able to deliver in their eyes, look at this. Under the age of 30, Trump net approval. It was plus 10 points at the beginning of his presidency, and now way down there, minus 30 points. And Johnny B., if you're looking at some districts where you may in fact see the implications of this, go to Texas, one of the youngest states in the nation. Go to a district that is very young, well less than median age than what we see nationwide. Chance to win in Texas 15. This is a plus 18 Trump district. Look at this. It's basically a dead even race right now, according to the Kalshi prediction markets. 52% chance for the Democrat, 49% chance for the Republican. And that tells us everything we need to know. Younger people just don't see the opportunities that those in past generations saw compared to their parents. And you're seeing these big swings as they kind of push out Republicans, pull them in, push them out, as they just don't feel that they've been able to deliver. He is reaching record lows yet again. He is losing. Just take a look here. Okay. Trump net approval hits a term 2 low. Look at this. 31 points underwater. 31 points underwater according to Ipsos, the Reuters Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at plus 6 points. So he is down, what is that? The math quickly with me. 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his second presidency. President Trump was unpopular going into the midterms during his first presidency, but not anywhere as unpopular as this. He was 12 points underwater. So he is doing, versus where he was at term number 1 at this point, he is doing, what is the math here quickly? He is doing 19 points worse than he was doing in term number 1 at this point. And of course, those midterms were quite disastrous for the Republican Party. So you look at these numbers and you just go, oy vey if you're a Republican.
All right. Independents have a big role to play always in elections. Give us some sense of where they stand, because there is still a lot of the party that supports Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay. So, Republicans still in large part support Donald Trump, but as independents who are the name of the game, they are the driver in elections. And just look at why these numbers are falling the way that they are. It is because of independents. Look at these drops. I mean, Trump's net approval rating among independents, term 2, he's 47 points underwater now. 47 points underwater. He was at minus 1 point at the beginning of his presidency, basically treading water, right? So what is that? That's a 46-point drop. So you see that drop of 31 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency, or 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency among the overall electorate. But that's nothing compared to this 46-point drop among independents. And compare that to where he was at this point in term number 1 before those midterms. Again, he was underwater then, but he was just 10 points underwater then. Now he's 47 points underwater. So that's a drop of 37 points. So this has been the problem with President Trump's second term, according to the public, which is he is going and placating the base, but leaving the center of the electorate behind. But you know what? You have to win the center of the electorate in order to maintain your popularity, in order for Republicans to win in these midterm elections. But independents are saying, you know what? We don't like what's going on. See you later.
Yeah, and the big question.
Bravo, independents. Bravo. Yeah. Big up to the independents. I mean, I want to hear more independents. I haven't had anybody that's an independent. Who came up here that was an independent? Have there been some guests that have been independents? I'm thinking, was there one? There must have been one that was. We had a.
They were independent. They were more libertarian, and that was their reason for being independent.
Yeah. We had
not
Dems,
necessarily a true independent.
Yeah, we had Dems, and then we had libertarians. We haven't had really a Republican, right?
No,
not a MAGA Republican. We haven't had
not a conservative Republican, a libertarian Republican, not conservative.
Yeah, we've had libertarian Republicans. We haven't had one independent up here on the panel.
No, and if they have, they were also a libertarian independent.
Right. Okay. I got you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and we got you. You're DSA. So we have you here. We have Eric. Is Eric DSA? Eric, you DSA, bro? Eric Klein. I think he's in the chat.
Check the chat.
Yeah. Let me know. Are you an independent, Eric, or are you a Dem? I think he's a Dem. He's not a rank and file, but I guess you could say liberal Democrat. Yeah. And
progressive Dem, right?
Yeah. But I'm trying to think. One of our other guests may have been an independent. One of them, just one. We had a few, so we've had a few different folks. One out of, I forget the guy's name. How can I not remember his name? The guy, the dude out of Pennsylvania. Actually, I got to go back to that stream and find out who that was again. He's still on Discord though. And then we had a few others. We had Carpe Diem. Then we also have Sandaker, right? From Norway, right? And then we have who else did we have? We had a few other people, but in any case, all right, let's continue. I want to see some more about this and then get into this Hakeem Jeffries thing.
The question is, do they show up and vote for a Democrat or do they not show up? Those are always the questions that you have to ask. I do want to ask you about what this might mean.
What I wanted to ask you, Michael, is do you think that independents, do you think they can fall for this culture thing again? What do you think motivates them as a voter? Your average independent, if there's one.
I do think that your average independent, what motivates them is change, right? And that was in the form of MAGA, and hopefully this is in the form of DSA now, right? I do think that change is what motivates, independents most, right? When they see the outliers of your standard two-party system, that's when they get engaged, right? That's when they want to participate in democracy, right? And what they believe is more representative of their values, right? And what they believe in, right? And I truly do believe that that's more so when independents show up, right? When they believe that there's an outlier of the two-party system that they are tired of and they don't want to participate in, and then they see something that galvanizes them, right? Something that appeals to them, and they're like, you know what? I have to vote for this because this is representative of my ideals. We saw that with Bernie. We saw that with Bernie Sanders, right? As an independent, as Bernie was an independent and then moved. I mean, obviously he was independent because the Dems were such established, right? They were just more rank and file Dems. But he is a socialist. He's a democratic socialist at heart. He is a progressive Dem, by face value. And so we saw the overwhelming support for Bernie Sanders, and a lot of independents showed up for him, right? And I think, the same was said for MAGA. They justified it, but I do believe that MAGA for them was an outlier to your standard two-party system. That was the appeal to MAGA, right? And then it just became a ultra conservative hub now to what it is now, but initially it was to drain the swamp, right? These are the rhetorics, right? No new wars, right? These were all rhetorics that a lot of your independents were that it appealed to those independents, and I do think that that's where the DSA has an edge, right? That's where the DSA has its appeal now, You know, and I think the Republicans
yes, right,
their
bro.
counterparts, right?
And look
you know,
at
I
this.
think that's independence. Go ahead.
Look at what the data says here. It says that from Ballotpedia, they say that there's 45.3 million party affiliated. No, I'm sorry, 45.3 million registered Democrats. I'm sorry, I'm tripping. Yeah, 38.3 million registered Republicans, 37.7 million registered independents, unaffiliated, and 4.5 million third minor parties. So this is what DSA is not the third minor party, is it?
No, because it's within the Democratic Party.
It's within the Democratic, so that's why those numbers are a little bigger. Okay, so what is, to me, this tells me that independents matter a lot. Yeah. If Dems and independents vote together, we can clean up a lot of garbage. We can clean up a lot of trash together. We can fix a lot of things for the country. Yeah, actually, things that need to be done, real things that exist in reality. I hate to have to say it that way, but shit that really exists. You know, because Lord knows Trump is fixing all kinds of shit that didn't need fixing. You know what I'm saying? He's made shit work. Yeah, everything.
In fact, he broke it.
He broke anything that worked. He broke, instead of fixing things that, you know, or doing things that could be making things work better. He just fucked everything up. And you know, so maybe you're one of these independents, right? Maybe you're one of these independents and you're listening. Let me know. Who is an independent in the chat? Is anybody independent? Yo, throw an XXX in the chat if you're independent. I'm just curious. I'm not an independent, but it doesn't matter. These are just terms. So, you know, that people could be independent one day and be a Dem one day, or be a Dem one day and become independent one day. You know, it happens all the time. I'm just curious out there how many independents, because that's a lot of y'all. 37 million is a big number. I expected that to be smaller. Yeah.
Isn't that higher than the Republicans, or is that just shy of the Republican numbers? What was the Republican numbers again?
Here, the Republican numbers, look at this. The Republican numbers were 38.3 million, and the independents are on their ass. Hard. Wow. The independents are on their ass. Yeah. If they united together, they would be a force against the Republicans for real. But united with the Democrats, we're both a force in the country. That's for sure. Independents are more. Would you say an independent is more likely to vote for a Democrat than a Republican?
I think so. I do think so. I do think that, you know, an independent is more likely to vote Democrat than they are Republican. Okay. Because remember, Republicans, you know, in my view, Republicans are based more in respectability politics, right? Religion, things like that, that are necessarily unwavering, right?
Right.
Either you believe in, you know, pro-choice, or you don't, right? Either you believe in, you know, church being, you know, a part of state, or you don't, right? So I do believe most do tend to vote more aligned with democratic values, right? In terms of, obviously, freedom of speech, right? Less hate speech, right? Where your conservative values are more dug in religion and what they don't want, right? Versus what
science.
They do want.
The lack is fiction, religion and fiction, not science. Yeah. What's the opposite of science? Pseudo? Yeah. They invested in pseudosciences heavily.
Yeah. No, they have. Pseudosciences are, you know, and this is what has created
no vaccines, pseudoscience. Like, what the fuck? You wouldn't even be here, man. You would have been exterminated a long time ago without vaccines, dude. Talk about you won't replace us. That's exactly why your hard ass is being replaced. Being replaced.
That's what separates us from third world countries, right? The fact that we can get vaccinated, like,
it's crazy
that people still don't believe in vaccines because they haven't been educated. And again, I do think that a part of it is obviously
an immigrant who took their vaccine is going to replace you. That's who's going to replace you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
At least he had the brains to get vaccinated. Like, what the fuck? We need people that's going to vaccinate, goddammit. The rest of you. Otherwise, we ain't going to have a population. Okay, all right. Anyway, I'm sorry, Eric.
Right, and today, Master V, there was a big thing backlash towards RFK because now they're finding salmonella in dog food.
Yes,
and blueberries. There was a listeria breakout.
How do you do that? How do you get salmonella in dog food and blueberries? What the fuck?
Yeah, and granola is going bad. So there's just no inspectors anymore, and the corporations are going crazy, and it's getting bad.
Anybody want me to send some food packages from Denmark? I could do it. It will be clean food, the best Denmark has to offer. I will package that shit and have it sent to you. No problem.
Right, that might be a business. That might be.
I'll do it.
That might be a future business, right?
Yeah, I will do
I'm scared to eat anything in America.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's crazy, and I think, this hurts businesses as well, right? You're less likely to eat out, right, with things like this and outbreak, right?
Of course.
Right?
But then again, to some people that doesn't ring a bell at all. They would be like, well, it's time to go eat out. Salmonella, and they complaining about salmonella and all the food and shit. I'm going to get you at a restaurant. That'll help. Like
going to Chipotle, right?
Okay. This is hard. This is scary. No, that should be scary. People should be worried about
in combinations with anti-vaxxing and the spread of these vaccines as if they haven't worked for years, for almost up to 100 years. We're talking about some of these vaccines, and now that rollback, we're seeing outbreaks that we haven't seen in 50 plus years in America, right? The consumption of raw milk, right? Them not understanding the importance of pasteurization, right? And these are things that, it goes to show that once it's promoted on a state level, how hard it's going to be to pull these things back for the next administration, to actually inform the disinformed after you've propagated them and made them believe that what they believe in terms of the falsities is true.
Right.
That's going to take a generation or two, tens of years, 10, 20 plus years to get us back to where we were after the Trump saga, right? So, it's saddening to know that as an American that there's so much work that has to be done, even if the first thing is to get Trump out of office, right? Aside from that, we're going to have to do a bunch of other reforms in order to get America even back on a regular track, right? Forget progressive, just a regular track, right? And that's scary, right? That's scary for a lot of people because they open the door for misinformation, disinformation, and any candidate going forward, whatever appeals to them and whatever they think allows for their best chances are, they're just gonna make stuff up, right? Or go with the current zeitgeist, even if it hurts, harms, and disenfranchises, average Americans. It's gonna be seen as okay, right? Because this is what Trump has done, right? He's destroyed the moral fabric of America, and that's scary. That
in a short period of time. Yeah,
in a very short period of time.
Yeah. And they say, what is happening here with these with this outbreak? Is it like because of parasite? You said it's salmonella, or is it parasites, or what exactly?
It's the regulation, right? The regulations and the fact that we've made major cuts to a lot of these agencies that regulates our food, right? That check for the sources and outbreaks for salmonella, listeria, right? When we look at some of these things, these departments have been defunded and essentially virtually almost eliminated because they were marked as waste, fraud, and abuse under the guise of Doge, right? And regular just Trump agency in general, right? Just defunding them, allowing for job cuts, right? And then the further job cuts through Doge, through agencies like Doge, right? So those checkpoints have now been virtually eliminated, right? We don't have those checkpoints, and when we have these checkpoints virtually gone because we don't have the staff, right, and the same amount of people doing the work, these are the outbreaks we get, right? But they framed it under fraud, waste, and abuse, and Americans ate it up. Why are we spending $100 billion on clean energy, and why are we spending $100 billion, or why are we cutting federal? Why are we cutting federal? Why don't we cut federal jobs? These federal jobs are some of the most important jobs, that check the vitality of our own food, right? Of our infrastructure, and they've allowed it to make it commonplace and have you believe that it was waste and fraud, right? That people like Biden were just spending money because they wanted to.
Shameful,
right?
bro. And also,
it's
but you know what?
horrible.
You have to be fucking ignorant or like used to this cult bullshit. Like, what is it about people that just are that would seriously look at Biden that way and in defense of Trump? Like, their whole thing about supporting Trump was that Biden was the bad guy. He was the Kabbalah. He was the Kabbalah. He was the mystery man. He was the Epstein file dude. And it turns out to be Trump, but yet these people still follow him. Like, with a vengeance.
And that's back to the reason why, independents voted for him. I think they wanted to see the Epstein files. They were curious. He had promised to release them. I think they thought as soon as he got elected, they were going to see them quickly, and it was going to reveal, a lot of what was going on. I just think a lot of them were dumb enough to not think that Trump was in the Epstein files.
Yeah, agreed. More than agreed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That, along with no new wars, along with a bunch of other rhetoric, right? Draining the swamp, right? And those rhetorics allowed for a lot of independents to fall victim to Trump and the MAGA movement, right? And I think a lot of them are hopefully waking up. And I think that's what we're seeing when it comes to, a lot of the progressive movement now, right? And when we start seeing people register to vote and how they're registering to vote, we'll see what that looks like in these general elections as these midterms come to an end in November. We'll see. We will see. We will see.
Yeah,
they did see a huge uptick in voters amongst traditional non-voters, which is a class that's oftentimes not talked about, the apathy voters. And when it came to that one subject of releasing the Epstein files, a lot of people did vote.
Well, I hope there's an uptick in registrations right now, and I hope there's an uptick in voting. Because we're gonna need this. We're gonna need everyone on deck, all hands on deck. Like, everyone has to come out because this is a serious fire. This is a serious problem in the U.S. Like, everyone needs to step up and play a role. Because listen, don't get me wrong. I mean, some people are going to do better off than others, no matter what you do, right? But most of you are average Americans, and that ain't you. All right, so just that are watching me. I mean, listen, there's not too many. I don't know. I'm not telling you to disclose it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm the rich folks' entertainment or something. All the rich folks watching me, right? Maybe that's what's going on here. All the billionaires watch my program. That's what's going on. But let me put it that way then. Fuck it. I don't want to degrade my audience and shit. Fuck it. Let's forget that approach. Everybody send me a Cash App, you rich people. Come on. Everybody get the Cash Apps rolling in here. Rich folk. Come on. You're not poor. You ain't worried about the economy. That's not you. You're not worried about your job tomorrow.
Yeah, if you send enough money, we'll be nicer to Trump.
Yeah, exactly. I will. We're going to get off Trump's ass. Send us $1 million. We off his ass tomorrow.
We could grift, but we don't, right? Like, I think that's what the viewers should always, and I think that's the reason to subscribe, right?
True.
You don't ask for donations. Yeah. You don't ask for their money first and foremost, right? If they give it, great, that's fine. You want to support the channel, we'll always encourage it. But I do think that, a lot of these other channels.
You're rich. Why not? You're rich.
Money,
I mean,
right?
it's not a problem. You're wealthy.
They'll convince you.
You're not the meek of America. You're not the underclass. You're the wealthy. You're doing good because of Trump.
You're not the underrepresented.
Come on. Yeah, you're not the underrepresented. Don't worry about the election. Just send me your money. All right, so look, forget it, man. Nothing gonna change, man. Just send me your money. Nothing gonna change. Fuck that. I ain't voted in 20 years, man. Send me a Cash App. All right, so yeah, that's wild, right? That's some crazy shit. But in any case, no, on real time vote. You don't have to send us your money. Just do a like. We'll settle for a like. That'll solve it. We regular podcasters, okay? We here for the thrill, not for the dollar bill. All right, let's go. Yeah, because it's all hands on deck, man. You got to be here when the country is falling. Like, what the hell? Don't miss today. Whatever you do, do not miss activity today in these times. Like, these are some real times. All right, we're going to get through it together. But let's hear some more of this, and then we're going to get into some other things that are also relevant. Let's see here. What's the time? 3. Let me see. What other stats do they have? Let's get to some green. Something that's looking real good.
Yeah, 3 hours, babe.
Yeah, let's go here. Let's see what this one is.
What's indeed.
Here we go. Damn, compared to Trump, damn, really? Because Trump is way worse than Bush.
Look at this. Trump 31 points underwater. Bush was also 31 points underwater. George W. Bush, at this point before the 2006 midterm, Republicans lost not just the House, but the United States Senate as well. And if these
Okay, that's a good stat right there. Very good. See, George Bush, that's a good stat.
These numbers hold and this historical analogy holds, Democrats will have a very happy election night and election week afterwards, indeed.
If you vote, but again, this is an all hands on deck thing. And keep in mind, they may actually say, fuck this. We ain't even going to count these votes. They might try a January 6th. They might try something like that. They may try anything. You don't even know. You can never put it. You can't. It's not going to be safe until the government is in free Americans' hands, under free Americans' control again. Yeah, because right now it's not. It's owned by the corporations. That's it. And Jeffrey Epstein's corporate buddies.
Democratic socialism is no longer just a polling phenomenon. It is in the real world. We are seeing actual candidates winning primaries. What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about this. DSA or DSA endorsed congressional candidates currently in Congress. There is just 1, 2. Now we're talking about 4 times as many, 8 candidates who have won 2026 primaries, and 7 of those are favorites to win in the fall, win in the general election. So the Democratic Socialists of America's ranks in Congress, they are definitely growing, getting larger.
All right, so where are these wins happening? Is there a specific area, or what are you seeing with the numbers?
Yeah, okay, you might just say, oh, this is just a phenomenon in the Northeast. This is part of the Acela corridor. This is just an urban phenomenon. No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Where DSA candidates won primaries for Congress, they're all Democrats. Yeah, you got 3 in New York. But you got 2 in Michigan, you got 1 in Colorado, you got 1 in Florida last night running for the Senate, and you got 1 in Pennsylvania. So this is not just a Northeast phenomenon in terms of these DSA candidates who are winning primaries. Yes, they are primarily in urban areas, but they are happening across the map, from the Northeast to the Midwest to the Mountain West, and then last night down in the South in Florida. So this is happening across the political map. We are seeing these DSA candidates winning in Democratic primaries. As I said, they are becoming a larger part.
Yo, Michael, let me ask you a question. I asked you where the DSA candidates in that data, right? Were they in the independents? Were they a part of the you said independents, right? No, you said Democrats. You said that most of the DSA are reflected in the Democratic Party numbers. But how many independents do you think are also maybe changed to DSA? Or are DSA? You don't think there's any?
No, I definitely do. I think that they've.
Okay.
I think. See, so what happens is when you're a registered independent, you don't get to vote in primaries, right? That's why I didn't highlight them when it came to these primaries, because they wouldn't be able to vote in these primaries if you're a registered independent, right? So they're waiting for, and that's why I circle back to the general elections. We'll see come the general elections what that looks like a whole lot more if these independents do decide to come out and vote overwhelmingly Dem, right? Because that's going to be the difference right there, right? Right now, when we look at when we look at independents, they don't get a say in the primaries, right?
Right.
It's strictly the two parties who are allowed to vote in the primaries, right? If you're a registered Republican, you can vote in the primaries.
Right.
If you're a registered Democrat, you can vote for
So
your Democratic.
their numbers are pretty much locked out. They don't have primaries. Independents don't have primaries. They don't run candidates.
Not unless there's an independent candidate who's running in a primary, which mostly is never.
Yeah. So there's no real independent party. That's
yes,
not a party.
There isn't,
That's
right?
just
Exactly.
different groups of people. A number of a massive amount of people. They could be a party, but they don't agree. They disagree even more.
Yes, there you go. They're independent for different reasons, right?
Oh my
and
God,
most of them feel that a two-party system doesn't represent them, but they may lean left, they may lean right, right? Most of them, I do genuinely believe that they lean left, because conservative values are kind of black and white, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You either believe in certain things or you just don't, right? It's not a definite. Nothing's ever a definite, right? Nothing exists, as a definite. But for the most part, but when we to circle back, we'll see what this looks like in general elections, right? Bernie Sanders, for example, was an independent for many years, but once he decided to play on a larger stage, he went under the Democratic banner, right? He's a progressive, and a staunch supporter of the DSA movement. But when we look at how he ran his campaign, it essentially fell under the Democratic Party, right? Because you can only run essentially under those two-party systems. Otherwise, you're fighting a losing battle, right? And so that's why, even to circle back to these midterms, independents wait for the general elections in these midterms, which is in November. November 3rd is the general election. They're waiting for that moment in order to step out and vote, right? For whichever candidate, may that be red or blue, best fits their ideals, right? Whichever galvanizes them. And I do think that the DSA movement will bring a lot of independents out, right? That'll bring a lot of them to the voting booths. It'll bring a lot of them to really want to represent what they haven't seen in a two-party system in quite some time, right? There's always been a progressive movement, but none that had legs like the DSA. That's again within the Democratic Party, like within, right? We've seen them on an independent level. We've seen progressive movements on an independent level, but to see it within the Democratic Party is very different, right? In a two-party system, that matters a lot, and I think that's why the DSA is getting a lot of movement now and a lot of recognition now, because they are formally under and visible in the Democratic Party in a two-party system. But yeah, man.
I'm just looking at the chat. I'm sorry. All right, look. So yeah. Let me see. I'm looking at some of the comments there. I'm gonna get into the chat in a second. Let's hear the rest of this. Sorry. Thanks. I appreciate that, Michael. Thank you.
Democratic primary, not just in the polling data.
So I'm just asking because some of y'all are independents out there that listen. So I'm just curious about that. But let me know if you're independent. Chime in the chat. Let me know. I didn't see too many people answer that question. If you are independent, put a 1 in the chat.
Actual people casting their ballots, casting their votes for these DSA candidates.
Give us some idea what the percentages are here of the wins versus the loss, because there are more DSA candidates out there, it appears.
Yeah, okay. So the thing that I will note is even though the DSA is growing to be a larger part of the Democratic Party, right, they are not the majority of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still primarily non-DSA members. You could see it here. DSA endorsed congressional candidates won their primaries. Yes, we have 8. But look at this. At least 17 have lost their primaries. So they're batting about 33%, right? Or a little bit there, which is pretty good for a baseball hitter, right? But not particularly good in terms of actually becoming a majority of the party. So yes, the DSA is growing. It is becoming a larger phenomenon, but it is not yet one that has taken over the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still full of traditional Democrats, not those who are coming in and trying to implement DSA ideology.
Right, and you have to note, this is the primary. This is not the general election yet.
So this is not the general election, and I know Angie Nixon had a good night last night, but she is an underdog in Florida. She is the one of the 8 who have won who is most likely not going to win in the general election. The test of whether the DSA.
I mean, look, I see this. I don't know how he described that, but I see this as they're saying 8 won, 17 lost, but 2 times 8 is 16. So that means, and he said they're batting at 30, but this is more like 50. Isn't this more like 50? Like, isn't that more like 50? I mean, what? I'm just saying, according to his own numbers, look at this. This is weird. I don't know. You tell me, is that right? What he said, 2/3? Let's hear it again.
No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Where DSA candidates won primaries for Congress, they're all Democrats. Yeah, you got 3 in New York, but you got 2 in Michigan. You got 1 in Colorado. You got 1 in Florida last night running for the Senate, and you got 1 in Pennsylvania. So this is not just a Northeast phenomenon in terms of these DSA candidates who are winning primaries. Yes, they are primarily in urban areas, but they are happening across the map, from the Northeast to the Midwest to the Mountain West, and then last night down in the South in Florida. So this is happening across the political map. We are seeing these DSA candidates winning in Democratic primaries. As I said, they are becoming a larger part of the Democratic primary, not just in the polling data, but actual people casting their ballots, casting their votes for these DSA candidates.
Give us some idea what the percentages are here of the wins versus the loss, because there are more DSA candidates out there, it appears.
Yeah, okay. So the thing that I will note is, even though the DSA is growing to be a larger part of the Democratic Party, right, they are not the majority of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still primarily non-DSA members. You could see it here. DSA endorsed congressional candidates won their primaries. Yes, we have 8. But look at this. At least 17 have lost their primaries. At least 17 have lost their primaries. So they're batting about 33%.
You see that? 33%? Is that what they call 33%? Is that correct? I don't know. You tell me. Is this 33% or is this 50%? Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't get that. I think that's some weird, the way they describe that. I don't get. For me, when I look at how many they won 8, they lost 17. 2 times 8 is 16. That's damn near equal. I mean,
add the 8 plus the 17. I'm assuming that's how he's getting his numbers.
Add the 8 plus the 17.
Yes, because that's the total number of elections ran.
Oh, so that's how. Okay, okay. So it's me. It's me who's a. Yeah, okay, so that's 33%.
He described it poorly, but yes.
I don't know.
Instead of saying the total amount of races in general, and then highlighting the losers and winners, he just highlighted winners versus losers.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. It makes sense. That's what I mean. Like, but do you think there's more to this data? I mean, is it just me, bro, or is it like, I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. Maybe that is 33%. I should just let it be. It's 33%.
It is. The data that I've looked at in the past tends to be around that 33%. But what he's also not saying is he's not saying how close they've been. He's not saying how close those elections were. Right? He's not. I think that's where it becomes a bit more, coy. Right? Where he's not saying. He's not breaking it down further to describe which races were extremely close.
Okay.
Right? Like Hong's, right? Like Hong's race, which was extremely close, right? It's like splitting hairs in terms of her loss, and a lot of other DSA members who lost by just being outspent for the most part, right? And how much that mattered in those elections, and how narrow of a loss those losses were. I think that's something that, he's being disingenuous by not bringing that up.
Right.
At least in my opinion, right?
Yeah, it's true. I don't know. I just thought like it's true what you say though, and of course this is 33%. I'm just joking. It's crazy, but I'm trying to find another way. Like it just seemed like he sounded a little like he was too happy to say that. But 33%. Let's keep it real. 33%. We could round it up to 50%. How about we say that? We just round it up. Let's do how they do. We will round it up. This number, when you consider all the bias, all the anti-DEI shit that's out there, we have to give this one extra credit. This 8, it's hard work going into this 8. Right? This 8 had to work harder than others that won their elections.
And think about the spending, right? Like the Democratic Socialists are visible within the Democratic Party that doesn't want them to be visible and is spending the more money than Republicans to not have them primary.
They have little money
as a primary candidate.
They have little money. Yeah. DSA.
In comparison,
right? So think about this in terms of a person who comes to you and basically wants something for free, right? That way, when you go to the DSA, you're going to them with less money, right? When you're going to the center Democrats, that's big. That takes a lot more money, right? Essentially, right?
It takes
a
lot more money.
That's crazy. So these 8 wins, they won them spending far less money, maybe 10% of what the Dems spent, right? Something like that.
No,
like
you can say that. Yeah,
a minuscule amount compared to what Dems are spending to get center Dems in. I think it's okay, even if it's 30%. I think that's a beautiful size. I think that's a wonderful size.
Huge. I mean, I can't name any other progressive movement within the Democratic Party that's had so much visibility in my lifetime. Like in my lifetime, it's always been an established Dem. Always. Down to Bill Clinton, right? It's always been an established Dem. That has always taken the reins or has always been visible. You have never seen a party within a party that is progressive, especially on the Democratic side.
That's real democracy. That's real democracy.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're challenging them in the Democratic Party. Yeah, I like it, man. It's something that means people are progressive. People want change. All right, let's see here. Is there more to this data? Let's hear. We're almost there. They got some bit about Kamala Harris. That might be interesting. Let's peep.
A little bit there, which is pretty good for a baseball hitter, right? But not particularly good in terms of actually becoming a majority of the party. So yes, the DSA is growing. It is becoming a larger phenomenon, but it is not yet one that has taken over the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still full of traditional Democrats, not those who are coming in and trying to
relax. Don't be scared.
Implement DSA ideology.
Right, and you have to note this is the primary. This is not the general election yet. So
don't run for the hills yet. Take it easy now. Don't over exaggerate. Don't go out screaming.
This is not the general election, and I know Angie Dixon.
Yeah, but you better run away from AIPAC.
Last night.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they better be worried about AIPAC. Why are they worried about a small group of people with a little bit of money when they can worry about a smaller group of people spending way more money? I mean, come on, like these people are no threat to society, and yet the groups that can be argued to be a threat to your democracy, they just laugh about. Oh no, worry about the Democratic Socialists organizing. Worry about them. Don't worry about AIPAC. Who's AIPAC? AIPAC Jenkins or what? You know what I'm saying? AIPAC Jenkins, I know him. All right, let's hear. They coming up with some data about Kamala Harris now.
We haven't really quite tested just yet. Look, the Washington primary historically has been pretty predictive of what we see come the midterm elections. That is the swing we see from the presidential vote, the prior presidential vote, to what we see in terms of the cumulative, adding up all the Democrats and all the Republicans and chasing the margin between them. That swing has been quite predictive for the midterm elections. That is the U.S. House popular vote within 2 points, within 2 points. So this is quite predictive of what's going on. And what we see in Washington, what we see is, look, Kamala Harris won that state by 18 points. Look at what the Democrats are doing in terms of beating the Republicans in terms of the cumulative House vote. They have won the cumulative House vote. Right now, there's still a few votes to get counted by 24 points. So we're looking at about a 5.5 point swing, which is not anywhere near as large. Johnny B is sort of saying it, not anywhere near as large as we've seen in some of those special House elections so far. So this is good news for Democrats, but it's certainly not great news for Democrats. And historically speaking, in midterms since 1994, this has been quite predictive of the swing that we see nationally.
So we're looking at Washington because it has been predictive. You're saying there is a 5.5 point swing. So what does that mean, perhaps, for the midterms in November?
Okay, so if history holds and Washington is in fact predictive of what happens come the midterms in November, and you see, say, a 5.5 point swing, what might that look like? Well, Donald Trump won nationally by a point. That would mean that nationwide, Democrats would be expected to win the U.S. House vote by about 4 points. Now, with the redistricting, Democrats probably need a margin of between, say, 3 and 4 points. This would put this, for House control, this would put this right basically on the border. This is very different than a lot of the data points we've been seeing so far. This would suggest a fairly tight battle for the U.S. House of Representatives based upon what we see in Washington State, if that swing holds.
Too close for comfort, as I think, as Democrats. If Democrats were looking at swing,
that means every independent, every American citizen, you need to get out and register to vote. You know, reach out, go to vote.gov. If you haven't gone to vote.gov and register, you can get your information. It's online. It's for free. Here it is. Let me see. Let me bring it up on the screen real quick. Here we go. Vote.gov. You see? Website, vote.gov. This is where you can go online to register. You got to do it fast, though. Time is running out. Coming up to about a month before the election, you need to register. With some places it's 15 or 16 days, right? You need to check each state. But if you just start off here, boom, vote.gov, you choose your state down here, whatever state you need to register in, wherever you live, right? Let's say it's Idaho, right? Boom. Then you go to the second page and you can choose to register or update registration online, right? You might need to change your address or something like that, whatever. Who knows? Or maybe not, right? Maybe you need to just register in general. So then it takes you to the Idaho, their own online registration form. And they have all the rules about what you need to do here in Idaho to register to vote. So there you have it. Now, let's get back to this data. If you haven't registered to vote, vote because it's tight. I don't know how the stats are on registrations. Like, let me see here, Michael. You said it was record registration. Let me see if I can find out about that real quick. Was there record registration?
And when you sign the form, make sure you do a good signature because they're going to keep your signature on file. And they're going to check that every time you vote.
Oh, really? Who told you that, Eric? Is that true? I never heard that before. Say that again.
On a mail-in ballot.
Make sure you check your signature or what? Check what? Say that again. I missed that. Anyway, forget it. In any case,
you just want to make sure you do a nice legible signature because that's going to be the first red flag when you do a mail-in ballot, and it doesn't necessarily disqualify the vote, but a couple more red flags will put it in a like a 30-day hold kind of thing.
Damn, bro. Yeah, so make sure your signature is accurate. Isn't that how it works? I don't know. For me,
and that's what a lot of folks don't understand. Besides your ID, they also have your signature on file.
Yeah, but isn't that what they always have? Like, isn't that what they always have? Don't they know who you are? Come on. But I think is it that for me? I don't know what you have to do. Do you have to put your signature? Is there some place you sign something? I don't know. Is that what I had to do last time? I don't think so. I think I had to do a digital signature online. Yeah, I don't know about that. But in any case, research. Should I ask that question? Is that something we need to know? Let me see, because anytime you're talking about voting, let me see something. We need to be clear. It's important. Let me see here.
And just as a side note, right?
Yeah.
If you notice, CNN referred to Cauchy's numbers as well when they were looking at data, right? The same where the last few streams, where I asked you to pull up the poly market numbers, right? So they're using these betting platforms as well to reference trends and just data, right? When it comes to data. So if you notice, CNN said, we'll check the Cauchy numbers. And Cauchy's just another prediction market or a betting market similar to poly market. But yeah, go ahead, Vic.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. I want to find out something real quick before I move on, because Eric brought up something about voting, and I just want to make sure. Okay, it says, in general, yes, signature is required when registering to vote in the United States because your voter registration regulations are set by individual states rather than a single federal process. The exact requirements and formats can vary depending on how and where you submit your application. Right, that's okay. So, key
Yeah,
details.
you got it.
Okay. Yeah. So paper registration form, standard paper applications including. So if your form is in paper, right, then you need that. Online voter registration. When registering online, those state portals, most states in the U.S. Digital signature already on file with your State Department Motor Vehicles DMV via your driver's license issue card. Right, exactly. Most states use the digital signature. There you go. So automated DMV registrations, states automatic voter registration, DMV.
Yeah, if you do it at the DMV, it's also on your driver's license.
It's electronic signature from your driver's license. So that's what I just wanted to make sure when you talked about that. That's why I don't want to be too specific. Just get people to wherever they need to find out that information, because some of it, that's all I wanted to verify. But cool. So listen, we heard some data here. This is a little bit of data, right? Yeah, I think that was helpful. Let's hear the last bit of this. I'm sorry. Let me see here.
Whoa, that's tighter than we think, tighter than we'd like.
Yes.
So if you're looking at Washington State, what happened there, what signs do you see about what might be, I don't know if it's depressing it or tying up Democrats a little bit?
Yeah, what might be tying up is there seems to be this real divide within the anti-Trump vote. That's what seems to be going on. I mean, take a look at this. In the Washington 5th District, an independent populist got 16% of the vote. In Washington 9, a revolutionary socialist got 17% of the vote. Can the Democrats unite these blocks come November? If they can, they'll do very well, and maybe that swing will be bigger. But if you see this divide, maybe not. Now, the final thing I will note is people who are putting their monies where their mouths are, right, in terms of gauging this, well, they still expect that Democrats will be able to swing a number of districts. Here's one for you. Take a look at this. The chance to win in Wisconsin 3, it's a +7 Trump district. Look at this. The Democrat with a 71% chance of winning according to the Cauchy prediction market. So Washington is saying one thing. There are a lot of other metrics that are saying other things, but Washington historically has been quite predictive. And if it is, we got a fairly tight.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. Very interesting. I didn't have any clue about that. How actually this data was very comprehensive right there. That data that we just heard, it's pretty telling. What do you think, Michael? That was pretty accurate, right? It seemed pretty realistic, a realistic sentiment. But CNN, they use, what type of polling are they using?
Well, they're using their own independent sources,
right?
But they reference Cauchy.
Right.
They're referencing Cauchy, which is a betting platform.
That's what they're doing?
Prediction platform. Yeah, so they had their own independent polling, but what they're doing is they're counter checking that by referencing the Cauchy odds, which is a prediction market similar to poly market, which is it's becoming more commonplace. It's becoming more commonplace to reference these betting markets. But yes, they're using their own independent polling, but then they're reflecting those sentiments off of the betting odds when it comes to like who's more likely to gain the House, gain the Senate, on these betting markets, and they're using that to justify a lot of these polls.
They're using betting data.
Yes.
That's crazy too. That's crazy, man. It just very weird thing.
It's interesting, right? I think, obviously the gamification of America and the gambleification of America is something that is very interesting.
Yeah, man. It's damn, man. It's wow. I can't believe this type of logic even exists anymore. It's like, wow. It's like having you ever heard of in Denmark they have these places still where you can go and you can play these numbers, like pull the whatever you call it, pull the lever and the things turn around and land they land on an orange one at a time, right? The gambling machine. They have these things. And I think nobody should get caught up on that. Sometimes I see people playing that and I'm just like, who plays this? Who plays it? But there's people that literally play it. And this is the same kind of shit. The gamification of the U.S., bro. It scares me. Anyway, here's some better talk.
That's all in casinos in the United States. In other countries, it's just anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. In Denmark, you still have it in these little kiosk areas, these machines. I'm just like, what is going on? But maybe you don't want to be too restrictive on people either, right? So, that's something to think about. But in any case, when we say the gamification of America, we don't mean that. We mean like the actual real gambling casinos online. Yeah. Like it's an industry that they're looking at, but places where people go again. It's the same shit. It is really the same shit. It's the same thing, really. But doing it from their phone now. Yeah. You could talk about how Denmark's doing it in the, they have these little stores or whatever, in the small stores or whatever, these machines. But online, we're talking about the gamification, gambling online, literally. Like we're the main ones doing this shit, right? Is that an American company?
Yeah.
Is that an American company?
It's an American thing. Yeah, these are American companies. These American gambling prediction odds. So can
we get a check? We need to get them to advertise.
Oh, we're look. That would be a good sponsorship because
come on,
it
is
the way of. Look, we're definitely gonna get it. We're gonna work on it for sure. I think it'll be a good sponsorship for sure.
Yeah. That and a gun manufacturer. Got to get one of those too. A sponsor.
Agreed.
Gun manufacturer.
Especially as an independent channel, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, we got Hakeem Jeffries. And
Impact Jeffries.
Yeah. That's what people call him. I used to get offended too, because I'm like I'm coming from the center, more to the left. And when I heard this, I was like, how dare you say that to a black man, and it does sting a little, but nonetheless, he doesn't shy away from it.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Give it to Hakeem. Hakeem is like, he is an interesting political figure, but my hats go off to Hakeem though. I respect him though, 100%. Like he is, he's definitely a strong leader for a caucus. Yeah. He's strong. He knows the job, right? But this thing about AIPAC, it's eating at his heels, man. No one's going to look past that. No Americans want to hear that anymore, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
He's going to have to go in a different direction on that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think we'll see after these midterms, how progressive Dems want to run in terms of the future of the Democratic Party, right? And making distinctive distinctive lines when it comes to Zionism versus Judaism, right? And all in support of the Jewish people, but not straying away from criticizing the Zionist regime of Netanyahu, right, or Israel itself, right?
Right. Yeah. All right, let's hear some more. I mean, they will call you anti-Semitic.
It's a touchy subject.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject, and you don't want to get called anti-Semitic, man.
Yep.
Don't make me call you out on your anti-symmetry. your anti-Semitic shit. It's anti-Semitic. I called it anti-symmetric. Okay. Don't be on that either. That's what I call the bag of folk. You're anti-symmetric. You anti-symmetric motherfuckers. That's the other word. Because not only are they anti-Semitic, they're anti-symmetric. That should bother everybody. All right, let's hear some more. let's hear what they got to say, the young Turks, about fucking Hakeem.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries proves Coates' points about Democrats. Here it is.
He is a sharp dressed man, though. He is a sharp dressed man. He's got style. I like Hakeem, man. Otherwise, I would like him. Otherwise, I got no problem with him.
Well-educated, decisive man. He knows his way around people. He's a force to be recognized, right?
Yeah.
He is. He's the house leader for a reason. So
yeah.
I'll give him that much.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's true, man. And outside of this AIPAC thing, I guess there's people are judging him now about the healthcare comments, right? And duly noted, people should. I mean, come on, goddamn. I mean, it's the timing.
Because he is the mouthpiece for the Democratic Party, right?
Yes.
What they don't say out loud, he infers through his actions and words, right? And that's what it means to be the leader,
House Speaker,
right?
Yeah, the leader of the Dems.
And if they can regain the House, he'll be able to be the Speaker of the House again, and bring it. He's the one to be able to bring everything for a vote, and usually it takes 2 votes, but he can actually bypass the first one.
Yeah. Now let me ask you something. Outside of the what we're about to hear, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be talking about AIPAC, or they're going to be talking about his comments on healthcare. But in any case, is there anything else? If it's not AIPAC and it's not this thing on healthcare, is there anything else really that you could criticize Hakeem on?
To be honest with you, I don't think so. I personally don't. I think he's always been a respectable politician, right?
True.
He doesn't have a bad record. His record aligns with AIPAC, right? AIPAC money and AIPAC, and AIPAC's not always wrong. It just so happens to be that this current regime is a fascist Zionist regime in Israel, but it hasn't always been that way. So this is more current than anything. Why he's getting criticized, but AIPAC in general hasn't always been on the wrong side of things.
Right.
So I think this is more recent. And I do think that what they're looking for is for him to pivot and not just be such lock and step, even when we can and should be criticizing Israel as a whole in their actions against individuals like Iran and the Palestinians, the genocide in Palestine, right?
Yeah, it really is a question of how progressive is Hakeem going to be? How progressive is the Democratic Party going to be? And if you don't have it in your leadership, right, it just kind of makes you wonder. But yeah, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, but he wouldn't commit to Medicare for all, and he seemed very non-committal on a lot of other issues. And I just think nowadays you just kind of have to. You just kind of have to throw in on a few.
Yeah, you're going to have to put your foot down for the party. Put your foot down on healthcare. Put your foot down on these issues. Yeah, I understand you.
Well, remember, he's an establishment Dem at the end of the day, right? We want that the party isn't progressive enough, right? If he hasn't spoken about it, it's because the party as a whole doesn't want him to be progressive.
Yeah, true. It is true. It is true.
It's not representative of his own personal values. He is representative of the establishment Dems, traditional Dems, right? And so I think that's what I want the viewers to understand. Jeffries as a whole hasn't run negatively in terms of policies and things of that nature. Has he gone against certain things that it could have been more progressive? Yes, and I think that speaks more to where he's at as a politician, but he's aligned himself with less progressive ideals because the Democratic Party as a whole doesn't want that. That's how he's become the leader, right? That's how you become the
True.
House
Yeah,
leader.
That's how you
Because
become the
He's still
leader.
got the
Yes.
personal email address of every top 500, CEO in the country.
And
Yes.
and you know what he's going to say? He's going to say, if you don't like my policies, then do you vote? He's going to be like, go to vote.gov,
Exactly.
VOTE, and vote for me, Hakeem Jeffries, and I'll do that
The
for you.
truth.
Yeah, if that's a
Right?
concern of my constituency, I'll do
Exactly.
it. Yeah,
And
yeah.
let's make this clear, right? He could have been primaried in these elections. He was up for re-election, and the
Yes.
Democratic Party chose not to run anyone against him.
Yeah.
That is by design, right? That is who they want to represent the party. That is who they believe has been doing a good job. Now, he hasn't been doing a bad job,
No,
but
true.
he's also representative of the sentiments of the traditional and establishment Dems, right? So when we hear him speak, consider him the face and voice of the establishment Democratic Party. So if he's not backing Medicare or Medicaid for all, it is because Dems as a whole don't want to back it. And remember, they don't want to back it because they also want to have, they don't want to be too progressive because they want to appeal to a certain class, but also a certain generation, right? They don't want to lose older individuals who tend to have more conservative values, even if they vote blue. So they don't want to lose them on that level as well. So it's a tricky balance when you are being progressive in a two-party system, because you don't want to lose those voters by being overwhelmingly progressive. And it's going to take for us to vote in our local elections and be more active in our midterms in order to have more progressive senators and House reps who force the change of that party, right? If the party overwhelmingly is representative in the House of progressives, Hakeem Jeffries, his tune would change to that of more progressives, right? But go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
It's just when it comes to those corporations, that's where the money's at, and and they're throwing a lot of money at him, so he has to listen.
I like how Eric breaks it down. He's like, he has to listen. Does he have to? Does he have to, Eric? Or is he a slave to it?
I think until they, until they stop taking the money.
Yeah, the money is too good. The honey is too great to say no to. I like that. I like how you saying it, Eric. It's facts. All right, let's see what TYT has to say about Hakeem. Appreciate that.
Kamala Harris represents the fruition, the hopes and dreams, of a lot of black women, who have struggled mightily in this country. And I really, really want to be more than, respectful of Kamala Harris herself. I want to be respectful of the struggle that made her possible. I don't want to be disrespectful of her, but I'm saying, like, I have just tremendous respect and admiration for the struggle, and yet, and for the weight, that was put on her. And yet, look, I get it. It's heavy. It's heavy, but why are we here? Are we here to just act like white men have acted every time before? And the struggle means to me, not just that we would get the boot off of our necks, but that we would destroy the boot, that this would not happen to other people.
Now, Ta-Nehisi Coates is basically making a parallel argument that's highly nuanced, extremely delicate, and obviously tough to do. And he does it in the most eloquent, genuine, authentic way possible. But here's what he's saying, if you didn't catch it. What good is it to have a seat at the table and black folk are still on the menu? If we fight to get you a seat at the table to progress the culture, why are black folks still on the menu? That's basically it. So if you're at the table, we don't expect you to make the same vote and the same policy as those who are at the table before you and didn't want you at the table in the first place. Is that too much to ask for? And then here comes Hakeem Jeffries, proving the very point that Coates was making about democratic leadership. Here it is.
You co-sponsored Medicare for All legislation from 2013 to 2021. You've not co-sponsored it since you became Democratic leader. Will you put Medicare for All up for a vote if you become Speaker?
Well, listen, these are all conversations that the House Democratic Caucus is going to have.
You personally support Medicare for All?
No, as you indicated, I haven't co-sponsored the Medicare for All legislation that has been introduced over the last several years.
Do Democratic Socialists belong in the Democratic Party, Leader Jeffries?
Well, what I can say is that I do not support defunding the police. I do not support open borders. I do not support abolishing the Senate.
If Democrats win back the House, if you become Speaker, would you bring a vote to abolish ICE to the House floor?
What I've said is that we're committed to dramatically reforming ICE in a variety of different ways, consistent with what the American people want us to do. In other words, the mask should come off. Body cameras should come on. Judicial warrants should be required before ICE can storm into the homes of the American people, rip them out of their bed in the dead of night, and try to detain them without justification.
Damn shame, sir. This is why I have significant respect for men like Congressman Hank Johnson, who said clearly it is time to abolish ICE. Period. What are we playing with? Hakeem Jeffries changing on his own policies that he co-sponsored. How the hell you co-sponsor a thing and all of a sudden don't believe in the thing? And the thing you happen to co-sponsor helps a significant number of black people throughout the United States, including our children.
You know, right there, I think that is hard to argue against. That one thing right there, that he's mentioning, he's hitting the nail on the head right there. Yo, Michael, come here. Hold on. Are you there?
Let's
listen.
I'm here.
Let's listen to this one more time. He said, how you go sponsor some shit, and then when you get in power, you don't advocate for the thing you sponsor? Listen to this.
Remember what I said. Him as the House leader is now representative of the Democratic establishment and not his own individual policies, right? Because he sponsored it when he wasn't the House leader. And now that he is, guess what he's not doing? Not sponsoring it, right?
That's some phony.
He's no longer in support of it, right?
Yes. It's phony.
And he won't
Very
blatantly
phony.
say no, but he's not saying yes to what's been proposed.
Exactly. He didn't answer the question. Hold on. Let's hear it one more time.
Johnson, who said clearly it is time to abolish ICE. Period. What are we playing with? Hakeem Jeffries changing on his own policies that he co-sponsored. How the hell you co-sponsor a thing and all of a sudden don't believe in the thing? And the thing you happen to co-sponsor helps a significant number of black people throughout the United States, including our children. How does that happen?
Yeah,
that's just part of it.
Wow. Yeah, he doesn't really have an argument for that at all. He doesn't. That's a very, and I like his perspective on this. You know, it does beg the question. Hakeem Jeffries has a significant African American, base, right, in his district.
Overwhelmingly. He's in my district.
Yeah,
he's been in my district twice.
Significant, overwhelming. Yeah, it's not significant. It's more than significant, and yet he forgot what he was advocating for. He advocated for it.
It's a strong Jewish base as well. He represents a strong Jewish base here in his own district. So it does make sense that he does take AIPAC money, but in the same breath, he should.
But it doesn't explain the health care.
No, it doesn't.
Not at all. He advocated for it. And then stopped advocating when he got. Who does that? And he's doing that in the name of his constituents in his district. Is that what that is?
Party establishment Dems. That's what he's doing.
That's wild. That was an interesting perspective. I think he didn't do himself well with that answer. He could have evaded it better, but it kind of shows you. But could he? Because the thing about the healthcare is so blatant. How can you explain it anyway? He's almost arrogant about that question. Like, yes, that's right. I turn my back on my constituents and I'm on stand on it. He did a Donald Trump, but he made it look nice. That's wild.
Look,
he reversed.
You know, and look, I will
He's a
give
reverser.
him that much. When he said it, the way he said it was, I haven't backed any current plans, right? Which
Very
means
specific.
Whatever's been
He's not ruling
whatever's
out
been proposed so
plans.
far, exactly.
Yeah. Anything from today on, I'm not ruling out. Did you do this? I haven't so far, but as of tomorrow, I could. Like, he's a sneaky one, huh?
He is.
You can't really say he wasn't going to do it. He just said he doesn't have it on his table right now.
Yes. Like, that's exactly what he said when we look at it. So
that was an expert political answer.
It was.
That's the answer a politician going to give you, bro. That's like,
yes. When you look at a textbook definition of what a politician would give, that's it.
It's not really offensive, is it? No. It's kind of the nice way of doing it.
Yes.
Anyway, let's hear some more of this shit. They're grilling Hakeem Jeffries, and hey, what the hell? Hakeem knows what it is. Here, let's see. Let's play some more.
House Democratic leader.
Yeah,
Hakeem
it was
Jeffries
how to not
made it
commit
clear
to anything by Hakeem Jeffries.
Say that again. Say that again, Eric.
It was how to not to commit to anything.
Yeah, he gave a master's class when that shit.
He really did.
He could teach you how to do the same. All right, just his ass. Yeah, man. All right, let's hear some more.
He wants nothing to do with progressive positions, progressive policies, transitioning and transforming his own progressive policies into mediocre, barely traceable ones.
Damn.
He wants nothing to do with progressive positions gaining traction within the Democratic Party, including Medicare for all and the disregarding of ICE through destroying the agency from within, meaning eliminated. Doesn't want to do that.
No.
This interview happened mere days after Yale University studies showed Medicare for all.
Like I said, Hakeem
would
needs
save
a spanking.
What'd you say, Eric? Go ahead. He's what? He's begging?
Hakeem needs a spanking.
Oh, he needs a spanking. Yeah. Basically, pretty much, politically speaking, yeah. I mean, because he's sitting in a district where he's unchallenged, right? So,
and that's by design, right? The establishment Dems and the traditional Dems aren't challenging him because he's doing their bidding, right? But the more progressive the Democratic Party gets, if he doesn't fall in line, he will be primaried in 2 years.
Yeah, because somebody can mount a campaign quick. That's not that ain't the problem, right? They can mobilize if they want to. Damn, that's deep. All right, let's see.
He's not only fighting to win; he's also fighting to continue as being the speaker of the party.
Yeah, that's probably going to end. That's going to end soon. That's coming to it. But he's a smart politician, so he's going to hold. He knows how to calculate the exact moment when to flip.
Yes, he will. He does. No, he does. That's what politicians do best, and he's a good one.
Yeah.
He's the minority whip.
Yeah, he's the minority whip, but he could be the majority whip.
Hopefully.
Exactly. Hopefully, he will be the majority. But if he wants to keep that job, Hakeem. Shame on you. All right.
14,000 American lives and $1 trillion every single year. Although voters don't decide who is Speaker of the House, voters do not favor him. This civics poll indicates that 54% of registered voters hold an unfavorable opinion of Hakeem Jeffries, while 26% favor him. Democrats are struggling to earn progressive votes, and it can be clearly seen in the data of how black men are voting. Now, before I get into the rest of this, this is where the Democrats have the historical downfall. Republicans have handed it to you. They could not have found a better president for a Democrat than Trump. You could not have imagined one better than him. He has been the worst thing that has happened to the Republican Party and the best thing that has happened to the Democratic Party, and you guys are about to fumble the damn play. You want to be adversarial to the ones who are your, let me make it plain. They are the ones who are your heroes and sheroes. They are the ones who will win and survive in the post-Trump, mid-Trump era. You're not. Trump beat you, Hakeem. Trump beat you. All of you Democrats who are currently elected, Trump beat you. He beat you twice. They won. These progressive Democrats beat your guys. They are built, designed for this current political atmosphere. They are the new leaders who can fight in this political climate. And all you do is sit back and want to be adversarial to them.
Damn, he's on
not
fire.
Embrace them.
Yeah.
Here's what you're not embracing, sir. The people that put them there. The same voters you said you had so much respect for. The same American citizen that you claimed
Yeah, I'd love to watch
that you're
him in the
fighting
morning.
for.
Yeah, because he's got disdain for this administration and the Senate Democrats. I mean, look at his expressions, his facial expressions. Like, he's sitting up here like, I don't think you could criticize them better. Actually, let me look at this, because he is just letting you know that he's having a hard time. Look at his physical mannerisms. I mean, as he's describing this, it's a proper tone. It's a proper tone.
Let me make it plain. They are the ones who are your heroes and sheroes. They are the ones who will win and survive in the post-Trump,
there's one thing not
mid-Trump
helping
era.
out the minority vote, but then there's another thing just not really helping out the whole party. So I think he's, he has some serious questions. He's a little, confused.
Yeah, indeed.
Trump beat you, Hakeem. Trump beat you.
But we're not confused about this. He's right when he says Trump beat. Look, Trump beat the Democratic establishment, right? That he did twice. Right. That's a fact. And he's talking about them waking up so they don't lose a third time, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
what we've been saying here for quite some time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like this brother. Woo! Yeah, man. Come on. Let's link up. Show us.
Yeah.
Come on over to our channel. Give us 5 minutes of your time, sir.
Yeah, he recognizes that we're way past panic time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so listen, let's hear his critique real quick, and then hear some other details coming after this. It's about the Democratic Socialists also.
They are the ones who will win and survive in the post-Trump, mid-Trump era. You're not. Trump beat you, Hakeem. Trump beat you. All of you Democrats who are currently elected, Trump beat you. He beat you twice. They won. These progressive Democrats beat your guys. They are built, designed for this current political atmosphere. They are the new leaders who can fight in this.
That's why I'm really curious about the makeup of the DSA. I believe it's a lot of independents that also are DSA too. Something. There's got to be some cross correlation there, not only with Dems, right? Yeah. So that's why I was curious about that. I think this sentiment about the government is unfair to the middle class and poor. Yeah. I think there's something there politically that can be galvanized. And if they stick to that, I think they will win. Human rights and civil rights, but it needs to be reframed, and I like how they're doing it, but others can step up and start, talking about the issues they think that they might agree with. They don't have to talk about what they don't agree. They can talk about what they get right, So I'm happy to see this movement. At first I wasn't reluctant, but you never expect something to have success. So once they started having success, that's when I changed. I'm not this old dude that's going to be like, no, this is just my opinion and that's it. It's always been this way. That's how it's going to be. Nah, once they show some results, that's when I decided, okay, well, this is definitely real, and they are a force. So people need to listen, pay attention to what they're saying on your own. Don't just use your common sense, But in any case, I like what this brother is doing here. Ta-Nehisi Coates, by the way, big up to him. I mean, he called it too. Although I thought maybe before the election, he should have maybe been a little more careful, because now we got to deal with Trump. But in any case, people know what Trump is now. So if politicians want to do something about it, if people want to do something about him, they can do something about him now, right? It's a new day. But he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong either, right? He was right what his comments were some time ago. I just think maybe publicly it got used against the Democrats in the election, Sadly, I think that's how that played out. But now it is what it is, and it don't change the truth. You know what I'm saying? But look, let's move on here. But we're still in the same frame because there is more news about this. Let's see here. Yeah, these victories in Florida again. Let me see about this.
The Democratic Party is showing it's still got momentum, pulling off a surprise primary win in Florida. Democratic Socialist Angie Nixon upset establishment favorite Alex Vindman in the state's Democratic Senate primary. Vindman was a key witness during President Trump's first impeachment and raised, get this, more than 16 times as much money as Nixon. State Rep Angie Nixon joins me now. Representative, welcome back to the show. Congratulations on your win. Your opponent, as I mentioned, had more money, had the backing of the Democratic establishment. What message do you think your win now sends?
Well, for sure. Thank you for having me. And I want to be clear. We knew that we were going to win. Our campaign knew that we were going to win because we put in the work and because we went out and we centered people and the issues that concerned them and that they cared about. The fact was that folks are upset because Donald Trump and unelected Ashley Moody only care more about ensuring that their campaign donors and corporations are getting richer and richer. And meanwhile, everyday people are working harder than ever and still struggling just to stay afloat. And so we were able to resonate with people also because I have a proven track record of standing up and being a fighter. And again, as I stated earlier with you today, it's not about people's labels for me. Yeah. I'm a single mom. I was a single mom for 12 years. I'm a mother now. I'm an organizer. I'm a community organizer. But more importantly, it's about the needs of the people. And what people need is they need housing, right? They need universal health care. They want universal child care to help lower their costs so that they can just be able to live without struggling or anything like that.
We did talk just last night, actually, anticipation of this moment. And you say that you reject labels. Republicans, though, they already want to paint one right on you. They are leaning into attacking you for being a Democratic socialist. Republican Senator Ashley Moody said this.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on.
She sets a high bar. She's like, look, if you even consider her, they're a danger to the country. Everything. It's like, damn, can't you have disagreements about the tax code without it coming to like everything, disagreeing with everything the country stands for? I mean, come on, the country was founded on a tax code dispute, basically,
Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on.
Yeah, democracy destroys democracy, y'all. That's basically what she's saying. They would just because she's running for office, she's destroying democracy. I mean, god damn. What is
comrades want to destroy this country. Will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. Her comrades
not just want to destroy the country, but everything it's built on too. Like two things they want to accomplish.
But notice her verbiage, comrade. Right?
Comrades, exactly. Exactly. Verbiage, exactly. Comrades, communist comrade, Kamala. Comrade Kamala Yeah. She's an anyway. I don't want to say anything, but listen. Let me just say this. I don't like her. I don't like her. I don't like what she's preaching. I'm not buying what she's selling. Listen to this stuff. And it's always the worst. Can't you just have a disagreement? Why does it have to be all or nothing? What the fuck? The way she's talking, she's not talking like this is about a disagreement about the tax code, a disagreement about Social Security. She's talking about it like we at war. Like, come on.
Republican Senator Ashley Moody said this.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. I am not exaggerating. I believe.
Ooh, she had to add at the end of that, I am not exaggerating. I mean, you know, what a coincidence. It's interesting you say that. This shit crazy, man. This is crazy.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. I am not exaggerating.
Yeah. Yeah, Master. And this is about health care. Can you imagine how they feel about gay marriage and abortion?
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They're going to be like, give me the grenades, wrap up a bunch of grenades, and I'm just going to go pull them one by one. Yeah. But yeah, they're extreme, bro. If this bothers them, what would they do if you wanted to? Anything else? Yeah, anything else. I just keep it to the tax code. I want fairness in the tax code based on your economics, your reality. Your economics are your reality in a capitalistic nation. So it shouldn't be that hard to figure out what that number is and to make sure that, you know, in the system it's built in that people don't have to take on more burden than they're actually capable of, you know. But she is she's a bigot. And listen to how she's really riled up. And then she goes to, I believe, but she doesn't want them to be a part of democracy. Okay, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Can you imagine if that was your mom?
I believe.
Yeah, boy. That's terrible. But I wouldn't want it. I can say that much. I wouldn't want it. I believe. Okay, here we go. I believe I wouldn't want it. But let's hear some more.
Want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. I am not exaggerating. I believe that America is the greatest country on earth.
Yeah, you just got to make sure, say anything you want and then follow it up with that. America is the greatest country on earth. And then you can just say anything you want. She hated the hell out of what the other people experimenting with democracy were doing, you know, and then she follows it up by saying, hey, but this is a great country. She's all over the map, bro. This is crazy. Hold on.
And in the face of anti-American rhetoric, folks that want to destabilize this country, I think we all need to stand on that line.
Anti-American, destabilizing, destroying the country. What's your plan to combat that messaging?
Hey, look, she laughed at it too. She laughed at it, and I'm so happy she laughed at it. I'm so happy she laughed at it. You know, this shit right here. This is what she's talking about. She's talking about that sister right there. All of those bad things. I almost thought she was talking about somebody else and shit. Nope. She's talking about that lady Dixon. The lady named Dixon. She's talking about her. Damn, that's crazy. She's making her sound like she's a member of Al Qaeda or some shit. Yeah.
Anti-American, destabilizing, destroying the country. What's your plan to combat that?
She just laughed at it. She just laughed at it. Like, that is so funny. It is laughable. Like, you know, who are you, lady? You know what I'm saying? Like.
Well, first of all, I look forward to Ashley Moody calling me senator in November.
Woo!
And secondly, Ashley Moody actually used 10 million of our dollars that were supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids in our state to divert that funding and to defeat ballot initiatives that the citizens placed on the ballot. And so Ashley Moody doesn't care about anything but herself. We continue to see her net worth increase. Meanwhile, Floridians across our state, their net worth is going down. They have absolutely nothing in their savings account. She won't even hold town hall meetings unless they're Republicans. I am someone who's willing to go out and talk to everyone, even if they don't believe how I believe ideologically, because I want to represent all Floridians here in the state of Florida. Many people who have called and reached out to Ashley Moody's office for help, you know who they call?
This lady is on fire. I love this lady. I love this lady. Wow. I actually got a chance to hear her speak. And yo, I like this lady right here. She is speaking fire right here. Let me just go back to her response. I mean, it was flawless. I didn't even hear the rest of it, but I had to stop it right there. She's great. Hold on. Listen to this. This is so funny. This is so funny. I'm just going to let this run. Here we go.
Stand on that line.
Anti-American, destabilizing, destroying the country. What's your plan to combat that messaging?
Well, first of all, I look forward to Ashley Moody calling me senator in November. And secondly, Ashley Moody actually used 10 million of our dollars that were supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids in our state to divert that funding and to defeat ballot initiatives that the citizens placed on the ballot. And so Ashley Moody doesn't care about anything but herself. We continue to see her net worth increase. Meanwhile, Floridians across our state, their net worth is going down. They have absolutely nothing in their savings account. She won't even hold town hall meetings unless they're Republicans. I am someone who's willing to go out and talk to everyone, even if they don't believe how I believe ideologically, because I want to represent all Floridians here in the state of Florida. Many people who have called and reached out to Ashley Moody's office for help, you know who they call? Because she doesn't return their call. They call me. They email me, and we help them to the resources that they need. And so I'm not running away from the people. I'm running to them. And I look forward to becoming their next United States Senator come November.
Oh, whoa. Damn. Hold on. She laid that down. She laid that
it's gonna
down.
be a showdown.
Oh my goodness. Yo, this is a fighter, bro. This is a live one right here. She's fighting. Oh my goodness, man. Damn. And thing about it is that she knows what the hell she's talking about. Number one, she understands civics.
And this is
right?
Democrats in Florida who have traditionally struggled.
Oh man, but she is on fire. Is she a Floridian also? Let me see. Let me just check.
Yes,
I believe she is. I just want to make sure. You can look it up for me, but let me. I just asked. I want to see here. I
think I know she is. I'm not sure what part of Florida, but she is a lifelong Floridian.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's continue. She was wonderful. That answer that she gave, it was flawless. And I just want to hear it one more time, yo. I'm sorry about this, but I need to hear it. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. I appreciate everybody that's listening in. Right here is how the YouTube algorithm works. By clicking the like button, it lets people know that, hey, you're watching this kind of stuff. And if you like me and you're interested in these conversations, here, you might want to check this. It's a free way of doing advertisement for me. So do me a favor, click the like button, and also my contributors here, Michael and Eric. But let's continue now to this. She gave a wonderful response, and it may have been one of the best responses I've heard, from a Democrat or from a liberal, a progressive, right? Not that they're all on fire, but she had something extra here. Like she seems like she says, how long has she had experience in government? How long has she been in government?
I'm not too sure, but I know she was a part of the establishment Dems. So she just changed over to the DSA this year.
Okay. Okay, because she seemed very seasoned. She seemed very seasoned, and you know, like she knows what she's like. She has experience. She knows what she's talking about, and she's got her politics together, like her objective, her goal. Like she yeah. So let me hear this one more time. I'm sorry, I just want to hear
What's
this
your
one.
plan to combat that messaging?
Well, first of all, I look forward to Ashley Moody calling me senator in November. And secondly, Ashley Moody actually used 10 million of our dollars that were supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids in our state to divert that funding and to defeat ballot initiatives that the citizens placed on the ballot. And so Ashley Moody doesn't care about anything but herself. We continue to see her net worth increase. Meanwhile, Floridians across our state, their net worth is going down. They have absolutely nothing in their savings account. She won't even hold town hall meetings unless they're Republicans. I am someone who's willing to go out and talk to everyone, even if they don't believe how I believe ideologically, because I want to represent all Floridians here in the state of Florida. Many people who have called and reached out to Ashley Moody's office for help, you know who they call? Because she doesn't return their call. They call me. They email me, and we help connect them to the resources that they need. And so I'm not running away from the people, I'm running to them. And I look forward to becoming their next United States Senator come November.
Well, a Democratic nominee who wants to be called governor in your state is David Jolly, and he praised you as a fighter, but he also said that he flatly rejects socialism. How do you plan to unite the party around your campaign right now?
Again, it is not about labels. It's about the most basic rights that people here in the state need.
Oh, she got that answer right. Now this is somebody that comes prepared right here. Definitely. That was like she could hit a home run with that question. Let's hear it again.
Said that he flatly rejects socialism. How do you plan to unite the party around your campaign right now?
Again, it is not about labels. It's about the most basic rights that people here in the state need. They need housing. Right now here in our state, it costs over 18% of the national average to rent a home or to rent an apartment here. People are paying 300 more times for property insurance here in the state of Florida. We witnessed Ashley Moody fail to extend the ACA subsidies, which caused nearly 300,000 people to be knocked off of the Affordable Care Act rolls.
Whoa.
She doesn't care about anyone but herself. And also she did that because her campaign donors are health insurance companies. And so I look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you in November and calling me your senator.
Ooh, damn. She said, and whipping you. Whoa. I got to hear that again. And she put some emphasis on that. Listen.
Owners are health insurance companies. And so I look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you in November. We look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you.
Damn!
And so I look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you in November. And so I look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you in November, and you will be calling me your senator. To taking you on and to whooping you in November, and you will be calling me your senator.
Wow. She knocked that out of the park, bro. She knocked that out of the park. I mean,
I think there's a difference, right? There's a difference in rhetoric, right? One is running on being against an opponent, and the other is running for what they feel represents the people. Right? Those are the two big differences of the campaign, right? She's speaking and holding on to her points versus someone saying, please don't vote for this person because they're communists. That's literally the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Substance versus no substance. Yeah, exactly.
No substance at all.
Yeah,
right?
she's
one is based on a person, the other is based on policy.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And she's got her policy there down. Yeah, she made her policy statement there, and that was great. She answered it, bro. All right, let's listen to some more. Wow, I'm really happy I get a chance to hear from Dixon. I didn't know this. I never heard her speak. I mean, I heard her speak briefly, but not like this. You know, this caught me a little.
Well, she's
Made me
platform
understand.
now, right?
Yeah.
She's platform, right? Where before, I think that's something that a lot of both independents and like progressive Dems have an issue with, right? Being platform. But I also do think that the difference now is when we look at people like a Zoran, they're able to use social media in a different way to be more visible, to not have to wait for legacy media, to wait for them to have a winning moment in order to steal it by platforming them, right? You can become known on a national level by running a comprehensive campaign, but through other social channels like social media, your Instagrams, your Facebooks, your Snapchats, right? I think that's something that was gate kept a lot when running campaigns in a two-party system. And now I think the progressive Dems and especially the DSA have proven that you can run a campaign aside from that without having to be forcefully driven to these media channels like your CNN and your MSNs and your Fox News and your major media platforms are no longer as relevant when people watch more shorter form content through social media platforms, right? And I would hope that, I think my hope for an individual like Nixon is to be propagated by the rest of the Democratic Party going forward, but mainly the DSAs, right? I am looking for a
Yo,
Zoran
did I
overwhelming
say? Did I
endorsement,
say
right?
Dixon?
No, you said Dixon, but Nixon.
It's Nixon.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
it's
I did
Nixon.
that again. Oh my God, that's so terrible. Sorry
And so
about that.
when it comes to Nixon, I'm looking for, again, I'm looking for cohesiveness in the party, and that includes even for a person like a Zoran, right? His job doesn't end here in New York City. I think it continues with the DSA movement, and especially when we see someone like Nixon who will struggle regardless because Florida is a red state. It's gonna take leaps and bounds for her to be able to overcome
Right.
her Republican counterpart, right?
Right.
But I do believe it's possible if you have the right endorsements, right? And I do think, an overwhelming endorsement from someone like Zoran and some other progressive Dems,
What about
to be
Obama?
able to back her. Obama too. Obama would be a great adage, right? Especially as he's seen as a favorite amongst independents and even some conservatives, right? He's overwhelmingly favored on both sides of the
What
party,
about
on both
Elon
sides of the
Musk?
aisle.
What about Elon Musk? Would his
Because the
endorsement
last
work?
person, I absolutely don't think so.
Trick question.
Right? And
What about Elon Musk?
look, if you notice, he's been quiet for these midterms. He's been quiet. Right? He had a big rumble in the beginning, but he's quiet now
yeah.
because he understands that his endorsement is going to do a lot more damage than what it would do good
Yeah.
going forward now,
Yeah.
right? With the current climate, right?
Yeah.
And again, I think what it will take for her to win, it's going to take a lot, but I do think it would take, I'm looking for endorsements on all spectrums when it comes to the Democrats to be able to properly support her for this Senate seat, right? And she
Yeah.
would, I think the Dems are shying away from openly promoting and backing a DSA member,
Yeah.
but I think it's what the Dems need to keep their own integrity amongst the party, right? I think a lot of Dems would be turned off and independents would be turned off if they see someone like Nixon not be supported and backed by her party. Because at the end of the day, as much as she's a DSA member, she's just as much of the Democratic Party as much as she is a DSA member. We run in a two-party system, and she's running under the Democratic ticket, so she is a Democrat nonetheless, right? Whether she identifies as a DSA within the Democratic Party is something different, but she is a Democratic individual nonetheless, right?
She's a fighter, bro. Like, this lady comes to fight. I like what she said, and I understand how she rolling. Like, she's rolling for the voters,
Does
man.
have some Southern fight there.
Yeah,
There's an appeal to that, right?
Yeah.
And that's been common with DSA, and so I'm glad that she was able to, move over and see the benefits of being
she's woke.
a progressive.
She hella woke.
Oh yeah, she's beyond woke, right?
She's about it,
and that's
for real. Yeah,
that's a good thing. No,
yeah.
that's a great thing.
Yeah, you got to
And I
give
think
her
that's
her
what,
respect, bro. She's coming.
I think
coming.
that's what Floridians are looking for, right? In a candidate, right? Someone who is fiery, but fiery for the right reasons.
Yeah,
right?
wants to do the
Passionate, but
work.
passionate for
Wants
the
to
right
do the
reasons.
work.
Exactly.
Yeah, wants to make this work look easy. Make hard work look like easy work.
And by being
Right.
visible, right? And not changing her rhetoric. She's not running a campaign based on her opponent. She's running a campaign based on what she feels the people that she wants to represent want and need. Right. And I think that's what, my main takeaway from just even hearing her speak and from, being a progressive myself, understanding that's she's running the rhetoric, right? She's running the rhetoric, but also backing it up with emotion, right? To let them know that this is not just rhetoric. And when she does get placed, she will make the changes that she's trying to advocate for because she believes in them, right? Instead of just bashing her opponent, she's bashing her opponent based off of their lack of a comprehensive
issues.
campaign.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, over the issues. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
All right, let me see something. Damn, I was really surprised. Let me hear some more. I want to see what the criticism was, what they came up with now. Let's see.
Angie Nixon, thank you for joining.
Angie Nixon, who Florida state rep, she wins this race for the nomination for the Senate, raising over only $1 million compared to Alexander Vindman, who for a time was a household name because of his role in the impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, who raised $16 million. And I have to wonder if what this speaks to is, I take your point on the socialism piece of this, but what this really speaks to is the limits right now among Democrats in being just strictly anti-Trump, and that being your sort of political personality. One of the things the DSA is doing is talking about kitchen table issues, economics, and they're doing it in a way that rubs some people the wrong way, but that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, but also remember, too, this is a two-person race, and African-American women are really the base of the Democratic Party, and African-American woman won. She's a native Floridian. Vindman, I don't think, was as connected to the state as she was, and so, I think that makes up for a lot, and so I think it's hard to parachute into some of these states and say, I'm your guy. It doesn't always work out so well, so I think that's part of it, but I do think I agree with Noah. I mean, this is a gift to the Republicans in Florida, because now that Senate seat, which was really not that competitive to begin with, was even less competitive now.
I question whether it would have been that competitive. I think Alex would have been competitive against Ashley Moody. She hasn't really done anything for Florida. She's been a rubber stamp for Trump. And Alex would have been a stronger representative for the state of Florida. But to everyone's point here, it is difficult when you are new to the state. Florida is, one of those states where you really need to have roots there, especially for a statewide race like that. Maybe if he had run for Congress, it would have been a little bit, he would have had more success there. But, I applaud him for trying. I mean, Alexander Vindman is a hero, and he should be applauded for trying to run for Congress. Run for the Senate. His brother won for, his twin brother ran for Congress in Virginia and won successfully. So it is, this is definitely going to take Florida off the board.
But doesn't this lend credence to Donald Trump's narrative that the DSA is a national threat? That you can't really talk about this as a New York thing or a Seattle thing or a Colorado thing. It's a national thing. Therefore, we have to nationalize the socialist threat, and also to convince Democrats to send as much money as they possibly can to this.
I think that's a bit of a simplistic view of what we're seeing tonight. There is a lot of narrative around progressive versus moderate, but I think what's really important is the Democratic electorate is looking for candidates that are willing to take the fight in Congress to actually legislate. Cycle after cycle, voters have been very frustrated with the fact that they send people to Congress who end up being more interested in tenure than legislating and actual problem solving. And that's kind of the contrast you're seeing across the country. And unfortunately, for some of the more centrist Democrats that are running, progressives are doing a really good job of filling that.
I mean, her platform includes a national job registry and inflation-adjusted wages and free child care and nationalizing the health insurance industry.
I hear you. I don't support the DSA.
Popular is one thing. It's popular to say that Medicare for all is popular. People don't like to lose their insurance.
I think we will find out, right, how...
Damn, that's so funny when you're out there like, I don't support the DSA. I haven't really. What is it they're talking about when they say it's some particular comments, right, Michael? Or what's the deal? Because you're a member of the DSA, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Yeah, what is the when they talk about the DSA? Listen to this woman. I forget her name here. She's well known though. Here, listen to this comment right here. I forget her name. I'm sorry. Forgive me for that. But let's hear this point.
Listen, I don't support the DSA.
Popular is one thing. It's popular to say that Medicare for all is popular. People don't like to lose their insurance.
I think we will.
So you hear that? Like, what is that about? Like, I don't support the DSA. They're talking about Medicare. Hold on. Let me play the whole thing back. Maybe you didn't hear the whole exchange. Hold on.
Yeah, I heard it. But you have to understand that it's a current taboo word to be associated with the DSA, right? It signals
healthcare. Right.
It signals negative sentiment for a lot of individuals who aren't politically aware or understand the nuances. Like that's essentially what it does, right? And so when we look at it, it's always going to be we can circle back to a lot of progressive Dems themselves. Do we think they don't want to be associated with the DSA movement by nature? Yes, but in name, no. No, in name, no, right? The word socialism scares individuals who are not educated and don't understand the difference between a party and economics. They don't understand the difference.
They don't know
right?
in practical terms what they're dealing with.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they don't understand, right? So they assume everything in the Red Scare lens, in the lens of the Red Scare, right? They assume it is USSR, Cuba, right? Insert any any negative socialist or communist that you can insert, right? They don't even know the difference between socialism and communism, right? So when we look at
scare
that,
terms.
you're gonna see, yes, exactly, scare tactics, fear mongering, and so it's especially on legacy media, we're gonna see that. No matter how progressive a lot of these hosts want to try to be, they will not be identified as a democratic socialist or even.
But listen to the things that they're saying. Listen to this. Just hear it one more time here. This is interesting. Watch this.
Job registry and inflation-adjusted wages and free child care and nationalizing the health insurance industry.
I hear you. Are doing a really good job of filling that.
I mean, her platform includes a national job registry and inflation-adjusted wages and free child care and nationalizing the health insurance industry.
I hear you. I don't support the DSA.
Popular is one thing. It's popular to say that Medicare for all is popular.
Look, all those things that they just demonized right there, those are all things they have in Denmark already. Seriously.
Yeah. Somehow Democrat socialism to them equals communism.
Yeah. It's crazy. And Denmark's a capitalistic country.
They don't understand
communism's what happens right before fascism, not socialism.
Pretty soon they're going to be like, your party is going to be like, we believe in saving a buck. And they're going to be like, nope. Just for the hell of it. No, you saving a buck, people. You're bad, dude. Don't do that.
These individuals don't understand social policy, right? And social policies, or even socialism, right? They can't define communism. They think the two are the same, right? Nor do they even understand what a social policy is. And obviously we'll continue to cover what these look like in other countries like Denmark in terms of social policies and checkpoints.
They just broke down Denmark. He just broke down Denmark in a nutshell, and they were like, "No, I'm totally against it." Look, here, listen to this again. This is crazy. Here, one more time.
Her platform includes a national job registry and inflation-adjusted wages and free child care and nationalizing the health insurance industry.
I hear you. I don't support the DSA.
Popular is one thing. It's popular to say that Medicare for all is popular. People don't like to lose their insurance.
I think we will find out.
They made all those things that are problems. If you talk about them, boo, no, don't do that. You're the bad guy. Like, damn. And keep in mind, Trump called Kamala Harris a communist. That's basically what they were saying about her. They saw her center Democrat policies as extreme left communist. So what does it mean? Yeah. And then, it's, This is so weird. It's so weird.
It's
Americans
scare
for
tactics,
you,
right?
bro. Americans.
And Americans are uneducated to the nuances again of both an economic structure and then policies, right? That within those economic structure, they don't understand that social policies don't create socialism, right? Because we still have a capitalistic society.
Yeah.
They don't understand it,
No,
right?
they don't
And when
understand
they,
it.
if you notice that his rhetoric was, she's trying to nationalize healthcare. Oh, you mean universal healthcare, right? Like say
Yeah.
that, say that. She's trying to nationalize
Right.
healthcare.
Yeah.
Universal healthcare. Yes, she's advocating for it.
Right.
What is the issue?
Well, you
Right? What is the
nationalized.
issue?
You nationalized the military.
No, but you want to nationalize elections, right?
So
That's okay, right? We can nationalize elections, but we can't nationalize healthcare. Make it make
right,
sense.
it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's just it's terrible, man. But it's worth hearing their arguments because if you just told me this is how Americans think, of course I know some Americans think that way, but I wouldn't know how many. But when you hear a motherfucker like this on CNN saying this, it makes you realize, like, damn, could it be more Americans that think this way? That is like, wow, this is incredible. Just listen to this exchange. They're scared of talking about nationalizing healthcare or having a public option for your healthcare. That just means a manager, would bring the cost down on the paperwork side, right? Essentially, and they think that there's something wrong with that if you regulate the cost, if you regulate the administration cost, the paperwork cost, the fee on the paper, just moving the paper around for your health care. I mean, come on, should it be regulated? Well, listen to this exchange. They're talking about social programs, and they're talking about them like it's communism.
It's kind of the concept.
And that it's not.
And that's just it, Master V. When you ask them, okay, are Republicans ever going to fund any social programs? And then they kind of act like, why should they? And that's just where you, shikes, wait, time out.
Yeah. They're literally.
They frame it as free. They frame it as free.
Yeah.
They'll tell you it's, do you want free?
You want free,
but
you pay for it already. You
Yes.
pay for it already. It's ridiculous, and I really, really hope Americans see through this. The nuance, what they're leaving out. And it's really in the tax code. They're not showing you how much other people pay. For example, if you look, should I bring up this data right now? Should I do that?
Yeah, bring it up.
Yeah. Maybe I should go to some data real quick and
we have an argument. We have an argument in the chat from Bohica about Americans or about Canadians coming to American for healthcare, and that does happen mostly for catastrophic kind of things like cancer. But when it comes to a lot of regular healthcare, a lot of Americans actually go to Canada. There's numerous videos showing Americans much more happy with the level of care they received in Canada. The cost for prescriptions were much less. The care, not only prescriptions, but the copays were a fraction, and the level of care was so much higher that they actually felt that they just weren't getting treated in America at all.
Okay. Yeah. Good point, Eric. Sorry about that. I'm just typing something real quick.
We're not going to even talk about how many Americans go to Mexico for their health care, right? Because it's so much more affordable for their dental care, right? Because dental care is obscenely expensive here in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at things like
Don't get me started on that.
When we look at things like that, it goes to show the levels of hypocrisy of a lot of individuals who will, again, will flame, and the way they frame it, right? Nationalizing healthcare. Trump wants to nationalize elections, and you guys are saying yes, and including voter ID that you have to pay for, which is a voter tax, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at these things, this is the levels of hypocrisy that a lot of them don't point out. But when we look at it, it's fear-mongering, right? When we look at what they're saying, they literally just said, Trump might be right to say that they should be worried on a national level about the DSA. Why are you're framing it as if Trump is right to fearmonger, and in fact, you're placating him and allowing him to be able to run these fear mongering tactics, right? And that's what, for me, comes the hypocrisy of America and even legacy media in particular, right? That's what bothers me
Yeah,
the most
selling
when
the
it comes
levels
to
of
legacy media.
selling the people out, man. Totally, like they know
Yeah,
what they're
we do
doing.
have the highest cost per year at about 15,000 per year versus other countries, which are about half that at about 7 or 8,000, and they're also getting a higher level of care and better outcomes.
All right, now look at this, y'all. I just thought it'd be interesting to check this out. Now, here it is. Top-down structure breakdown of tax burden, services provided, and local visibility across both systems. Right now, here macro tax burden and structure. United States, 27% of tax to GDP ratio. Net take-home pay, 70 to 75% of gross income. Structure, decoupled three-tier system. Federal, state, local. Top income tax, 37% federal plus 0 to 13 state. That's because in different states they have different state tax. Some have 0, some have 5, some have 10, 13, whatever, 11. Okay. Consumption tax 0 to 10%. That could also vary across state to state, right? So these are some factors. Now, Western Europe in comparison, 40 to 47 percent tax to total GDP. Look at that. 27 and then 40, right? So net take home pay, 55 to 65% of gross income. Structure nationally centralized. This is when you compare it to the EU, not one specific EU nation, because that varies too, right? Structure nationally centralized coordinated revenues. Okay. Top income pay 40 to 55, right? That's the top in the EU. And then the consumption, what is that? 18 to 25% national value added, right? So let me see here. It came up with some more data. Now, the difference. In the USA, healthcare, right? Out of the pocket differences, right? So you have that tax system that you pay. And then the US, you have out of the pocket expenses. That's an extra tax. Right. So healthcare, $6,000 to $22,000 a year. Right. That's what that would cost you in the U.S. OK. Higher education, $10,000 to $40,000 a year. That's what it would cost you in the U.S. Childcare, $10,000 to $20,000 per year. That's what it would cost you in the U.S. OK. Local visibility community layer. OK. 15% share of total. Right. Let me see here. Total taxes, right? What is this? Local visibility and community allocation. Did they? Somehow they threw some data in here. I didn't want them to put it in this way. Let me see here, because you can't see it, but maybe if I do it like this. Nah, y'all can't see what I'm doing. All right. It says here, local level property and local sales tax 15%, state level income tax 20 to 25, federal level 60 to 65%, low daily visibility. All right, let me see something else. One other thing. Sorry about that. Let me see.
You there, Michael?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
He's here. 2
Okay,
seconds.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And while we're on the side note, I did see a fascinating video of a dental institute in Huangshan, China. A man named Johnny Asia. He does a YouTube series. He's from Thailand. He's originally from Australia, so his teeth are a little messed up. But basically, he got 9 crowns and 2 implants for $3,300 in only 4 days. It's something that would have probably taken about a couple months in America and probably about $30,000. And folks, we're just talking about a plane flight and a long plane flight and a ticket. And he showed the whole institute. It looked like something out of the set of Star Trek. They even had a little lady there who was color matching teeth to make sure everything was exact. It was a higher level of dental care than I'd ever seen for just a fraction of the cost.
Thanks for that. Let me see here. Yeah, exactly. It's cheaper outside of the U.S. It's cheaper. Healthcare is cheaper outside of the U.S.
He actually said it would have been about double that in Thailand, probably about 5,000-6,000. But remember, folks, we're talking here. My mom just had a crown recently replaced. I think it was about 2,000 just for the crown, because nowadays they can make the crown and insert it in just one day.
Okay. You know what? I'm getting a little bored with this little side thing I went on with this data. I'm sorry, but because
when you
it's
have
too
folks
complicated.
going to Mexico, folks going to Tijuana to get dental care, to get veterinary stuff for their dogs. It tells you a lot about something's wrong with America, that things are 3 to 4 times more expensive.
Yeah, and it's how the system is designed. I mean, we don't have a lot of time left, so that's why when I started looking at the data, I was like, wait a second, it's going to take a second. Yeah, exactly. But in any case, this is what that conversation was about here, and they're totally talking about what the tax code and what your taxes are supposed to be used on. This is the conversation they're having, and when they mention healthcare, childcare, just some basic things like that, right? They talked about it like it was communism. They talked about it like it was something strange. No, that anytime you're talking about the tax code, you're talking about basically socialism. Anytime you're talking about the tax code, because you're collecting taxes and you're redistributing monies. What the hell? Just because you don't do it good doesn't mean that's not what you're doing. I mean, what the fuck? Seriously, what do you think collecting taxes is all about? You know what I'm saying? What is it, to keep everybody separate? No together projects, huh? We're gonna do everything ourselves. What the fuck?
They want American split, right?
The whole idea of government is socialism. I mean, what the fuck? The whole idea. So you pay taxes for them to do services in your community. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. And when you hear them talking about childcare, it's like, who does that? Well, everybody else in the West does it. Every other capitalist nation in the West does it. That's who else does it. Who else does universal health care? Every other capitalistic nation in the West does it. What's up with these people? We literally trade with these
paid maternity leave. Paid maternity leave that a lot of these Republicans have been taking advantage of in some of their current positions, yet they keep voting against it.
Exactly. They keep voting against maternity leave. Who the fuck does that? And then they talking about you replacing us. Man, you vote against your own maternity leave, motherfucker. What's wrong? What are you talking about? You could have had maternity leave while you complained about me. Or paternity leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. You can do both. You can get maternity or paternity leave and complain about immigrants, but yet you just won't do both.
Yeah, recognize, folks, it's something that many people only do once in their lives.
You know what I'm saying?
I think Americans need to be forced. Unfortunately, it's kind of like taking medicine, right? They need to be forced to experience it and get better in order for them to go, oh, this actually works.
Yeah.
Right? This is how comprehensive.
How could they think it doesn't work? How could they think it doesn't work?
They never experienced it, right? And then with the fear mongering,
they don't call it
lobbyist money.
Hey, look, they don't call it a government job for nothing.
Yeah.
It's what the fuck? It's socialism,
and remember, we got 10 other issues that are a lot more sensitive. So imagine if we can't get through the health insurance thing, how are we going to deal with, abortion, gay marriage, weed, down the line, immigration, on and on?
Well, those are always going to be fear-mongering points, right? That's what the Republicans want. There'll always be fear-mongering points. They don't want progression in those manners, right? They don't want it.
And look, and how you gonna be a fucking government
And that's where we
official?
get caught up.
How you gonna be a
We
government?
get caught up on those minor issues.
Yeah. And listen, Eric, how are you gonna be a fucking government official and you complaining about socialism? Man, your fucking job is literally paid for by the people. What the fuck are you talking about?
You should see me in some of the right-wing chats talking to these actual Republican Congress people out in the Midwest, and I'm asking them, what are you doing? What are you fixing? All they're talking about is campaigning and winning the next election and how important that is.
Exactly. Yo, oh my God. Anyway, listen, guys, do we need to take it over? Somebody had some complaints about Schumer and we can wrap it up. Should we do that? Yeah. We got 6 minutes. We got 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Yeah, let's finish with that.
6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on.
Chuck Schumer.
Yes. Exactly. All right, big up to Slick Rick and Dougie Fresh. All right, now check this out. Dude is about to get into as you can see, this is Democratic Socialist, U.S. Democratic Socialist page. Here, let me pull this up. So go there, subscribe. Let me click the like button. Boom. There you have it. So listen, they're going to get in Schumer's ass. So let's pay attention.
Has just put the nail in the coffin for the whole vote blue no matter who crowd. Okay, he is now turning his back on progressives who have for years plugged their noses and voted for some of the most dogshit do-nothing Democrats imaginable. This reporting comes from the Washington Post, where it shows that Schumer is totally fine tanking Abdul al-Sayed. It says here, Abdul's victory in Michigan's Democratic primary has complicated Senate Majority Chuck Schumer's plans to help Democrats retake the Senate in November, tying his party's fortunes to a candidate some Democrats say they cannot support. See, this is the problem right here. Democrats say they cannot support Abdul al-Sayed, then leave the Democratic Party. Okay, he is the Democratic nominee. You have to, that is the whole point, right? Like Chuck Schumer says right here, a path to winning back the Senate clearly goes through Michigan, but we have a whole bunch of different paths. Schumer says this is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, this is kind of a breakdown right here of the article. It says right here, it's complicating things because many Democrats believe that Abdul al-Sayed isn't the right pick, and a lot of his rhetoric towards Israel is not congruent to the beliefs of the Democratic Party establishment. And I think that's just some absolute buns. Okay, that's some absolute buns. There's some Democrats out here that are saying they won't vote for Abdul al-Sayed, and I don't think that these few Democrats should basically be able to control the narrative for the entire National Democratic Party, all because there's one candidate that they don't exactly appreciate. Mehdi Hassan writes here, I know nothing should surprise me anymore, but to see establishment Democrats who spent all of 2024 demanding that everyone had to vote for the Dem candidate, that's true, vote blue no matter who, to stop Trump, now saying they can't even bring themselves to vote for a left Dem candidate to stop Trump and MAGA is just astonishing. And he's not alone in these critiques. One other user writes, under the current Democratic rule of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Why would anyone take advice from these absolute losers? And that's 100% true. Take a look at this polling right here. Take a look at this polling. We've got Chuck Schumer polling at just 29% among New York City voters. So he's talking about electability arguments and all this kind of bullshit when AOC is absolutely stomping him when it comes to polling, right? It's just unbelievable levels. And if you want to talk about electability again, Abdul al-Sayed, when it comes to polling, is beating Mike Rogers in polling, okay? Some early polls were showing Abdul al-Sayed lower. He is now ahead. So what the fuck, right? What actually is the argument here coming from Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and all these centrists?
Yeah, they're more popular than they are. You know, what the hell is up with that? That's like the Democratic Party people are not feeling. I mean, members of the Democratic Party are not necessarily going with Dems, the moderate Dems. You know, they're really not feeling it right now, and that's due to the state of the country. And it's like you have, it is true. How popular is Hakeem Jeffries across the country? How popular is Schumer in New York? How popular either one of them in New York right now? Not that popular, but right?
That's why they're not primary. That's why they're not primary. That's why they're not being primary.
Popular, we don't even know how popular they are at a Jewish deli right now.
Yeah. Damn, you got to be pretty low. Popular. Yeah, damn, that's deep. That's crazy, man. Yo, but yeah, I never thought of it that way, but that's true, man. They have to be really doing bad for that to be happening. But you know, but what do you think about
No,
this, man?
they're not popular, right? And if we think
They're
that it's a
not.
coincidence that
They're not.
both are coming out of New York, they're not, right? And so when we look at Democrats as a whole, right? When we look at Hakeem and we look at Schumer, we're looking at a level of classism with minor progression, right? And that's what they've sold for years under the establishment Dems, right? I give you an inch, but that inch is only going to be an inch as long as I stay in power for a long period of time,
Yeah.
right? And that hasn't moved the needle, right? That has not moved the needle enough,
It's not
right?
working anymore, Michael.
Yeah, no, it's not. And I think, the Democrats as a whole are realizing that when we see progressive movements, right? And again, I think when we look at, when we look at candidates going forward, we're going to look at obviously the DSA as a movement within, but again, like I said before, a lot of Democrats are going to run outside of that DSA label, but still be a Dem, but run on progressive policies, and that forces progression of a two-party system as a whole, right? And as that starts becoming a popular point, as that starts becoming a popular point amongst the people, right? These kitchen table issues, we're going to start seeing Republicans start moving back to the center, right? Back to the center when it comes to affordability. Affordability would have been a hoax, but Trump can deny it on a national level, but when it comes to their individual states, in order for them to continue to be elected, they have to acknowledge it. This is a reality, right? Wealth inequality is at an all-time high, right? Pay disparity is at an all-time high, right? When we look at the national median salary average in comparison to a home and how that difference is almost $40,000 plus dollars, that shows your average American cannot buy a home, right? They will not get approved for a loan to buy the home,
Yeah.
right? So based off their
Right.
salary, right? When we look at minimum wage and the fact that it doesn't increase in comparison to inflation year over year, you'd be lucky if you get a 3% increase on your paycheck. But guess what? Your dollar year over year is worth 3 to 4% less, right? So your purchasing power becomes less, which means the economy slows down because you can no longer purchase year over year the same amount with the same amount of money that you're making. That's the affordability issue in America, and that is what both parties cannot deny. Whether they want to
Yeah.
call it communism, whether they want to call it fascism, it's reality. Right. And in order to mitigate that, we need social checkpoints in order to keep quote unquote America great again, right? That is what it means to make America great again. To invest in your people, to invest in your people in the form of universal health care, universal education, universal child care. That's what it means to make America great again, right? Not tax cuts for the riches, not tax cuts for the billionaires and millionaires, not corporate tax cuts for your Amazons and your Teslas and your Palantirs, right? We don't need that, right? We need to ensure the integrity of the American citizens because we are the ones paying tax dollars and we're the ones when they're spending this money now that we've reached an all-time high at the debt. That is on the burden of the American citizens, and we would gladly take that if we had health care, if we
Right.
had education, if we had a
Right.
lot of other things that can ensure the livelihood of the working class, right? You want someone who's healthy because they can work a lot longer. They are less likely to be disabled if they are healthy, if they have comprehensive health care, right? They are more likely to make more if they have comprehensive education and universal education, right? These are things that betterment the society, that propagate a middle class. And that is what we need to continue to grow, right? Instead, they'll use decisive talking points like, respectability politics, like immigration, like race wars, right? And race classes, race differences, right? They'll deny systemic racism, right? And so these are things that will only continue to distract us, to only keep us in a two-party system without being progressive, right? And we see it on CNN, right? They're in agreement with Trump and saying, wait, Trump might be right that this might be a national issue. What, you
Right.
mean the same two-party system? Because the DSA still exists in a two-party system. The
Right.
DSA is not a third party, right? They're still running
Right.
under the Democratic banner. So for them to say that just goes to show that they're falling in line with this centrist or not even this libertarian, right? This libertarian rhetoric that disenfranchises your average Americans, right? And I
Right.
think Americans, when we have inflation when it comes to food, on top of not being paid a living wage that matches an increase of the inflation of the dollar, affordability is the issue. And I hope that the viewers and independents and conservatives alike understand that that's an issue. And if you understand that that's an issue, understand what the solution should be. And the solutions are universal health care, right? That can mitigate the fact that you now have to pay less in healthcare. And guess what you can do? You can pay for gas. You can pay for that new car that you need. You might be able to buy that sofa. You might be able to buy that TV, right? Because that's called capitalism, right? And in order for our economy to continue to run, we need that to happen in mass,
Yeah.
right? But go ahead, guys.
Yeah. You need
and,
that tax.
and that's where getting that, getting affordable housing, getting, just the cost of housing, under control, because everything is tied to that. And you have Mamdani, who's not only trying to freeze the rent prices in New York City, but he's also looking at expanding the housing, over 100,000 units pretty soon here. So that's where, once you stabilize that, that's what's going to affect things down the line. That's where things going to make more affordable to now get people not only, owning property, but, developing equity, developing real wealth, and also having that sense of, not panicking if they have to go rent something else because of that type of lifestyle. So it's just a lot more stabilization there. But I think the Democrats really need to, work on the branding, the DSA, in terms of you got the hats over on the red side, and you got all the flags. And I think the Democrats, just need to get a little bit more raw, that way. The football season's coming up. I mean, if I was DSA, I would come out with DSA football jerseys.
Yeah, facts. Oh, would you do that? Would you do that? Really? I mean, I say anything to encourage people to use their vote for the things that they want. Like, that's the whole point. You are literally supposed to vote for the things you want with your tax dollars. That is exactly what it's about. Now, that's on the civil side. There's the criminal side too. You're voting because you want people to deal with dynamics like that also. But also you need services. All the services. You need the same. They complained about having too many government agencies and things like this. But if those government agencies are actually doing their job correctly and they're spawning, good life, as according to whatever their mandate is, right? Obviously, there's different sectors to the society, but in civil society, and the things we're most concerned with, outside of that, then you have industry, the role that plays, but it has to be a balance. And in the U.S., it seems like it's a dirty concept to think about how the balance works for the citizens. That is a dirty conversation in the U.S. Talk about like a communist country. I mean, think about that pull, that psychological pull that has over American citizens, like the way that they think this conversation should go. Everyone else in the West talks in a healthy way and in a proficient way, in a democratic way when it comes to their taxes, right? To the tax system. In the United States, that's almost like a dirty thing to do, that conversation. So it just is, it's high time we start giving others a chance. And if that sounds like the Socialist Party of the Democratic Socialist Party, if it sounds like that to you, I say join. I mean, I'm going to donate some money to them. I'm already a registered Democrat, but I'm going to donate some money to them and some of the actually I need to do that. I said I was going to do that yesterday. Let me take care of that today. But in any case, listen, y'all, it's coming up on 5 hours, so we got to be out. It's overtime, but it's been cool.
Yeah,
and,
great show, V.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. It's also been long, but what the heck, man? I was late. So but listen, people, if you're not registered to vote, you know how easy it is to register to vote. And I hate to keep saying that, but there's always somebody who watches the program and is different than you or different from the average and may not know. So this is how you do it. If you're an American citizen, you go to vote.gov. That's if you're voting in federal elections, right? You go to vote.gov. And as soon as you get to that website, you can select your language. You see at the top, you can't really see it, but at the top it says select language. For an example, maybe I can click on it and just say English, right? I click English. So here we are. Now you're in English. There you go. Register to vote. You pick what state you're doing it in, whatever state fits you. Let's say it's Colorado. Boom. You click that. Now it says, look, you can register or update registration online. Check registration. Boom. And then you click this little blue button right here. And then it goes right to California state or whatever state you're, you chose yourself. So there it is. Oh, this is Colorado state. Yeah, you can't see it at the top, but it says Colorado state. Yeah, there it is. Colorado. You see it. Boom. So it's that easy. It's that easy. So don't neglect your civil rights and your civil duty and what people didn't always have the right to have, a vote. Take advantage of it. Call your county clerk of register of voters or board of elections and make sure you are registered to vote or register in your state with the correct address. If you're not registered to vote, vote. Do that. Register to vote. And if you need to update your registration, do that also. And that would be, by contacting your local board of elections or doing it online, as you can see here. Now, in any case, listen, I appreciate everybody coming out. You can hear my voice is getting a little tired. But it's been a great show. I appreciate everybody for showing up. Big up to Michael Brooklyn Best. Why did I say Thomas? Where the hell is this coming from? What the hell?
Thank you.
I'm losing my mind, bro. I'm tired, man.
More to come.
Yeah,
More to come.
I'm getting like Trump. What the fuck?
We do have to connect. Well, definitely, I definitely want to see some sort of crossover with, one of these other channels, and we're working on some stuff. I definitely got to get back to you. We're on it. Don't worry.
Yeah, no worries. Eric, also you, bro, appreciate you hopping up as usual.
Yeah, you're welcome, Master B.
Yeah, cool. And I appreciate everybody
good night, everyone
that watched and everybody in the chat. Big up to everybody there. I appreciate it. Listen, no matter what, just remember things can get better or they can get worse. But think about this. If you've ever had this problem, the United States government, if you've ever felt that it was a waste of the American people's precious time, energy, and hard-earned money, if you've ever felt that way, make sure you go out and vote. Make sure you register to vote and take care of that problem, because you may not be the only person. And you may not be the only person. And do me also this favor. If you haven't clicked the like button this episode, please click the like button. That is the way you give me some free advertisement. So and give us all the message, it is allowed to grow in a bigger conversation. So appreciate everybody for doing that. And if you didn't, please do it. Big up to, matter of fact, everybody, folks in the chat, but also the people out there in these organizations. Democratic Socialist Party. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, I'm forgetting. Big up to these people. They've really created a conversation. They sparked a real conversation in the United States, and I'm so happy that's happening. We can never underestimate the value of their work, and what they've been able to accomplish and do. It's something we should all rally behind, because you're educating people, you're showing people how something could be done differently, and you're having success doing that. So that means you're only having that success because those values were real. Those were true assessments that you made, about politics in the U.S. So big up to everybody in that party, as well as everybody on the progressive side. And we need justice to be restored, and we ain't going to do that without some proper leadership. So God bless America and every place else. You know what I mean? We're all in this together. But right now, I really feel for my country. And so hopefully we won't be stuck in a perpetual loop of this shit for too long. But in any case, I'm out. I see everybody top of the morning. I'll be a little earlier, but top of the morning. So, what is that? 0200, something like that. 0200, it will be 0200 Eastern Standard Time, the next live. And that will be 0800 Central European Time. Appreciate it, everybody. Yo, help us not be, I don't want to be this parachute dude. Look at that. I don't want that to be America's future. So help us out. Anyway, y'all, peace, everybody. It ain't going to be for everybody, but for some, it will be. All right, peace, yo. Catch everybody later.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a debt's owed? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack, and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear, but they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
What about the kids? Don't forget the children. Tell them about the children. What about the children crying? Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit. You have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Oh, it is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh,
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
One. From your mom, your birth, pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. Within your due, a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel. From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight.